right. Oh, I thought my camera would. Come on. There we go. Thought my camera was going to find me, but it didn't. I had to kind of steer it down. The camera's, he was a little bit, he was looking out of the way. Well, people, hello, welcome. Welcome to the INFJ Experience Live. Listen, it's a little bit early. I just wanted to work the bugs out because, with me, typically I usually have a, I usually have a lot of technical difficulties. I was hoping to avoid some of those today, but I did manage to go on the StreamYard today. Figured I'd do it on this format today. It worked out a couple weeks ago for me, so I thought I would do this again. So, Honey Rose, dang it, you're early. I do forgive me, Honey Rose, for that. I wanted to make sure I got a little bit early just so I could make sure that everything was working right. I didn't want to have everybody start arriving, and I wanted to make sure I was a little early, So, but we can hang out a little bit. I wanted to make sure the sound check was looking good. Sounds good. Yeah, I would imagine. Now, dang it, isn't that one of those southern terms? Yeah, dang it. Yeah, that's one of those. That's right. You're from down south somewhere, right? If I remember, you're from Texas, right? Looks good, sounds good. Thank you very much. Awesome. I do have the ability to do some live chats tonight, and I'll be able to set some links and to your. Again, I had this go back before, but share your referrals. But I will be able to have some. Oh, Canada. Yeah, I was trying to remember. You know, this everybody's from everywhere. I remember that now. That's right. Honey Rose, you are from, I believe, outside of Toronto, up in Ontario, if I remember right. Now that I remember, but there are a few listeners from Canada. Oh, Canada, my home and native land. Hey, you know what? Now, I have roots from Canada. My grandfather on my father's side and my grandmother on my mother's side were both from Canada. My grandfather was actually from Nova Scotia. That is actually translated into New Scotland, believe it or not. So yeah, but he's from Nova Scotia, and so I had both of them come down here from Canada. So I do have some Canadian roots. Yeah, I also have Irish and French roots as well. So, but yeah, howdy, hope everybody's. Billy the Goat is in the house. How you doing, Billy the Goat? How are you? It is just about 7 o'clock. Okay, well, just about there. Hopefully, people are showing up. That looks like they are. We're coming on in here to the chat and all that. That's awesome. SK. SK. What does that mean, SK? Uh, what is that? Uh, not sure what that, I'm trying to figure out what that was. SK. Okay. So let's see. Do we have the count as to how many are in the chat? Oh, we have four watching. There we go. There we go. We have four watching. And so I did. Saskatchewan. Oh, thank you. That is the abbreviation for Saskatchewan. It's in the central part. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that's a province in Canada, Saskatchewan. What a name. My gosh. That's quite a mouthful to say that. Saskatchewan. I believe it's like you said, Saskatchewan is out near. I don't. I think it borders Alberta. I believe I could be wrong, and I think, but I know it's out in the western middle. It's not as far as New Brunswick. New Brunswick is right by the coast, I believe, on the west coast. That is up in Canada. So try spelling that in second grade. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. Wait. No, so you're from Saskatchewan, not from Ontario. Is that what it is? I had another. I was talking to somebody else from Canada, from Ontario. I see. I get a few confused. It does border Alberta. And I mean, listen, I know a little bit about the the geography of Canada just from reading maps. That's all. Good afternoon, Hidden Harp. How are you, sir? Good to see you. Good to see everybody coming on in here. That's awesome. I lived in Ontario for a couple of years, but Saskatchewan is home. I can imagine it must be some really beautiful, rugged forest land up there. I mean, as far as just that northern tundra, a lot of pine trees, a lot of like evergreens, Kodiak brown bears, probably them Kodiak grizzly bears, I should say. Yeah, them big old wild. You don't want to tangle with a grizzly bear. I guess that. Doing well. How about you? Doing just fine. Doing awesome. Hey, while I'm here, live from the Granite State, my home state. It is the INFJ Experience Live. I haven't played this in months, years actually. But I just wanted a catchy little intro going there, people. Don't worry, I'm not going to keep doing that. The suns and storms are epic. I could imagine so. I would just imagine. And you got some really harsh winters up there too. Very harsh winters. I mean, I know up here in New Hampshire we get a few harsh winters as well, but I know Canada is just it's not for the faint of heart. I know that. I know most of the settlements in Canada are right on the border. They're on the southernmost border. It's where the most heaviest population, the most biggest cities, especially around the lakes, because that's where their most of their transport comes from. Most of their commerce comes from the lakes, I would imagine. So, right? So, no, I would think so. I'll try to get my camera activated. I'm trying to move it here. Sometimes I get signals here. It might take a little while for them to wake up. So, you like and subscribe. Remember, hidden behind the banner. Oh, yeah, I did, didn't I? I can't. Yeah, I did, didn't I? I absolutely did. I didn't even think of that. Things were just kind of popping up. I try to make sure everything's just right. I can remind people to do that sometimes. I like you just reminded me. Like and subscribe. Hopefully people will do that if they see me coming in and they like what they see. Okay. You will get there? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I definitely think so. So, Vamp Fox is in the house. Hello, honey. I wished I'm good, but I'm coming down with a cold since Tuesday. I've had a migraine, trailing new up and down. Oh, Vamp, you're still not feeling too good, huh? You weren't feeling good last week as well, if I remember, Vamp. You had the same things going on. You get the chronic migraines. Um, Hopefully everything's going well. I mean, are you under a lot of stress? We talked about this last week. I told you. I mean, you said you've had them for years since you're something to do with when you lost your mom, if I remember right. Gosh, I hope you feel better, Vamp. I really do. It's really hopefully you're doing all right. Well, anyway, people, it's good to see everybody filing in here. All right, we got 7 on the stream right now. Now, listen, I do have the ability. Again, I'm kind of a little rusty at this thing. I can post. I can actually copy and put a link into whoever would like to come in for a chat, and we could try this again. Now, if I remember right, what I have to do is I can hit copy. I have a link, and I think if I copy it to you directly, whoever would like to come in, whoever would like to talk, I can copy and paste it, and then I think you have to just copy and paste it to my URL, whatever you call it, and then I believe you could do that. So, and I think if I highlight, like if anybody'd like to talk, like I'm just gonna okay. Let's see. Plus V is how it pastes. Let me see if I can do this again here. I believe it was plus and V for paste. Okay, where is that here? Okay. Give me just 1 second here. Okay. Believe that's got that show. Tom, yeah, Chroma. Oh, I got the gosh. Oh, that's that's just one of don't mind that. Don't mind that. Now, as you can see, you got my Earl up here, Tom Omega 1965. And I'm trying to get the copy and paste here. This has got me doing a referral. That's just a promotional thing, you know. Don't worry about that. I'm trying to, but I do have a way of getting that whole thing. You know, like I said, we did this before, and it just tells me copy and paste, and okay, all right, and then I'm just gonna hit C, and then let's see, and if I could, oh, here we go. I just got that. Why didn't it do that? Oh, jeez. Why? Oh my gosh. Chat, I've been doing controversial things. Uh, I just got I thought that was copy and paste was plus V. Uh, Hidden Hive, what have you been doing that is controversial? I hope it's not illegal. Okay. You, I really hope it's not a bad thing. Okay. Please don't do anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you're doing. Okay. So, but you got to. It looks like you want us to ask you what you're doing as far as controversial. Oh, that's all. Yes, I have chronic migraines. Don't. Oh, yeah, we can take that down now, right? Look at this. We'll put this one up there. Yeah, look at that. Hidden Hot, controversial. Now, what is the controversy all about? Oh, fun, Tom. Modern day witchcraft. Oh, come on, really? You're gonna do what modern day witchcraft? You're not into some cult thing, are you? I had a friend of mine, right? I hadn't seen him for years, and he started contacting me on Facebook. And this is a kid that I hung around with when I was a teenager, and he started acting weird. I kind of door slammed him back when I was a kid, and then he's looking for me in Facebook, and he was in a cult. The guy was in a cult, saying he was some grand, you know, cult leader in some like Hermanic cult temple. I says, "You're in a cult, you know," and he's making it sound like he's this grand somebody. I says, "You're delusional." He ended up blocking me, and I said a few things. He blocked me. He didn't want nothing to do with me, you know. I could tell. So I kind of. Well, anyway, I hope you don't do anything modern day witchcraft. You believe in this stuff? You really think you can cast spells on people and all that? Hey, I mean, you know, with INFJs and everything. I mean, sometimes you know, you'd be the type to do that. They say there's a mysticism about the whole INFJ thing. You know, they see things that just nobody else can. You know how that is, right? You kind of read people. We don't know how we do it ourselves, right? So, hey, I don't know. Hidden harm. Um, but I can actually do this here too. So I'm going to, let's see, HTTP, StreamYard.com. If anybody wants to enter this in, HTTPS dot / StreamYard.com/MYIWJ76INH. INH. Hey, I wonder if that means in New Hampshire. I wonder. That would be. See, I'm trying to copy this thing. I mean, I could, yeah. So, but again, just what the heck do I do here? You know. But anyway, I could. I'm sure I had somebody come in before, though. You know, doing some controversial things. Oh my gosh, it's the summer solstice. Yeah, you know what? At some point, I do believe that's why I call this the summer solstice live. This is the longest night of the year. I won't be closing those blinds until like 9:30 tonight. Maybe it's going to be a while. So I'm gonna be able to get those blinds going for a bit. As you can see, it's nice and sunny out there right now for the most part. We had some rain up here earlier, so longest day of the year, absolutely. So anyway, people, anybody have any concerns? Anybody have anything going on other than Harp is practicing voodoo and witchcraft? Well, not voodoo, witchcraft, modern day witchcraft. By the way, ooh, that's taboo stuff right there. You know, um, that's going to that's going to insane Tom Lonis. What's going to insane me? What happened? What I do? What's going to? What are we talking about here? Um, let's put that up there. So we got. Let's see. Where's the chat? Well, this streamline. I got an I got an athemia. What is Honey Rose? What is an athemia? What is athemine? Athemine? Is that like a medical thing? What is that? Kind of like a I don't know. I know a lot of things about everything. A lot of the different things. I don't know what athemia is though. You know? Hopefully that's not contagious. You know what I mean? Hopefully it's nothing you got to wear a mask for. I mean, music technology, witchcraft created by AI. Oh, I see. Is that on your now? Listen, Harp's got his own. He's got his own channel. He's actually I didn't know it until he put that out there. Yeah, so that's what it is then, huh? Uh, oh, it's a blade used to cut energy. Oh, okay. It's a ritual knife. Oh, Blaziken. Hey, I got your message, Blaziken. It's good to see you in the house again, there, sir. I did get your message on the chat earlier on one of the. I think it was one of the posts. I put a short out and I advertised for this, so that's good to see Blaziken. How you doing there, sir? Last time I talked to you, you were in Canada. Speaking of Canada, that's right. Blaziken was up in Canada a couple of weeks ago, if I remember right. He took a vacation up there. My inner demon. You got an inner demon, huh? Oh, oh, okay. Oh my gosh, we're all doing witchcraft and inner demons. Is it the time of year because of summer solstice? There's some crazy things going on, you know. I know we're all looking. But the thing is, one thing about INFJ is sometimes I think we have a way of recognizing. We seem to recognize when we have our demons and our things, you know. Somehow it's we know when we're into those, you know. It's like we're kind of one thing, you know, a lot of times is we may be confused and sometimes we can't figure out our own mind, but we know when our mind is well, at least I do. I know when I have things that are I know when I'm in a dark mode. I know when I'm not quite all that right in my mind and I'm aware of it, very aware of it. And it seems like you are too. You know, it's like you're into these little dark areas, you know. I think we always drift back and forth there, you know. We just do. But I think we all do as human beings. I think we all do that. We all dabble into our own darknesses at times in our life. But INFJs seem to be very aware of these moments sometimes. But that's part of our whole processing. Sometimes I think we may have embraced those for a little while. We may start to encounter them. You know what I mean? We may maybe that's a wrong word, not encounter, but at some point we sometimes have to back off from them and try to recalibrate, re realign our alignments, basically realign our functions. Yeah, you know, at least that's what I do. That's what I do. I try to because sometimes you know when your mind is spiraling a little bit, it's because of these little shadows that we're kind of following sometimes. You know, I mean that's what I do sometimes though. Okay, hi Blaze. Yeah, Blazekins, good to see you out there. Uh, mine look like Teen Titans. Goes in rage and has two extra eyeballs. Hidden. May I ask who's crawling out of my eyes? My inner demon. That's what's crawling. That's what you meant by that. Okay, I didn't catch that. I have to read some of these chats. I'm chatting while driving. Okay, I do remember this. The eyeballs. Yeah, you get fingers coming out of the eyes. That's creepy. That's what I first. You don't see it unless you really look at the eye real close. You got to look real close at that eye and see the fingers coming out of there. Talk about it, getting a finger in the eye. You got five of them things in the eye. You know what I mean? I mean, they're just climbing out of there. So I'm chatting while driving. Oh, that's good. I hope. Listen, don't be texting while you're driving, please, sir. I hope you're not doing that. I hope you have that text to voice thing. Okay. I hope you're not doing that. That's very dangerous to be distracted driving there. You know that, right? I hope you're safe. I don't want you to get hurt on account of just having a text while you're driving, sir. Besides, that's illegal in most states nowadays. Although it doesn't matter. I see people driving all the time doing it up here in my state, and it's supposed to be illegal. I see people doing it everywhere. They're talking on the phone, they're doing their thing, and they got it down here, you know. So yeah, hidden. I remember that happened with Raven. Yeah. Um. Well, that's good. That's awesome. You know. But oh, I forgot about the talk to texting. LOL. Yeah. Oh, so you are texting. You are texting and drive. I guess you have that technology, but while you're driving, you should be pulled over, and don't be doing that while you're doing it. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna put that up there. I'm chatting while driving. There you go. There's Bladeskin's message that he just got there. I'm also a witch. It isn't evil like people think it is. If you think it's evil, you watch too many movies. Yeah. Listen, I mean, I'm still yet to actually. I'm still on the fence about whether or not it's real or not. I mean, I haven't really seen anybody up close personally do any witchcraft. And then sometimes you hear stories that's all like smoke and mirrors and it's all fake and stuff. So I guess I'm kind of the. I'd have to see proof of that. I'd have to see it in action. So yeah, honey, me too. Oh, so we got witches out there. Okay. Well, you got to come up and visit Salem, Massachusetts. That was right next door to my hometown. Yeah. So believe me, went all through Salem, all those old Salem towns, the Witch Trial Museum and Gallows Hill. Gallows Hill is a big infamous place up there where that during that whole 1692 witch hysteria here in Salem, Massachusetts. And of course, that's the most famous place on earth for like witchcraft now, Salem, Mass. Yeah. That was like I said, they live right next door to that. Yeah. Basically hometown that is. So um what do you mean by witch? Yeah, I mean I would imagine somebody that practices like witchcraft, like is into spells and stuff. But although I can't answer all those questions myself, it's just mostly natural stuff. Spells are the same thing as praying. Candles for intense is the same as spell for wishes or whatever the candles are for the in Catholic. Okay, yeah, all right. So the candle thing, you're writing candles. Yeah, that's right. Candles are even the Catholics. They burn candles too. It's like they get a lot of those burnt things that they do as well. Yeah, that's right. Um, so okay, all right. Oh, I wanted to talk a little bit about. I wanted to get into a little bit of a monologue. I wanted to talk about the chameleon. Actually, I was thinking of recording a video tomorrow about that, but of course, as you know, we have a chameleon-like ability. Okay, and chatting while I'm driving. Let me see if I can put up I'll put up that one. Now that was now. Hey, now if you look real close, look at that picture of like with Honey Rose. Look at that eyeball in there. See that fingers crawling out of there. Imagine something like that. See, that's what I was talking about. If anybody can see that, that picture there. Okay. So, no, but we have the ability to chameleon. And I was trying to really study exactly what it is that is our ability to, kind of adapt different personalities as a way of mimicking, as a way of shape shifting in a sense, in a personality sense, and the depth that it takes to do this kind of thing, and how it usually throws a lot of people off. Now, sometimes you might know somebody a certain way. Maybe you're a quiet type. Maybe you're the work type that you're quiet where you don't talk much. And then somebody else, you might see them 10 feet away and they talk to somebody a totally different way. And out the corner of your eye, you see them kind of giving you a look like, I never saw that side of them. Yeah, I get that sometimes because I'm different with different people. But I think I'm going to explain a little bit the way I see how this works. Okay. I mean, I know it's been explained before. A lot of it has to do with having empathy, feeling the emotions, feeling vibrations for people, picking up on people's emotions. Okay. And usually reacting to that, kind of like trying to harmonize with the conversation, harmonize with somebody else in your emotions, let's say with your empathy. And that's usually why you're shape shifting, why you're changing. Okay. But I think it goes the way I see it when I, with my life and the way I've been seeing it is that, of course, now that I'm aware of what it is, I'm aware of myself a little more because I know I've been doing this most of my life. Now I know it's part of my personality type. And I've always been that way. Um, but just knowing that you're aware of it, you still have the proclivity to do that, but you can actually, you're a little more convincing at it. Sometimes you can use it to your advantage. But it seems to me like you can control it, but in a way, it's like you're led there. You're actually led there by your own you. You're just led there. It's like it kind of leads you in a way, but at the same time, you're controlling it. It's hard to put into words exactly what that is when you're chameleoning into somebody in order to, you know, better understand them or get along with them. Let's say. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. I want to try to. For some reason, my little camera guy, isn't quite responding. There you go. I had to move it down a little bit so I wasn't so down here. But I noticed though in the chameleon though, as we're chameleon, it is like you feel yourself just like kind of morphing in a way, like in a sense involuntarily, but as you're aware of it, you can see it. You're kind of seeing it happen as notice it within yourself. You're not being led around because you're unaware of it. You know, typically. Now this is something I've noticed, but I've also noticed too that usually with the chameleon, it's not. I don't really start adapting to that too quick. Like people at work, let's say, guys at work. I usually, you need to have a few. You need to get familiar with somebody. You kind of get to know somebody after a few visits. You don't really have the ability to do that right off, to an extent. But the more you get to know somebody, the more you're able to conform a little bit or act a certain way to certain people, because you get more familiar, right? But what I've noticed in myself is that um, there's actually times where I've I've been in situations when I was unaware, for example, like if I was up in a rowdy bar and I was feeling emotions, feeling vibes. Like sometimes I go into a club or a bar, and if I'm feeling hostility or just like troublemakers, I've noticed like in the past I got like a little more like aggressive, not like literally beating people up, but just a little more like watch your step punk kind of thing, like and like a little more like because I was picking up those emotions. So it can actually you can chameleon in a sense in an aggressive way too, especially if you're feeling this aggression around you. Yeah. Now I did that early on in my life. Now a couple times I think I got into some fistfights over that. Now this was way back when I was younger. I know this is now what it was. It was just that the crowd was I was feeding off the wrong crowd, didn't being unaware of who I was, being unaware of this empathy. That's why I say it's important to understand ourselves. It really is to understand that we're picking them up because I I was absorbing these emotions. I guess my point is that it can it can morph into these different areas as well. It really can. But so I think that's one of the things I was noticing about it and how it works, because especially now that I'm always kind of watching watching how my thoughts are, what my reactions are, watching like the trying to feel the vibes in certain situations. Sometimes I feel nothing. Other times I feel things or I'm unaware of. No, I'm not sure where they're coming from or exactly what it is, but something isn't quite right. Okay? So I guess it's like I said, this is a way of helping myself understand it better too. Is just being aware of that whole shape shifting ability, basically. Um, so again, the little things that I keep an eye on, I try to watch. Magic is real. Deniers, it can be. I believe in plausibility. Magic is real. Deniers, not non-believing muggles. Um, but speaking about that now, talking about the whole subject we're talking about, as far as like the ability to chameleon and the ability to have empathy and being able to empathize with emotions. Okay, now in a sense, I mean, I've asked this question before: is it actually sensed through the nervous system? Is it sensed that we picking up vibes, or are we actually feeling these telepathically? Or is it the whole it because sometimes it goes beyond sight and sound. You might see somebody's upset. You might feel somebody's upset. You might hear them cry. You might hear them. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of times I think we're okay. A lot of times I think it's hard to pinpoint where exactly we're finding that information. See that? I mean that vibe. Like where is it coming from? Okay. I guess because you can't really prove where it is, you have to chalk it up to it being sensory, like vibratory, because there's no way to really prove that we're reading people's minds or reading thoughts and emotions telepathically. See? But if it was, that would be a magic. That would be a form of magic. That would be a form of, I guess in a sense, a form of witchcraft, wouldn't you think? Yeah, just being able to absorb that stuff in a deep sense. Okay. I don't know. Talking about witchcraft and Frog Pond School. We got Tom. With respect, get in the chat. I need to know. Okay, Frog Pond, how are you, Mister? Ray? How are you? Okay, there you go. With get in the chat. All right, all right. Hey, listen, Frog, Ray, if you want to talk, I have the ability to uh, to get some links here. Okay, I'm trying to. Again, I'm on Streamyard. I can actually bring in some conversations in here if you'd like to try. I know you wanted to try that a couple of weeks ago. I can I can post a comment with I'm going to post a comment right now. Listen, I'm trying to comment here. Um, HD, okay. Just give me 1 second here. Where are we? Where are we? Where did we just go here? All right. I'm not sure what I just did. Why did it just. Oh, man. Oh, I see what's going on. Oh, I just went to type something in here, and all of a sudden, okay. Oh my goodness. Oh man, what? I'm trying to figure out what I just did. I just got out of the chat. You wanted me to get in the chat. Now I just got out of it for some reason. Don't know what I just did here. All right. All right. Why did I just somehow get out of the chat out of here? Oh man. Oh my goodness. So comments. Oh, there we are. I just got back in the comments. Okay. I'm a long way from a computer. I'm in the barn with my pet rocks. Oh, you're okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Pet rocks, huh? You into pet rocks? Oh, okay. I remember those were big back in the 70s. I remember somebody came up, they invented the pet rocks. Yeah, people were painting them and everything and, putting them to bed and singing to them and just like, treating them like they were a pet. One thing I'll say about pet rock is, you don't have to feed them. They don't have to sleep because that's all they do. They're just pets. I mean, I had a pet rock named DJ. You see, I got to tell you the truth, people. I was a very practical, very logical. I was very sensible, and I kind of knew that. I remember the whole pet rock phase, but I I knew it was just a rock without any. There was nothing there, so I never treated it like it was anything special because I knew it was inanimate. I never fell into that, and I always thought, well, somebody could do that, but it was never my thing. You know what I mean? It's like it was really well rooted in reality. I think I got that from my mom, by the way. I remember she used to say things like, "How who'd want to play with a pet rock? There's no life in it." Okay, mine was called Marty. So, um, Marty the pet rock, huh? Hey, why wouldn't you just call your pet rock Rocky, huh? Well, how about that, huh? Is that too fitting? I mean, I guess that's like calling a Dalmatian Spot. You know what I mean? You got to come up with something off, like opposite the name of that. Right? It's a little too obvious, I guess. Yeah. How about calling your pet Zebra Spot and calling your Dalmatian Stripe? Hey, there you go. Just go, kind of backwards, flip it backwards. Huh? But that was my thing. I never. I guess I was way too practical and really just. I mean, I had to differentiate, man. I always wanted to stay rooted in the reality of things. I wasn't joking. Okay, no, that's fine. I've named a white cat Ebony. Hey, there you go, Ebony. And you named the black cat Ivory, I'll bet, right? Ebony and Ivory. See, there you go. See, you're onto it right there, right? Yeah. You see a guy like these. See, look at the face on me. See, now you could name me. You could name me ugly. Oh, excuse me. You could name me good looking because I'm really ugly. How about that? That's what I meant to say. uh, that's all. Black cat was Dark Star. Oh, nice. The black cat was Dark Star. Okay, there you go. Well, those are some interesting nicknames there, huh? My mother was like, I saw a rock. I saw more than that. I saw it as a rock. I saw. Oh yeah, your mom just saw it as a rock. She was being very just black and white, practical. This is a rock. It doesn't have a heartbeat. It doesn't breathe. It doesn't eat. It's a stone. It's an element. Yeah, it's a mineral. Yeah, I know. I get that. I named my car Pandora. You named your car. There you go. I think you told me you named inanimate objects. I never did that. I never named things um, that were inanimate. Usually animate things. It took me. Hey, you know what? I had a cat. I had a cat back about 23 years ago. She's passed away. All right, it was the only cat I had. Right before I got married, I had a cat. She was a black and white. She was like a kind of a ragdoll cat, but she kind of looked half Siamese. And I had her for the longest time. She had blue eyes, kind of a white face, and kind of brown. Like if you ever seen of a rag doll, they're very like they're floppy. They'll lay on you and they don't move. They have a certain temperament about them. But she also looked half Siamese. I wasn't sure. She had those blue eyes and everything. And for the longest time, I was trying to come up with a name for her. It took me a long time. And then I just started calling her Whiskey because when I called her, I went, whisk. I did like the little, whiskey, whiskey. I did like to call her, get her attention. And she'd always look. And then it just kind of evolved. I thought, I'm saying whiskey. like whiskey. So I started calling her whiskey, and it took me like a long time. I didn't have a proper name for her for like I'm telling you, like months. It took me close to a year to finally figure out I want to call her whiskey. Yeah. Tom, do you ever have other channel? Do you have a few other channel? The others that talk to you, do you? Oh, I don't have another channel yet. I want to get another channel eventually. I do want to get a different channel. Um, so I mean, I'm thinking of getting not necessarily one on MBTI or this one. This one I'll keep, but I'm thinking about getting another one. Yeah, maybe one on do a lot of reaction videos. I'm trying to get situated where I can start downloading like other videos and start making them as part of the fairness doctrine. Where you can use other videos, use tidbits, but you got to make it transformative. You got to make them your own. I'm thinking about doing that. But yeah, no, this is the only one I got so far. This is the main channel for now. All right. But what I wanted to do is I'm really this channel is a learning channel as well. I'm trying to understand as much as I can about YouTube. Now you do have to forgive me because the hours that I work, I work a lot of hours, and usually I work at night. So when I do come home, I don't have a lot of time to work on the channel during the week. That's the only thing. And I usually spend part of my weekend working on the channel. And of course, I do these lives, and I try to upload like films, videos. Sometimes on the weekends, I'll upload them, and so it's my time to work on my channel is usually on the weekends only. See, and so the time for me to do that it's limited. So I try to cram a lot of time into these few moments I got. So things for me, they happen slowly. They do happen slow. So so that's the answer to that. Now, I do believe, Ray, you told me you have a channel on woodworking, or no, excuse me, no, there was somebody else had a woodworking channel. You had something to do with like you have a lot of books and you have a lot of like, yeah, you would write poetry books and things like that, if I remember right. That's right. So, Billy, that's pretty awesome. Maybe a tiger's eye. So, all right. I'm just trying to see. trying to read some of your comments. I hope I didn't leave anybody out. Do forgive me if I'm not reading everybody's comment here. I'm trying to get to see everybody's. But I'm happy with the fact that a lot of regulars, a lot of people that come back. I mean, we got a host of regulars that show up here that come in, and I do love that. I do love the fact that we have this little clique here. I always like to see new people come in, but I always like to see my regulars, my old good friends. Like because yeah. But okay, Vamp, everyone, but believe it was a good for her though. Oh, all right. A kitten I'm getting rid of, but actually going attached to my friend's mom was a beautiful because she didn't want to have a pet. Oh yeah, talking about your cats. Do you ever have any other channels? Pandora, Billy, that was awesome. Maybe a tiger's eye. Yeah. Is Blazekin still out there? I wonder if Blazekin's still out there. I need to know. Wait. Okay, what happened? I see he's asking questions. Tell me more. Blazekin, you want to know things. He's always asking, like he really wants to. He's very informative. He wants people to. He's always wanting to learn things. I've noticed. If he's still out there, Blazekin, uh, wait, what do you do? What do you mean by more mortals? Oh, Blazekin, no, there's mortals. That's basically people that live and die. We're mortals. Mortals means mortality. Mortis. It's Latin for death. Like rigor mortis. You ever heard of what rigor mortis? That's a Latin term for like the body stiffening up upon the deceased body. So mortal, morta. It's even Latin. It's part of it's derivative of like Latin. Mortis. Something that lives, but it can die. So basically, anything that lives on Earth, anything that has flesh and bone and body is mortal. We're all mortal. To be immortal means you can never die. Immortal is like the ability to not die. And as far as we know, nobody's immortal except spirits. Except as you want to talk about spirituality and everlasting life and things like that. So anyway, hopefully that's what mortals is. Okay, mortality. It has something all to do with the lifespan. It's your life, basically. How did that sound? Everybody get that definition pretty well? Hopefully that. Oh, hey, Blaze can like that one. Okay, well that's good. That's good. That he was asking a question. What does mortals mean? Muggles? I don't know. That was one of those Harry Potter terms. Somebody said something about um, what was it? The Muggles. They were like non-witch people, just people that didn't have magic, didn't weren't they didn't have the yeah, they didn't believe in that or didn't know anything about witchcraft. Just the common folk, I guess you could say, right? That's all. On along from my computer, had my pet rock. I remember that day, his son's birthday. All right, just trying to read some of those. All right, Pandora, great name. Yep. So, yeah, but George Porge, peace of mind. Hey George, how you doing? Peace of mind, George. Um, hey Georgie. Hey, the George, you were the only one that broke through and were reached through and were able to get the conversation going. Now I keep trying to. I just looked and it told me how to. Let me see if I can do something here. I actually have the ability to invite guests in here to talk. All right, but you'd have to get that whole link and everything. I do have this. I've been trying to copy this link here. All right, but I did it last time, and all it did was just go see. It just copied it. But I copy the link, and it says I can put it in Messenger and send things in Messenger, and all I have is just no. All right. Where are we? But I don't have anybody's actual messenger things in here. That's all. Where'd we go? Why did we go away here? What happened? Oh no! I just went into a wrong screen here. I got out of. Excuse me. I have to get back into my other screen here. Oh, StreamYard Studios. All right, yeah, that was it. I do have something I'm going to have to copy into. All right. Uh, Post a comment though. Hi, George. I heard you speak 2 weeks ago. I got a good vibe. Yeah, I remember that. Hello, George. George. Hello, Mr. Party. Let's see. I'm going to enter in the link. Okay. All right, and I will send it because for some reason, like I said, I can't copy and post. And I tried to do that before I started this whole thing. I tried to do the copy things, and either I'm stupid or I'm still kind of a little bit stubborn here. I mean, things that clicking right away. I'm smart about a lot of things. I know a lot of things, but when it comes to technology and like pushing buttons, man, I'm dumb. It's one of those. It's one of those paradoxes, I guess I have. I try to be good with electronics and computers as much as I can. I'm trying to learn this stuff, but man, I just yeah. Okay, so forgive me. And let's see, that dot streamyard.com. Okay, hold on a minute. Just give me a second here. All right. Now let's see. Yeah, just give me a second here, people. I don't want to have too much dead air. I got to keep talking to you because they all hate the dead air. You got to keep filling the air with some kind of sound. You just got to keep talking. I learned that one time. It's like uh, dot com. Okay, dot com. Yeah, you got to keep the air filled, with something. Um, I'm going to copy a link and then I'm just going to post it. If anybody would like to copy this, and then I think well, actually, George did this. George got in here one other time. All right. And I really got to go. You know what? I drank a lot of water before. I might have to go take a break here. History backslash my Wi-Fi J. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Where were we? .com. Okay. Now we got this again. Let's see. My Y Phi J Phi J. I think that's right. Let's see if I'm doing this right here. All right. Let's see. My MY wife Y M wait my I no wait a minute. Let's see. Good gosh. All right, I see what I did here. It's not Wi-Fi. It's a gosh. This guy. What's with this guy? I tell you, this guy's about as sharp as a cue. I say about as sharp as a cue ball here. I mean, he's about as mixed up as a feather in a whirlwind. I say, boy. I say, yeah, foghorn leghorn. There, I say. I tell you, he ain't the brightest bulb now here. I think he's just a little loco myself. Look at this guy. I think he's what you call a defect. Yeah, what you call a misfit. That is. How's my foghorn leghorn? He was always my favorite Looney Tunes character growing up. I tell you, foghorn leghorn. I mean, I like Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck. I'm sure we all grew up watching that stuff. But I loved Foghorn Leghorn. I loved his personality because he was a character. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just remember watching Looney Tunes. My oh wait, I Oh my gosh, this guy is just numb as a post over here. I'm talking about myself here, son. Yeah, that's right. If this guy would, good thing this guy, doesn't have he didn't mix up brains for his trains, or they'd be leaving town. I'm talking about that, sir. Yeah, yeah, okay, all right. So, I'm cracking myself up over here. That's bad. When you got to start cracking yourself up, that's bad. But then again, how many times do we self amuse ourselves, people? I think that's one of the things that we end up doing is we're known for being the self amusers. All right, 7 6. Okay, here we go. Why? Let's see. My IWJ. Oh, WJ. That's not the right. There's a J right there. Okay. That's the J. Okay. Oh my gosh. This guy, I tell you, this guy's like watching paint dry. This guy's so dumb. I tell you, uh, I, I bet you it takes this guy about an hour and a half to watch 60 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really, not too bright. I mean, about as bright as a dim bulb. Okay. Um, okay, 76NNH. 76INH. There we go. Okay. There we go. 76INH. Okay, I do believe. Let me just double check, make sure that is right. HTTP/streamman. Okay, I want to just look at this again. That's got to be just right. All right, my dash my IYJ76INH. Okay, okay. JWI. Okay, I do believe it. Now listen, here you go, people. I'm going to send this right now. I just double checked that this is right. Now I'm going to send this. Okay, now if you look right down here, I'm going to post this right here. HTTP You got it right here. Now, if you copy that link and you enter that in, and somehow, I guess if you trace that into my Earl, Tom Omega 1965, it will get you in. Now, George, I know George knows how to do this. He did this last time, and we tried to talk this out a little bit before. He was the one that broke that code, so he does know how it's done. All right. I do apologize about that, people. Now listen, if you don't mind, people, please give me 1 second. Let me go use the I gotta use the facilities, if you know what I'm saying. I had me a little bit too much to drink just before this broadcast. I was getting a little cramped up, and so I had to kind of I had to hydrate, so I did not dehydrate. That is, how do you like that? I'll be right back, people. Please hold on. Don't go anywhere. I shall return. Let me get some dark glasses. Then I can be Arnold and say, I'll be back. How about that, huh? Okay, give me a sec. Right back. Well, I do thank you so much for holding on for that slight inconvenient. Uh, oh, Tom, I think your link is wrong. It's a 404 erroring. Let me double check what I got here, okay? Okay, don't stream on slash my I YJ. Okay, let me see. Maybe I did get this here. Blaziken, I'm back. So am I. I just came back too there, Blaziken. I had to go use the facilities. You see what I mean? Yeah, the restroom, that is. Let me double check there, George, and make sure I entered this in just right, man. Oh my gosh, this was painful, wasn't it? I tell you, I could have probably I could have drove around the world 80, I mean a couple times in the time I typed that. Okay, well, you got here. Let me see. Uh, HT, HTTPS. Oh, HTTPS. I didn't put an S in there. Oh my gosh, I knew there was something. HTTPS dot dot slash slash StreamYard.com/ my IWJ 76INH. I knew there was something I forgot. Actually, I didn't, but now I know it. I can't believe it, man. I tell you, I tell you. So anyway, that's got to be it. You got to have that S. That's what I'm talking about now, right here. HTTPS, and then the two dots, and everything else is right. See, there's always something, I'm telling you. Uh, well, anyway, hopefully, went to get water. Hey, he went to get water, and I had to get me rid of some water. Well, it wasn't water no more. It went through the process. Uh, Vamp, can I know more about magic now, please? Hey, Blaziken wants to know about magic. All right. Tom and Blaze, welcome back. Oh, hey, there you go. All right. Hopefully that'll do it though. I mean, and if I see your icon come in here, George, we'll get you back in here, okay? Um, all right. Sh- Share the street. Oh wait, let's see. All right. Now we're just gonna do this right now again. Now that I know what's going on here, all right. I got the one thing I can just copy right from my own memory from my own thing here, right? Okay, two dots. Okay, HTTPS. Well, hold on a minute. HTTPS. Okay, we're going to do this one more time. All right. H. I know this guy is just, you know what? I mean, I think when he was asking for brains, I think, I think he actually God said he's asking for trains. So said, yeah, make sure he's on the one leaving town. Okay, what do you think of that? Yeah, that's what happened with this guy. No, but anyway, so people, if you get it, Tom, what do we got here? We got Pranda. Tom, I've always a pleasure sending everyone a lots of love and best health to you. Keeping up the great. One personality gets inspired by you to work hard toward my passion and ambitions. Thanks again. Hey, Pranda, it's good to see you out there. And the Crown V, hello, hello, hello. Hey, we got them coming in here. We got them coming on in. It is everybody coming on in here. I am so glad to see everybody come into the chat. This is awesome. I mean, the more the merrier, you know. Yeah, yeah. Or in some cases, the mortar the merrier. I don't know. What did I just say? I'm getting a little stupid now. Don't mind me. It's one of those nervous things where I get, where I'm trying to keep things rolling without being boring over here. We're kidding people here. All right. HTTPS backslash StreamYard. Let me see if I got StreamYard. StreamYard is EAI, right? StreamYard is, StreamYard.com. Yeah, that's right. I got that right. Okay. HTTPS. That's StreamYard. TREAM. Wait a minute. What happened? Comments. All right. So, but it's good to see everybody's coming in here. And welcome to everybody. If you have anything you want to talk about, any kind of concerns, hey, if you had something interesting this week happen to you that you'd like to talk about, yeah, go right ahead. If you had some new interesting revelation, if you had an intuition, if you had an inclination, if you had a momentary epiphany of clarity and resolution within your mind, within the depths of your soul. We'll hear about that because I have those all the time, people. I mean, it's almost like I feel like I have a connection, and sometimes I look for it. And sometimes I try to search those little questions and those little knowings that are not my thought. Those deep little subtle knowings that have no words. And I say, is that God? That's God's little whisper of a voice. I asked God the other night. I mean, in the like, God, why do you have to be so subtle? Why can't you be direct? Why can't you look me in the eye and talk to me? Why can't you? Why do you have to be so like out there? Like I try to talk to you. I want to have a conversation, but you're always just kind of vague, and I have to really listen. And I think basically the knowing I got back was, if I could translate it, was because if I was too clear and direct, you wouldn't you wouldn't search. It would be too clear and direct. You wouldn't keep searching. You wouldn't keep. I thought it was kind of like that. It was deeper than that. It was like a language I never quite understood. It's not a language when you're talking to God. When you're talking to that inner voice, it's not in words. It's that subtle, quiet inclination of a reason is what it is. And sometimes you get the answers, and they may not happen right away. But when you ask these questions, you might be full of tears. You might be like, why asking questions? But when you really need it, it just comes to you. It does finally come to you. You know what I mean? So I don't know. So if you have any, listen, people, if you have anything like that you want to talk about, we want to hear these type of things because that's what we do here. All right. And I mean, now I think all of us have some kind of relationship within our own spirit, within our own soul, whether or not you believe in an actual deity, a god, whether or not you believe in whether or not you believe in any established religious god, whether or not you, but we all have something that we connect with within the depths of our understanding. We all do, and I know we do. We call it something different, or maybe we have the same God. Maybe we pray to Jesus. Maybe we pray to somebody. Okay, and we're always asking for something. But bottom line is, we have to have that connection. Okay, and is it's deeper than what we could ever get with anybody. Okay. Now we might have had deep connections to some people in our life. Early on, I had a deep connection with like my mom, let's say. I mean, as far as just like how we talked about things. But a lot of times that connection that we're longing for isn't always readily available with anybody else but what's in the what with what's in inside of us, with what our own mind has searched to find within us. You see, um, I see. These are some of the things that go on in my mind sometimes at night. Occasionally, I get home and I take off. You know, I get in from work, and immediately, as soon as I close the door of my house after a day's work, right away, I just immediately like I can relax. I can put my shoulders down a little bit. I can breathe. I can exhale. I don't have I can take that mask off. I can take this suit that I've been wearing, you know, this one that makes me who I am. I mean, whether or not it's my persona, I don't know. Even later on in our life, we still have to wear a certain shield, you know, a bulletproof vest in a sense, figuratively. Figuratively, we wear this in order to keep it all in because other than that, we're vulnerable. Once the door closes when I get home, though, it's like I relax. I can just pour out myself, and you know, and at that point there, that's when you know I start asking questions, and depending on where I am, I mean, that's where the that's where the contemplation happens. This is where it's like, why is it so not subtle? See what I mean? But that's where it always seems to come from. Okay. Um, let's see. But hopefully, if I'm thinking we all have similar, I mean, I can only guess we all have similar outcomes at some point. We have similar conversations with our soul, our spirit. I mean. But these are some of the things I've been dealing with my whole life, and it's almost like it takes you a lifetime of trying to figure out what that other half of you is, because there is something else. There's another. I sense it. Another part of who we are. Another something that's not of this world. I mean, it's in our mind, it's in our heart, it's there, but it's. I mean, we know what is our creator, the one who gave us life, who breathed the breath of life into our nostrils and breathed in the spirit of life within us. I mean, I sense that there's something beyond myself. And being that we're INFJs, I think especially, I think we're the one personality that has that connection, that searches for that because we have nowhere else to go. In some ways, we have to because that's all we really got. Because this outer world, this this tangible world offers us only so much. I mean, yes, we had our mom, we had our dad, maybe we had people that were close to us that we relied on. But do I ever feel depressed? Sometimes I do, Blaziken. Of course I do. I mean, I take my depression in a such a way where I try to learn from it. I try to grow from it. I try to listen to it and say, there's a reason I'm going through this stress, this heartache in myself. I'm trying to find something. Something's trying to reach me. This is a growing phase. I take these moments as not poor me. Oh, I'm sad. I don't long for an embrace. I don't think I need to talk to anybody. I don't long to talk to anybody. Well, maybe somewhat. I talk to you out here. I talk to you on this chat here. But a lot of times it's just me trying to find the depths of who I am and ask questions. You see? I think that's really where it is. But as far as depression goes, that's about but that was a good question. Yes, of course. I think we all have moments of sadness in our life, but I think it's part of our growing pains. And I've said that before. I think that's all part of what strengthens us. So we need these little growing pains in our life. All right. I know society typically tries to tell us that we should never feel sad. We should always reach but we don't always have to do that because we are, I'd say, we're supposed to do this because we're a heightened being. I mean, the same stresses that we see nature go through. Now, I always circle back to nature. My reflection back is what I see the world. I've always done this ever since I've been a kid. I mean, I always seem to revert back on my latest the short that I just uploaded today. If anybody happened to see that, I knew Blaziken. I believe. Well, you might have seen the one the other day, but I had one. I had a short that I just uploaded this afternoon. How I basically said how it was called the perpetual outsider, and I think I was trying to compare all INFJs to being perpetual outsiders. How we're always the outsider looking in. And I compared it to like the solar system, how Pluto was downgraded into a subplanet, like a dwarf planet about 20 years ago, right? And I pointed that out. And I was outside and I was just talking. And I said, it's like with outsiders, like we're constantly the outsiders looking in, like we're never quite at ease with anybody. This is the way I've always been. I've never felt like I've had a true connection with anybody. I mean, except a little bit, like I said, with my mom somewhat early on, but that was about it. Somewhat with my brothers, but that was that whole family thing because that's all you really had. They were your whole world growing up. And then people drift off and we go off on our own. And I never found a replacement for that, it seemed like. But my point is that we're always those outside people. We're always outside looking in, like I said, like Pluto. Pluto's the furthest planet in the solar system, and it takes 250 Earth years for it to rotate around the sun. It takes, I mean, basically 250 years, right? So it goes around. So 4 years in Pluto is 1,000 years, right? Think about that. That blows the mind. But it's the outside looking in. This as far as it is. But being that it's the outside looking in, guess what? If you're standing on Pluto looking in on the solar system, you're seeing them all. You see everything. You're seeing all the other planets, aren't you? You're seeing everything a part of the solar system because you're the out one. You see? So you have a different perspective when you're outside looking in. You see everything. You see all around you. So you have a heightened depth perception in a sense. You see? All right, let me finish copying this. See, I get so wrapped up. You see, this is just me speaking off the cuff. These are the thoughts that go through my mind that I usually keep to myself, and I don't say anything because they're meant to be just for me, you know. But I'm always asking those questions. You see, but that's but my whole point was I was trying to compare the outside, how we always feel like we're outsiders. But at some point in our life, I also said that, and I say this a lot, is that eventually we have to accept who we are. As much as we've tried to change, we've tried to fill ourselves with other people, we've tried to fill ourselves with people in our life. Maybe we wanted to get the perfect soulmate, the perfect somebody in our life, the perfect friend that we can confide in. We don't always have that. We have to have that innermost guide be that. Like that's all we got, you know? Like Spaceballs. What does that mean? A kitty cat helmet. That nickname. Oh, Dark Helmet. I think George. You are referring to Dark Helmet from Spaceballs, the Rick Moranis guy with the giant Darth Vader looking. It was like an overly large helmet, and he was Dark Helmet. That's it. um, yeah. Okay. IWJ 76. I'm trying to type a link in here. I'm doing it the old fashioned way because I'm really not the smartest guy in the world here. INH. I is it NH or I gotta double check here. Let's see. Oh gosh. That's what it was. All right, I get it now. NH. Okay, let me. All right, there was a couple ones. Now listen, George Porch. We have two Georges. That we got George Porch. Peace of mind. I did have a dis. I did. I was typing it. I had to retype it. My Earl was wrong. My whole link was wrong. Do forgive me. Do forgive me. What a show! Like I said, that's why I was so busy cutting myself down on the last one, saying how dumb I was for having to do it this way that I actually did it wrong. Imagine that. Now let me get this. Okay, https dot streamyard. Okay, two dots dash streamyard dot com dash MYIWJ 76 INH. NH must be New Hampshire. It's got to be New Hampshire. Being that is my fine and wonderful state, that is. Got to be that. And I am in the wonderful state of New Hampshire right now. You know, you look at New Hampshire on a little map. This is the kind of state people kind of hide in. It used to be. There were a lot of people that went recluse, came to New Hampshire. You ever heard of J.D. Salinger? He came to New Hampshire. He hid out for the rest of his life. The guy from Catcher in the Rye, that book. Yeah, he was up in Cornish, New Hampshire till he passed on about, I don't know, 15 years ago. He was old when he passed on, but he didn't like the whole limelight. Makes you wonder what he was personality wise. He got famous. He puts out his book, Catcher in the Rye. And of course, I know that was controversial. I want to talk about controversial. That book was, right? But anyway, J.D. Salinger, he hid out and he lived up in New Hampshire till his passing, you know? And sometimes college kids would come looking for him, and the locals would give him like bad directions purposely because JD did not want to be bothered by these people looking for him because they looked him out. They wanted to knock on his door. Hey, you're JD Salinger. No, leave me alone. That's what he's in New Hampshire for. So of course, all these locals would deliberately keep his privacy respected, and they'd say, well, you got to go 15 miles this way. They would always give him directions away from his house. So yeah, that's how he stayed private. All the local folk knew, don't give him directions to his house. So he disappeared right here, Okay, so I got this now. I got this right. Listen, people, I'm going to send the new link here. All right, I'm going to double check it right here, and this is why nobody's gotten me here so far. Okay, .com dash. Okay, I think I got it just right now. Okay. Let's try this one here. Okay. All right. Now listen, I'm going to show this right on here. Now, if anybody wants to enter in this code here, this link, this is the actual link right here. I just double checked it. I did have a couple of letters that weren't right, but if you enter that in and then kind of link it to my page, my name, you could get in here. You could talk to me. Now, George Porch, I know you've got that is it. If you're out there, George Porch, I do apologize. All right. If you see that, I'm going to leave that link right up where it is. I'm just going to leave that here. Okay. And I'd like to talk to you. Now, I could have as many as 6 of you in here at the same time. That's another thing. It's not just a one-on-one deal here. If you want to come on in here, we can have a little bit of a back and forth. You could talk to each other, I would imagine. You kind of bounce around a little bit, up to six. All right. Okay, yeah, the link works now. They say thanks, George. Listen, I greatly apologize. I messed it up. All right. So please pin it in so it stays visible at the top of the chat box. Now, what do you mean by pin it in? I'm going to leave it right where it is. If you're okay with that, I'm going to leave it right where it is. Everybody's liking that thing. That's the one. That's the right one. But you got it, George. Like I said, up to six of you can come on in here. And if any of you want to talk to each other, I know we're all around the world, and we hang out every week, bunch of us, right? You know, I'm the big mouth over here. I'm always talking, but I'm sure you want to talk to each other too, because you're friends with each other out there, you know. Tom, Billy says he can pin your link comment to make it easier. Uh, well, you know, can you do that from my end to make it easier to see? Now, wait, says you can pin your link to make it easier. Now, how do I pin a link? I'm really dumb, man. I mean, as smart as I am, I'm really kind of dumb with this stuff. I don't think I've ever pinned a link. I've copied a link or anything. I'll pop up for a chat in a few minutes, just munching first. Yeah, take your time, Billy. Billy the Goat. Hey, we got George Porge and Billy the Goat. Hey, nice, nice. Of course you're chatting. Hey, what are you doing? Eating a tin can over there? I couldn't resist. I couldn't help myself. I mean, Billy the Goat must be eating a tin can. I mean, really. Think about that, there, sir. Hey, that's right on the farm too. There, Billy Goat. Goat to Billy. All right. Okay, sorry about that. I can't help myself. Um, everybody's liking that thing. All right, cool. Everybody's giving that a like. All right, but that's gonna stay there. But if you can talk me through how to pin that through the link, I know because this dummy over here he don't get technology. I'm still very old school, and actually 2 cans of tuna. Hey, I knew there was a tin can involved in there somewhere. Hey, what kind of tuna fish you got? Is it chicken of the sea, star kissed, or is it bumblebee? There's a few different canned brands of tuna fish out there. Sometimes I get the store brand. You know, I might get the regular local store brand. You know, occasionally, but sometimes I like the actual brand name because it seems to be the best. It's not some, you know. Usually, the sometimes you have to get the real brands for it to taste right. Certain things just not right. You know. That's all. Okay. Well, anyway, so yeah, do take your time if you'd like to come on in here. Like I said, we can all do that. Actually, 2 cans. Oh, the expired can. Oh, all right. You like the expired? Yeah. What is it? They knock it off a couple bucks if it's like a couple weeks overdue. Is that what it is? Yeah. As long as it's not like several months or years overdue. If it's a few like weeks, it's probably okay. You just don't want anything beyond 3 months, especially with canned meat, fish. Probably not a good idea, right? Yeah, you don't want to get anything too bad. You know what I mean? So yeah. But anyway, so people, I think bottom line is what I believe is that when I said before about how we think is that the depths of our mind. Because last night, I don't know where I was last night, and sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I hear these things on YouTube, and they talk about these second awakenings. You know, there's a first wave of like I guess you don't just enter like your authentication like one time. You know, you go through stages. You go through stages of your awakenings. Do you know that? Like when you awaken, you might go through periods of sadness, of depression. You know, you're pretty much authenticating, and you gotta stick with it. You know, you gotta stick with it until one day you have that sense of peace, where all of a sudden you feel complete and whole, and you no longer need validation. You no longer need like love, not in the conventional way. You know, like me as a man, and listen, men can all testify this, and women. We all have a I mean, when we're not complete, we're always longing for something to complete us, and typically it's each other. Typically man wants a woman, woman wants a man. I know sometimes it goes a little beyond that sometime, but I'm going to stick to that. Now, typically we look to each other for a company. We look for that completion within each other. Of course, we need affection. We need attention, intimacy, love. You see what I mean? Now, it reaches a stage in your life as you get a certain way. That as you reach certain stages of yourself, of finding yourself, these things you don't need them as much, if not at all. Like you don't crave it. You don't crave that anymore. Now, yeah, not to say that the man doesn't get his urges. I'm still a man. I'm not saying I'm above that. But for what I'm trying to say is that that's part of your awakening is that you find that level. But lately, I've been going through this second phase of something, another phase. It's like I can't figure out what it is, but sometimes it's like you go through another wave of awakening. Like you go through stages, and I even think Carl Jung wrote about that. How we go through phases. Yeah, but again, I think our whole life we're like that. Usually, I think we go through small ones early on. We go through these authenticating points, especially as INFJs. All our isolations are all our own phases, and they never stop. But they might get a little more elaborate. They get a little more deeper. I mean, we get more. Uh, I mean, provided we stay on the course, provided we don't jump off the wagon, provided we don't run from it, and we stay the course, then we change, we change spiritually. Yeah, like I've said before, it's that spiritual metamorphosis that takes over. Like I said, a lot of it is completing in ourself. We find completion, wholeness within our spirit. Um, that's basically what our mission is to find that wholeness. I think. But last night, I got to tell you, last night, I mean, I had a rough night last night. I don't know what it was. I mean, I got home. I was literally sitting at the edge of my bed, like trying to get ready for a shower. I was just staring at myself in the mirror, saying, "What's my purpose? What is my duty? What am I supposed to know here?" I mean, I still ask this. What exactly? Like thinking, I need to know why I was here. It's like one of those weird moments where just asking those questions. Oh, wait, let me see. Tom, phase indeed, phases indeed like the moon. Yes, Vamp, absolutely. Tom, 1965. Try right clicking your link or check the. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I should have probably been looking at the. Okay. Try the right. Try right clicking your link. What does that mean? Right clicking my link. Uh, all right, I'm going to try to send the link. Let me see. Okay, I'm in the invite guest to the studio. Instructions for guests. I don't know if you can see this or not. Now, okay, it says here you need a laptop, a desktop with a microphone, Chrome, Edge, Firefox, or Opera. They recommend you have earbuds or headphones. If it says you can do this on your phone, but you have to have Chrome browser. All right. If you're an OS to, pad, iPad, we recommend downloading our mobile app. Okay. I basically you have to have that, you have to be in Chrome, all those other things. You have to have that. Joining the broadcast, when the time comes, follow these steps to enter the broadcast studio. The host should provide you with a link before the show. All right. I just wrote that down. Open the link in a supported browser. Okay. You got to go to a supported browser and open the link to the one I typed in there, okay, for your device, and you'll be taken to the broadcast studio. Okay, that's what it's saying there. All right. Allow StreamYard to access your camera and mic. Okay. Now we went through that another time. I thought, you didn't want your camera to be activated. I think you still have to at least let it access that. You can't turn that off. You can't turn your camera off. You have to. But if you wanted to hide it, I think you can do that before you enter the chat. If you choose to X out your camera, you can. Okay. You don't have to be seen, but you have to have it linked in. Okay. So and make sure you have the correct camera and mic selected. Okay. So you got to select your camera and mic. All right. So let's see, because you're going to see a little screen's going to come up. The StreamYard thing is going to with all the with everything, and you're going to see like all the. But you have to. I think you have to hit camera, stop, and whatever kind of camera microphone you're using, you have to make sure that that's the name of those microphones and that's the name of those cameras you're using. And then I guess, well, let's see. And you will enter the studio as a guest. The host can add you to the broadcast at any time. Now, that's what it's saying here. Okay. So, and then it just says enter studio. And that would be up to me to enter you in, like invite you in. But I'll see a little icon, like a box comes up and it'll say your name and it'll tell me who's trying to come in. All right. So, hopefully, so again, I have these enter a display name. Then I guess you can actually add your name. You'll have a little box with the display name. Use your actual name on the name of your brand, then enter the studio. The host will be informed that you've arrived. You won't be part of the broadcast until the host decides to add you in. The page will update to let you know when it has been added. Then everyone will be able to see and hear you. This is your time to shine. There you go. All right. Remember, the host asks you to join because they want to hear what you have to say. Have fun. There you go. That's basically it. Hopefully that helped out a little bit because I'm looking at the instructions right here. So as long as you have all the right access, but I mean, you got to make sure you have your Chrome, Edge, Firefox, or Opera. I guess any one of those, and then hit the URL and it'll lead you right into the studio. And I guess you got to do it through those browsers, is what I'm saying. Okay. Hopefully that helped out a little bit. Okay. All right. So anything else? Billy the Goat. Hey, we do. Billy the Goat is in the house here. Hey, I see. Hey, I see his picture on. Well, hold on, Billy. Hold on, Billy. I hope you're holding on. Let me put in some earplugs here. Because okay. All right. We got Billy the Goat we're gonna talk to here. Let's see. Add to stage. Hello there. Is this Billy the Goat?
I don't think I'm actually on the stage just yet.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can. I
Good to
hear
hear
you
you.
right now.
Good to meet you.
I don't know if it actually puts your image in there. Let me see. Billy the Goat. Let me see if I can
It depends how you've laid out your screen for the audience to see. You could ask the audience, can they hear me?
Yeah. Oh, can anybody hear? Listen, if I can hear you on my end, I'm pretty sure they can. But if anybody can give a thumbs up if they can hear Billy the Goat right here,
they're giving a confirmation. They're saying yes.
All right.
So it's just how you've selected.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, we got some.
So
what's
StreamYard is a bit fancy. It has its different layouts, shall we say. So at the moment, you've got it just on yourself. But there's an option somewhere. If you look along the bottom, you can, there you go. You can
I got you up there. Like that? How about that?
Yeah. And many more. So, yeah, you can arrange the layout how you see fit.
All right. Well, I got that one. Yeah, I like to see. Look, I like an equal playing field. Now, also, I got. I don't know. But actually, now obviously, it's giving me your. It's basically giving me your image. You know, it looks like there's a goat there.
Yeah.
There. How about that one? Hey, I liked how you seeing that one right there. All right. This is like the Tonight Show interview, huh? It is, isn't it? All right.
So I'm actually still in the middle of eating, but because you're sort of having technical difficulty, I thought I better jump on and quickly just sort of help you out as best I can. And because there was a comment about pinning your comment in the chat bar.
Yes, there was. Now, yeah, I should know this stuff. I'm really kind of a little bit illiterate when it comes to some of this stuff. How do I do that?
If you hover over the comment with the link, you might see like 3 little dots, like options. If not, maybe right click on it. But you're
Oh
looking
wait,
for a phrase
you know,
for
it's
pinning.
probably my original comment that I had used earlier, the actual comment that I had posted, not necessarily the one that I put on my screen. Let me go back to it. Okay, here we go. Let's see. The three dots.
Is
Uh,
if it's there.
I'm looking
I
for
mean,
it right now.
you
Oh,
don't
hey, wait,
have
I got it.
to
I got it. Yeah, I think I do
make it
have
easier for
this.
people.
Uh, what did you say? I'm sorry. What did you say, Billy?
So yeah, you're kind of multi. You don't have to do what we're suggesting to pin it. It just makes it easier for people because you know as the chat progresses, comments disappear.
Yeah,
So
I
if you
just had
pin
to
it,
scroll
if you,
up. Right.
yeah. So if you pin it, it'll basically just stay at the top of the chat permanently. So then anyone coming across it can easily just click on it.
Now listen, I just hit the three dots. Okay. Now I got here comment, delete comment, put user in timeout, which I don't. What ban user and
No,
delete their comment. Oh wait, that's not right. Excuse me. And that, but I guess that's what it's all about. So those three dots are not for that. There's a star here. What about a star? Does that do
I
something?
mean theoretically, you can actually pin anyone's comment and put it at the very top.
Yeah. Now, Billy, are you Australian or are you English? I'm trying to.
English, UK.
Okay, all right. I thought so. I was trying to. I do know it was either one or the other, but I thought it was UK. That's right. Yeah. For some reason, it's just not letting me do that. I got the thing. I'm showing it here. Uh, it's HN. Oh no, that's not HN. Okay, where were we before?
Are you doing it in YouTube, not on StreamYard?
Oh, I could go you. Now I actually have the Streamyard um, app right here. Is what I'm doing now. I could go on my phone and do this. Let me because I can't have too many windows open because it would put too much strain. They recommended I didn't do that. Okay, so
Yeah.
let me. That's a good idea. Let's see if I can. All right,
There's a
do
couple
that
of
here.
little caveats here, which is usually people find that there's a delay between YouTube and StreamYard. So if
Okay.
you're trying to view both at the same time, they're not going to be in sync.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at myself right now. Okay, I'm looking at the chat. Okay, I got the volume down, but it looks like yeah, I can see it's definitely not the same thing. Like I'm actually now, but the thing is, what can I do to? Let's see. Maybe so. What you're saying is maybe I could do what you were saying before, but in right here
So
in
yeah, in YouTube you can pin the comment, so then it will stay at the top of the chat.
now
Makes it
it
easy for
actually
anyone.
now in YouTube it's in blue. I'm gonna okay, I got that. All right. Now I just clicked it saying here we use cookies, all that. No, but I want the three dots, right? No, not that.
Pretty sure it'd be 3 dots.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now, what you're telling me here. Okay. All right, NH. Now I'm just looking at pin message. I got it. I got it.
There
Pin
you go.
message.
There we are. Huzzah!
Oh, thank you. Listen, it was, see, the stuff is very easy, but it's only easy unless you've done it before. And I know
Yeah,
I'm kind of embarrassed that I'm kind of illiterate when it comes to little things like that. Here's a guy trying to run a YouTube channel, I mean, I got a lot of good ideas, I think, but when it comes to the technology, man, I have so much to learn, but I
it happens
appreciate.
to all of us.
Are we
You're
are we
welcome. I mean,
seeing that?
I do, I stream, so that's why I got the sort of, I can help you out a little bit. Let me check on YouTube.
Well, I did pin it right here, so it is pinned, and I see it now pinned on even on my end. I see it pinned. All right, so it's just staying there now. Looks like it's just
Okay, it's
staying.
staying at the bottom instead of staying at the top. But
Yeah.
either way, as long as it's easy access for, because when people are chatting in the chat box, it scrolls and your link will disappear.
Yeah, no, I did. I had to scroll up to get it back just to find it, but I wanted to make sure I got that thing in there. But that is the link. That I mean, if anybody wants to use that link, but it will appear as the link because it's in blue on YouTube. I'm seeing it's in blue, so it will just you have to click on that and somehow it would transfer you where you want to go. So now, was the process pretty easy for you to get in here? You did the link, and
Well,
then what? You just
yeah, that's basically it. For anyone who wants to join in, you just click on the link. It'll take you to StreamYard. What I will say though, please mute your YouTube tab because otherwise you'll have an echoing because both YouTube and StreamYard will be running audio overlapping with a delay. So you'll have like an echo effect. So go into StreamYard, mute YouTube or close it. You don't have to have it open. And when you're in StreamYard, you don't have to have a camera connected. You can just have a microphone. It'll just say no camera detected. And you don't even need to have an avatar. It'll just have a kind of like a placeholder. So essentially, all you really need is a microphone. I think you've muted yourself there.
no, I'm talking. I was just listening to you.
Oh, okay.
I was just staying quiet because you were talking. I didn't want to butt in. That's all.
Well, thank you kindly.
So,
Hopefully that helps people get in,
well,
and then they'll
well,
be
you know what?
backstage. You know,
Yeah, no, that's awesome. See, you talked us through that, but anyway, we have the link there. So I said we could have as many as it could be as many as six. That's what they're allowing me here in Streamyard to use this. Now I have the basic service with Streamyard. Like in other words, I'm not paying for it. Of course, they always give you like limited functions that you could use, but I'm taking advantage of it as much as I can. But that definitely helps me out, though. I appreciate that. So, but anyway, so what part of the UK are you from? I'm trying to remember. You're from. I think you told me you were from. I'm trying to remember the town it was. Last week you had typed in where you were from. I couldn't remember.
I'm from London.
Yeah, from London, London, England. Okay, there you go. Yeah, there's a lot of history out there in England. Amazing history out there. Just some of the. No, I'm like a history and geography. I've always loved that stuff, and I used to read these historical maps on everything, England, all that. But just amazing how it was at one time. It was part of the Roman Empire, parts of it. Not quite Scotland, but that was the Hadrian Wall. I mean, the whole idea that Hadrian Wall still stands there, and that divided Scotland from the British, from basically from the Roman Empire. It was amazing history. That's what I mean. That's still there to this day, Hadrian's Wall. So, but I've read up a lot on the history out there. Not to mention that, gosh, how many rock bands? I mean, I just British bands like the Beatles and the Who. I mean, most of my favorite rock bands are British bands. You know what I mean? So, really
Well,
cool.
where I'm situated, I'm about 4 miles away from where David Bowie was born.
Oh, okay.
Don't know if
Four
you
miles from
consider
what?
him as a rock band. I mean, he's a individual artist, but
Oh, I know who
in
it
terms
is. Yeah, Ziggy
of
Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. I know. No, I know who he is. You got to remember, I'm old school. I remember back in the '70s. I'm old enough to remember a lot of these bands from way back then. You know what I mean? But yeah, I didn't realize. So he was actually born right in London, then, huh? So that's cool. That's definitely cool to know. Uh, yeah. So I would imagine. It's like I said. I mean, England's always fascinated me. Just some of the history and stuff. I've never been to Europe before. I mean, I've actually never left the Americas. But that'd be an interesting place just to visit sometime. Go to England.
more than welcome to visit. I'll show you around.
I tell you what, if let's say I get to be a big YouTube star and finally, I mean, I made it. You know what I mean? And I can retire and I can travel. I'll go to England. I need to go to Australia too because there's some friends in Australia I got to go visit too. So there's a lot of places I got to bounce around in this world to go, visit some people. You know what I mean? So I got to go to Canada. There's a bunch of places, you know. But one good thing is that at least I wouldn't have to learn a new language. You know, that's all. I mean, my accent to you must sound really, really strange. I mean, listen, I have one of those northern New England accents, kind of half Boston, but also a mixed with like northern New England too. So it must sound really like bizarre. Hopefully, I'm good to understand though. I'm hoping I'm
You're
well, very
you're
understandable.
perfectly fine. So,
Okay, good.
um, I mean, I happen to talk to quite a few people overseas, so the time zone thing, right now technically it's 1:41 in the morning for me.
That's right. What are you about
So,
5 hours ahead, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 hours. That's right. That's it.
yeah.
Well, hey, but being that today is summer solstice, in fact, it's finally getting dark in my backyard out here. Yeah, I know this is the longest day of the year. That's why I call this the summer solstice live broadcast because today's it. I believe it's officially first day of summer. Is I think tomorrow. Tomorrow, what's today? I know it's the longest day is the 20th though. So, well, awesome. Well, so I noticed you've been showing up on the lives for the last few weeks. It's good to. Do you like this kind of format? Are you really? I mean, I take it you are an INFJ personality. I would imagine, or at least an introverted intuitive. Something interests you in this. I would think.
Um, you always have that sort of self doubt, like, am I not kind of thing. I mean, whatever. I think so. I don't take pride in it. I'm actually kind of like, oh man, I'm screwed. Oh no, I'm an INFJ. Um,
It's tough for men. This having this personality is very tough for a man. I mean, because of the sensitivity, because there's a lot of emotion in there that, and men typically we're supposed to not be that type, and especially growing up. Yeah, I've had a lot of bouts with that in my own way. I think I've talked about that in some of the chats before, but you're right. It's tough. It's a tough one for a man to have this, no doubt. That's why I mean it's good that we get to talk as men to just say yeah this is part of like what we got and but you can but I think your strength and your masculinity derives from your completion. I don't know if you've ever heard about I mean I don't know if you ever studied Carl Jung's works, and
yes.
I'm fascinated with some of the stuff Carl Jung had come up with. I mean, I think that he basically mapped out the whole MBTI. I mean, he basically laid the groundworks down with his personality types. And I believe
Yes.
he was an
Archetypes.
INFJ. But he talked
Yeah.
about the archetypes, the animus, the anima. Like this. You ever is that's the masculine and the feminine. That's within each and every. I mean, women long for the animus, the male masculine. And I think that's the whole attraction between the man and the woman. But typically, individually, they long for each other, but we're actually longing for that completion within our own self. But when you authenticate, when you finally uh, somehow integrate with your own anima and women with the animus, then you feel more complete, you feel more whole. But your true masculine man will come out at that point. At this point here, that's where your true masculine merging takes place when you're whole and complete and don't need it in the same way. But I mean, it's kind of deep in a way, but at the same time, it's all part of our journey, you know.
We need contrast. So you could take this as you see this being replicated in other areas, like the yin yang, for instance, or black and white, or good and bad, or good
Yep.
and evil, right and wrong. Without that contrast, the other doesn't exist. Night and day. There would be no day if there is no night. There would be no night if there's no day. So it's not so much that it's opposites or contrast for the sake of just being the opposite. It's to create a balance. So
Perfectly. No, go ahead.
if you lean heavily into one more than the other, then you're out. So you can have both, like light and dark, but if one is more energized or heavier or more preoccupied. It, even though the dark is, it's like our inferior function. So we have our hero function, function one, introverted intuition. But if we lean into that way too much, we become out of balance with our inferior function.
Yes.
And then we become unhealthy because we are like biased. We're more dependent on one and not the other. So it's important to recognize and accommodate, or as Carl Jung would say, integrate, in this case, at the MBTI, our inferior function. So when people have trouble, there's a kind of phrase they say, like, which wolf do you feed, the good wolf or the bad wolf? Have you heard of that?
That's something I've never actually. Maybe that's something that's a phrase that you have in your in England. Maybe I don't think I've actually heard that exactly.
Well,
Not
quite
not
often people will say you should feed the good wolf, as in like you should nurture the good aspects, because obviously, well, on appearances, the bad wolf you shouldn't feed your anger and your rage kind of thing. However, this is slightly slightly paradoxical, because if your hero function is the good wolf and you run to it constantly for rescue, you're going to find that you're out of balance and that you're constantly in fear of your inferior function or the bad wolf. So in the MBTI, they call this, it's not the loop, but it's, what do they call it?
Yeah. Either
I
way,
forgot what they call it,
fascinating me.
but the point that's being made is that when you encounter troubles in your life, you shouldn't run to your go-to fix-all solution. You should actually focus on the things that are challenging, the dark, nasty stuff, or the inferior stuff, the stuff that you want, because the inferior function is also the function you want to be least responsible for.
Now, our inferior function is extroverted sensing. You mean that one? I mean that
Yes.
typically that's our least dominant one right there.
Yeah. So to us, function one, introverted intuition, we look at is order, is structure, is control. It makes us feel secure. Our inferior function, SE, we regard as chaos, is unpredictable. We have it, but we don't like it. So we avoid having to use it or have to deal with it. And that's the problem. That's why that's why we end up having problems in our life, is because we are neglecting things that we should really be responsible for.
I gotta say,
It's like
Billy.
don't work on your strengths. Work on
Yep.
your weak. You're already strong at these things, so why would
Yeah.
you work on your strengths? You need to work on your weaknesses, the things that you're afraid of, the things that you neglect, the things that you don't want to have to do. You know, that's how you grow.
I think typically I've talked about that before. About we try to make sure that our extroverted sensing is like that. That's what we work on. I mean, I know I personally do. I mean, I try to make sure that I keep things in order the best I can. I like remember things, or like just try to make sure I mean, I don't have things slip out of my hands, that you get a good grip on things. Sometimes I grab things, you don't realize that you actually have to grab it. You know what I mean? You're kind of quick at something. And I used to drop things a lot of times. I had to purposely make myself just slow down and get a firm grip on something, so I didn't spill it or drop it. Little things like that. Yeah. And just paying attention to things. But I think we've discussed that a lot on on the channel as well. In fact, there's a few of us that say that that's what we really try to work on, is that extroverted sensing part of us, like you said, because it's the inferior, especially. Yeah, I mean, but typically there's not a lot of. I don't think there's many. I think we're the ones that have the most dominant as far as introverted intuition is our dominant. I think the only other one is the INTJ that has similar alignments, and they just have that one third letter off. that's flipped in there. But other than that, they're almost like a mirror of us, really. I mean, the INTJ, but they have extroverted sensing as a weak spot as well. You know, but I'm going to tell you something, Billy. What you said, the way you worded things, that's I can tell. Like you're very wise. I mean, and like I'm listening, saying I understood exactly what you were saying about, especially about what the whole yin and yang and the night and day and having to have that balance. I'm like, oh my god, because that's the way my mind works. Exactly how you spelled that out. So I was actually thinking you were telling me stuff that you were just putting it into different words, but they were still similar to the way I see things as well. I tell you, that's amazing stuff. I'm going to tell you, very brilliant though. You're just looking at yourself, but the thing is, what you said earlier about questioning. You're always questioning yourself whether or not you're truly that type. We all do that. That is a typical trait of us. We're never quite convinced. We're always there's one more thing like we have to be convinced of that we're this type, and I think that's common. And when
Well,
you said that, I'm like, I do that myself. I still do that.
our FI is in the shadow.
Fi is a
So,
shadow, yeah.
so that's why it's hard for us to. It's like, who am I? I'm yet to know.
Well, typically and not only that, being that we typically are very self-critical. Because it's in the shadow, it's in the sub functions. I call it. I believe it's seventh on the line. Is it number seven down there? It's in the like beyond the four. I think you got the other four shadow functions that we don't really use. I
FI
mean,
will be
we
six.
Fi is six. Okay, I thought it was seven. But yeah, but that's the one that usually is, especially with men. I mean, male INFJs, we tend to put ourselves down a lot. We never think we're good enough. We're always thinking we're lacking things, and we tell ourselves that too. I had videos on that. Actually, I had a couple of videos and shorts, and how that's one of our drawbacks is we're always cutting ourselves down. We're always just using that Fi because it's the sub function, like you
Well,
just
it's
said.
also kind of nicknamed the critical parent function.
Critical
So,
parent.
like the criticizing parent, the scorning parent, the 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 devil on your shoulder or whatever, telling you that you ain't worth dilly squat, and you won't amount to anything. You're no good. You're you know a mean parent function. That's where our FI resides.
Yeah, I know some of them get a little bit overly critical, like the kid can never do good enough, and that's where we get that from. Yeah, sometimes we stop
And
believing that, and that's what we turn into, right?
we can also get our perfectionism from that, though, because we're always wanting to prove ourselves and earn our validation and seek approval, always trying to appease the the shadow, which we're not consciously aware of. So that's why it's this sort of weird disconnect.
I think early on in our life we spend a lot of times doing that, people pleasing. You're right, and but I think at some point though, that whole integration of the shadow. I mean, that whole thing with Carl Jung too is about adapting pieces of the shadow. I mean, it kind of baffles in a way a little bit because you always think this, like you said, there's got to be that balance. It's got to be the yin and the yang. I mean, there is a little bit of that darkness that you have to integrate into your conscious, that you have to be conscious of, bringing that unconscious shadow into the consciousness. But you have to face this thing for what it is. You have to see it and not cringe from it anymore. Because typically we go through our lives and we're always keeping this thing repressed, always trying to forget what it's telling us, or we're actually trying to basically pen it in our own mind. We don't want to hear it. We want to keep it in our own psyche where we can't face it. At some point, though, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how awful it is that you don't like it, whatever your mind is leading you, you have to accept what it is, and you have to face it. And that's part of what the integration is. That's bringing it into the consciousness. So part of that is accepting and actually seeing it, not liking what you see, but not cringing from it, not reacting it, not reliving it. Usually it's not one time deal, but it has to be integrated into your life where you see it as a flaw, you see it as something that that devastated you, but you can't cringe from it anymore. And that's part of that whole thing about integrating the shadow as well. But it's allowing that little bit of darkness into your light side, like you said, that whole balance. But I think a lot of that thing too is it gives us a little bit more of a backbone. It gives us a little bit more of our strength. Like it's a hard way of saying it. Like a lot of times we bite our tongue, or we don't stand up for ourselves, or we don't because we're kind of repressed by those shadows. But when you integrate with them, it actually strengthens you. It makes you more fortified, makes you more courageous to stand up for yourself and say no, or tell people like they're doing something that they shouldn't when you normally wouldn't have. Understand? Kind of like that, right?
Definitely. And I think for INFJs, fortunately, they're a little bit more equipped with, I don't know, it sounds a little bit virtuous, but like being a bit more humble or having a bit of humility. So quite often, I don't know about other people, maybe they'll chime in a little bit, but we can have a bit of a dark sense of humor and acknowledge some of the, uh, like when we walk in and be like, yeah, we're kind of screwed. We're kind of messed up. We're kind of, uh, don't quite fit into the mold quite right. You know, some people might describe themselves as feeling a little bit alien or something,
Right.
or you know, like a screw loose or something. So we could take what might be a bit traumatizing for other people, but we can kind of see a funny side to it. Our cynical humor, our dark humor. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe when we door slam, yeah, maybe we are being a bit psychopathic. You know, we could be when we shut off the FE, then we don't have any empathy. Yeah, we're pretty brutal.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
we're pretty harsh. We could be very blunt, and some people might not take too kindly to that.
Hey,
You know,
when I first discovered the whole MBTI, and then they typically they give you all the stereotypes about how warm and kind INFJs are and compassionate and all that. I'm thinking, yeah, but wait a minute, I got a side of me that's kind of ruthless. And then they said part of it. Then they said that's part of it as well. There's another side of it. I thought, oh my gosh, I guess that is true. You know, when I started hearing some of these offset, like personality traits as well, and they are all there. Yeah. When I started hearing that unfold as I was starting to learn about what this type was, I was blown away with how, like, oh my God, that's me. I finally found something. Like, I mean, I finally figured, like I've been looking for these pieces of this puzzle all my life. What's wrong? What's different about me? What's not? You know what I mean? And that's, I mean, I'm sure we all have this awakening. When we all discovered this, I would think it all things fell into place. Maybe it sounds like they did for you as well. When you start realizing that that's part of your type, you know.
it's only part of the picture, though. You have to be, you have to remind ourselves that the MBTI isn't. It doesn't. It's only describing how your. It's a cognitive function stack. It's only describing how your thinking process, how your brain interprets information, perceiving, and how you make judgments on it. It doesn't tell you who you are. So being called an INFJ is not your identity. It's not who you are. We all have individualism. We all have our differences. So we're not
Yes.
cookie cutted out. We're not like clones of each other.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. No, we have different. Yeah, we're not just the same personalities. We can have different political beliefs, ideologies, core beliefs
Yeah.
could be different, but it's just the way we process our thinking is usually in the same alignments as what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely.
Basically,
Say,
yeah.
I've said things like that here on the channel before. Yeah, we're just doesn't mean we're carbon copies, like you just said. Unbelievable. Yeah, I see. I got now. If you look, I don't know if you're looking at the chat. I don't know if you have a computer. I am looking at some of now. Hidden's asking you some question. Hidden Harp. He's asking. There's a couple questions. They're actually asking you questions. Billy the goat there. Um, um, I'm trying to remember. Somebody was asking if you what your type was. I
Oh,
believe
hidden.
was it? Yeah, I think it was hidden. Was asking you your type. So, but I see a lot of coming in on the chat since we're talking together. And then he said something about Honey Rose wrote here about your comment about the two wolves here, something like that. Inside there are two wolves. One of them sometimes something, the other one other sometimes something. Which one do you feed? Oh yeah, basically saying what you did. I mean that caught her. So I can see in the chat they're just commenting on basically the conversation. But I'm just looking at some of them. Man, I can tell they're definitely. My dad's family is English, so. Um, but yeah, they're. You could tell they're. Sounds like they like your accent too. People are commenting on your accent, sir. They say, hey, they like to hear that European voice and accent as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
I actually thought it was cool. I actually did. It was good to hear. It was good to hear that accent coming in here. I mean, that's not too often I get to talk to. I mean, anybody from. I mean, occasionally you might run into somebody here in the United States that's from England, but typically you don't. You know. Um, so, but yeah, you could see it was. Yeah, they're definitely commenting. I'm not sure if you are you scrolling through some of their comments on your end or no. Oh
I
yeah,
can
you were
see.
eating.
I was. I'm all right. I've finished.
Okay.
I can see the comments, but generally when I on a live stream, I can't like my attention is on the conversation, so I might glance over and sort of skim read, but it's my bad. That's my inferior SE for you, you know.
No,
So
well, what I'm trying to do is occasionally I get pulled off of that because I'm hearing your conversation. I want to hear that, but I want to make sure that we don't forget about everybody out there that's
sure,
listening to this. And I can
yeah,
say, hey, we're what I'm still seeing all this stuff, so I'm trying to just incorporate everybody in here so we're all included. You know what I mean? So we're all part of this. It's just got to encourage participation, I guess you could say, right? Well, anyway, Billy Goat, man, you see, I got to tell you, I've said this about all everybody that I've met on this channel, INFJs. You teach me things, and I've said this right along. Even some of the comments that get posted, and some of the depth in some of the just small brief phrases in paragraphs. You know, you're very deep. I can tell the way you talked is you see it. You are in that depth of that mind, and you that is your alignment. I see it. I'm sensing it in your speech because you're saying things that I've seen as well. It's like you're kind of mirroring in a way. I mean, you're not exactly, but you got a different way, a way of presenting it that is different from the way I'd see it. You know, but bottom line is the message is all about the same as well because I understood everything you said, and you're very, very smart. I can see that. You do your homework. You know, can I ask you a question now? I mean, how old are you basically? Like, what era? That'll give me an idea as far as like, what era you grew up in,
I'm
like
40,
generation. 40?
43.
43. Okay. Yeah. So you're a few years younger than me. So yeah, that still puts you, yeah, that still puts you in an age, because I mean, I guess bottom line is people that are in their less than 30, there's a different way they think. They grew up in a different era. You know
Kids
what I'm saying,
nowadays.
right? Yeah, but we somewhat had a different. I mean, that would put you in the. I mean, they call these generation like baby generation X's. I'm not sure they do that in England if it's the same, but I know in the U.S. we have generation boomers, Gen Xers, Gen Zers. Maybe that's just an American thing. I'm not sure if you have
I
that
think
over there.
I fall into the millennial category. Just like I think that's around that sort of period of time.
Yeah, because 43, that would mean you were born probably back in 1983 then, I would think. So
Correct.
that would be after the Gen Xers is what that is. Okay. Yeah, but still, I mean, yeah, you still gotta but I can still tell the way you're thinking though, that you definitely see it that way. And you must be kind of reading up a little bit on your philosophies and stuff because I hear it. And I know you're probably watching videos and YouTubes or something because you but the thing is that see one thing about a sign of J's though is once we find out what this MBTI is, I mean, I know for myself that I needed to know more and more. I needed to find out more about my personality and more about what this is. And I also like to listen to other INFJs because of just because exactly what you're doing. You're helping me to understand myself better by hearing you because you got similar brainwaves basically. You know what I mean? But that's good to know. That's why I wanted to have some of these. That's all I wanted to be able to talk as well. So there you go. But so hey, what did you have for dinner? I mean, you said you ate it like one in the morning. What do you like? Have to like you have a night shift or something? You said it's one something in the morning. You're eating usually.
Yeah. Well, I have a kid, and it's just become habit. So I don't normally eat until my kid has gone to bed.
Right.
So kid wants to stay up late, makes me have my dinner late.
Oh, okay. I see. So you have a busy household. You got family. You got kids, and you got to take care of the whole family. And then when they're all put to bed and everything, then it's time for dad to eat.
That is my time, yeah. Then it's like go to my little alcove and relax for the rest of the evening, and that's where then I end up online and sort of
Oh,
write
okay.
things out and do live streams or write scripts and think about things, meditate or whatever, Zen, home, get your chakras into alignment or something like that. De-stress. Yeah.
No, of course. I think that's kind of the stuff. It's kind of like what I do in my own way, you know. But I mean, I got a night shift. I get home, but when I get home, it's like one something in the morning. That's when I'm rolling out of work, and I'm just getting home. You know, during the weekday, that is. I mean, weekends I don't work, but
Yeah.
so I thought, well, maybe he's got a night job, and you have to eat after you get out of work. But it sounds like it's a little different situation for you. So I'm just,
Well, I mean, it's not
just
officially a job, but it's kind of like a sort of moonlighting hustle, not hustle, but I mean, it's quality time. During the day, you're just using FE throughout, so you're exhausted from FE. And then it's nighttime. I can go to bed along with the kids, and then I'm just left with TI for the rest of the evening.
oh right, there you go. TI, introverted thinking. That is, yeah,
So I spend a lot of time with TI, and that's where
yeah.
a lot of what I say is coming out from.
Now, there must be a place, I don't know what it is, or maybe it's a time for you. Like I had described earlier when I was doing a couple things, I described my time where when I get home from work and I get home, I live alone. I live in a small single wide trailer home here in New Hampshire. And when I get home at night and I close the door, like immediately I just kind of breathe out and I'm able to just like I feel my whole feel all the tension just kind of relax immediately. Like I'm home. Like this is now my chance to unwind, to basically recharge. But I know it's almost immediate. It's not. I bet you have a place like that. Is it your time? Is it your one something in the morning when the kids are in bed and you got that's your time? This sounds like that's your time. I mean, do you feel like you just can relax a little bit? You feel like you can breathe? You feel like you're unwinding and recharging? That's your time?
You mentioned wearing a chameleon mask or being a chameleon earlier,
Yes.
and I think for a lot of INFJs, where they feel most comfortable is when they're in a kind of flow state, when they're just doing something without even realizing they're doing it. It's almost like an automation, because then they can kind of switch off and just daydream in our imaginations. Maybe you realize like half an hour later, it's like, oh, I've just been doing something quite enjoyable, and it almost feels therapeutic or like a meditation to be doing it. So in comparison to the sort of chameleon state, you you sense how disingenuous it can be sometimes. You don't intentionally do it on purpose or to be malicious or something like that, but you realize that you're having to put on a mask, you're having a social mask, you're having to be contorted into different roles and shapes and having different interactions. So it's quite exhausting. when you think about FE is quite an exhausting function. You know, you have to interact with the world. That's the extroversion part of it. So and being it that it's a feeling function, wanting harmony, wanting to keep the peace, wanting to think about other people's feelings and their values, you end up realizing that in the process you neglect yourself. And if you're not careful, what you were saying is that you start to absorb. If you're not too careful, you absorb their values, their views. You morph into. You're in such proximity to them, or for a long duration of time, that you're becoming them.
Okay.
And the trouble with this, and I'll tie this into the concept of empathy in a second. The trouble with this sort of chameleon performance is it displaces your true self. If you're having to pretend, if you're having to contort to a society's expectations all the time to fit in and make everyone happy, and you're neglecting yourself in the process, if that was to be forevermore, you would disappear. You would be erased. There'd be no more you. You know, you would just be a servant. You'd just be a shell left, an empty shell filled with other people's identities and values and opinions and thoughts, and you're just you're just mirroring back what they want to hear. So that's
excuse me,
imbalance of feeling and thinking. And how this ties in with the empathy is, unfortunately, empathy, as wonderful as it sounds, is a breach of boundaries. You have to cross boundaries in order to have empathy. It's a connection. It's a connection to someone else. So in order to connect to someone else, you have to cross a boundary. Now, if you dissolve those boundaries, you are no longer you. There is no definition of you anymore. You have essentially merged. You have diffused into the other person. The two, the sort of sentiments of like two have become one. You know, you have become them, and this is how the empathy feels so nice to the other person, is because in a sense they are talking to themselves.
Oh my gosh! You know what,
But
Billy?
they're talking to themselves, but you are being the other self of theirs. That's why it's so familiar and so comforting to them.
Yeah. Now, if anybody's out there in the chat right now, listen. Now, Billy, I got to tell you, he's got a brilliant way of like wording things. If anybody's listening to him like I am, he's mesmerizing. I mean, he's got a way of delivering. You know, I mean, it's typical. I mean, actually, what you just said was like, yeah, very brilliant. Like you have an amazing just concept on what you're talking about. You know, just like that. This is your outlook, and you've sensed this. But you know, I mean, you brilliantly spelled that out. I mean, unbelievable. You
What
got a
this
really
means,
good way of words, though. I got to tell you.
what this means, though, when it comes to empathy, is that people need to be careful of not falling into this trap of like, oh, just free love everybody. Oh, let's just be empathy, without any regard to the dangers of it, to the lack of boundaries. So in order to have so empathy without any boundaries isn't really empathy then. What it is fusion, or if you're talking about borderlines, is enmeshment.
Wow, that's deep. That is deep. Now,
So
I said,
true empathy has
yep.
boundaries. You must be able to say no. That doesn't mean you're being mean. It means you're preserving not just your own integrity, but theirs as well.
Now, I'm not sure if you ever like. I had videos. I've said earlier. I've actually talked about how mastering our empathy is. We finally like as we evolve, as we mature, as INFJs, and we recognize when we have empathy that we're not absorbing it. You know, we detect. We have to not absorb them anymore. We have to pick them up and understand that they're outside of us. this is a part of our awareness that we have to attain as far as that goes. This is part of our emotional, intelligent development as well. Okay, so what you're saying is that the boundary thing. It's like you're basically talking about somebody, maybe a young, naive empath that has not mastered who they are. They haven't figured themselves out where they're absorbing and they're conforming and they're, like you said, there's no boundary there. It's almost fusion, like you said. It's deep stuff what you're talking about. But I've talked many times before about how as you get older, you are supposed to have gotten wise enough to know how to regulate that, where you're no longer feeding on these things, or you're no longer picking them up. You're no longer absorbing them. You're detecting them. You're knowing they're not yours, because these are not your typical emotions that you would be having. They're just happening in let's say an event or a thought did not provoke it. So you know it's outside of yourself, that it's not yours. But that's part of your awakening. That's part of your development. So that what you just said is absolutely true. But it sounds like you're talking from either the unhealthy empath or the one that is not discovered empath, and that's when it becomes dangerous. That is the danger, and I've talked about this before, of the empath not having the awareness of who they are exactly. But I'll tell you, that was brilliantly put. I mean,
The the empath thing, I end up upsetting quite a lot of people whenever I talk about this because, well, that's just because. So I don't know where this idea came from, particularly this idea of empathy being like a superpower, like a gift or something like this. Empathy isn't anything particularly special. It's just a quality. It's a skill. It's a thing that we have. Um, so the idea of the empath as if they have empathy and no one else does. It's not unique to just them. It doesn't separate them from everyone else. So empathy isn't the defining factor here in what makes the empath the empath. What is going on instead, and if you look it down at the criteria, and this is where a lot of the empaths get upset, is that it lines up very nicely or very neatly with narcissistic traits.
did you say narcissistic traits?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that they're necessarily narcissists, but the way they're characterized or the way their behaviors manifest, they line up toe to toe.
I think because narcissists are, in a sense, dark empaths. They are like toxic empaths where they are absorbing these energies, but they want to inflict these toxic energies on other people and absorb them in a sense and like get feed off them. That's what you're
Well,
talking about. That's
so
that kind of empathy from a narcissist.
the yin yang, the man and the woman, the good and the bad, the day and the night, the yes and the no, the up and the down, the left and the right. It's the
Right.
same with the sort of the narcissist. So this is where my origin story kind of comes from, is the narcissistic community. And in opposition, or these victims will declare themselves as empaths. And that in itself is narcissistic. This is what they fail to realize. And by looking towards the narcissist, they are deriving their own identity of their self through the narcissist, which is what narcissists do.
Okay.
You know,
Hmm.
so it becomes and the way the empath talks about the narcissist is very grandizing. It's not just someone, they're not just talking about a person who has a personality disorder and has struggles in life. No, the narcissist is the devil, is the evil, is the demon, is this crazy entity from another dimension. So it's super inflated. And why so? because the higher you raise the narcissist, the higher they raise the empath raises their own sense of self-worth. Because the devil wouldn't just pick on a nobody. No, the devil must have a worthy opponent. So it's a form of self.
Yep.
So it's a form of self-elevation.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And the empath also, one of their traits will be to go around saying, "Oh, I feel everyone's emotions. I feel how you feel." Well, that's kind of rude, actually.
I think so. Or you mean detect? I thought of it. I thought of it as like a sense of almost awareness. Like if an empath is aware that they have this, that they have to mature at some point.
I'll give you an example.
I don't think it's necessarily like an evil thing. It's more of a way of honing in who you are, just so you have a more of an understanding. Not certainly to
well, it's good that you say more of an understanding, because
that's why I said an understanding of it.
But to say, I know how you feel. It's like, how do you know how I feel? And how dare you know how did I give you permission to cross that boundary and take my emotions away from? So imagine someone's grieving a lost one, and you walk up to them and be like, there, don't worry, I know how you feel. You've just stolen the grieving process from them. They have a right to mourn, and you're going to say that you know how they feel. Okay. So they shouldn't need to feel that way because you're there for them. It's like, that's all nice of you. Maybe you might have had the nicest of intentions, but you've crossed a line there. All
right.
So some people's feelings, yes, it might be nice to sort of sense and understand where they're coming from, or try and be supportive. But some people's feelings are theirs and theirs alone. So it's a bit audacious to be like, "Oh, I know exactly how you feel."
I think I know what you mean now. You basically, like thinking you're detecting somebody's emotions. You're saying that basically the empath, you're thinking that. I see what you mean. You're trying to say that it's somebody that's aware of that can actually. It can
it's an element of entitlement,
like an ego thing for them, right? Like they think they've got a one up on you, like kind of thing. Is that what you mean?
Maybe not necessarily a one up, but it's a level of entitlement. Is this belief of a right that, oh, I can just go around and say that I can feel everyone's emotions, even if they don't want me to, and just take it if I want. I own their emotions.
Do you think so? Who does that? I'm just curious to know.
Not in that kind of phrasing, like I own your emotions, like how I put it, but the idea of trespass, like I can just invade how your emotions, your feelings, wiggle my meddle my fingers in there or something like that, and then call myself a holier than thou empath.
Oh, okay. All right. But that's where you talk about the narcissism. That sounds like a narcissist, what you're describing, that right there.
And this is why they're kind of very close to each other in many ways. And this is why when I meet people who call themselves empaths, they really hate hearing me talk about it.
Okay.
They get defensive, which is kind of funny because who else gets defensive? Narcissists.
Well, the thing is this, though. I mean, as you know, being INFJs, I mean, that's one of the things that is part of who we are. I mean, that whole FE and the introverted intuition is that combination right there that gives us. I mean, it's part of like what we are. It's part of like our character is what I'm saying. I mean, that's just part of us. Now, I think there's got to be some other personalities that have that. I think INTPs maybe are empaths. I mean, I don't know if it's a different level, if they read it differently, like they have a different, instead of being that they're empathic, they're feeling. I mean, are they translating it differently because they have a different alignment? Or is it just you see what I'm saying? I mean, I think there's levels in empaths, and especially with the introverted intuitives.
I should make a little bit of a disclaimer, or
yeah, go ahead.
caveat here. I'm not trying to say that there are no such things as empaths,
I know that. No, I know
but
that.
um, I think genuine empaths wouldn't go around touting it. They wouldn't go parading. Oh, look at me! I'm an empath. They would be a bit more conserved about announcing it.
Yeah,
You know.
usually when you have to make the announcement, the old saying is "Thou protests too much." Like you don't, you
Yeah.
should be more humble about it. It
Yes.
should not be. Okay. I think I know what you're saying. You have to know that you have it. But I guess being that this is the channel that I'm on, I think also though I try to say that part of our emotional intelligence is to be an understanding of it, not to brag about it, not to flaunt it, like you said. And I agree with you. You had a very good point. Is to not think you have that something superior about you, being an empath, like you have this holier than thou gift. You can sense emotions and know what people feel. Yeah, you don't want to have that. You just want to have it as a tool, like a guide for your own self that you've somehow you figured it out. You've had it all your life and you misused it, or you were unaware of it. It got you in trouble. It got you hurt in your life. But finally you've got wise to yourself. That's what I'm talking about. But you keep it to yourself. You don't broadcast it. You just know that it's part of who you are. I mean, you see what I mean? For your own sake, that you just have a level of a deeper intuition. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
For
I mean,
yourself, but you're not. But you don't have to announce it,
yeah.
right?
A comparison could be made with people who do charity. You know, oh, yesterday, guess what? I saw a homeless person and I bought them a sandwich. It's like, well, whoopee, great. Why are you telling me that? You don't need to. So what
Yep.
you're doing when people do that kind of thing, where they're showcasing their humble, their noble charity work and how generous they are, it's performative. It's actually kind of disrespectful to the person they're supposed to be helping. It's like they're using that person for clout. Yeah.
And the Lord said stuff like that. Remember, He used to talk about the scribes and the Pharisees in the New Testament, and He said they were the ones standing there in the front of the church with their tassels and their robes, and they'd always act proud, and they were the ones always throwing the most money, and they wanted everybody to see them throwing that money into like the collection thing in the temple. Remember? Like they were doing it. And He said, for they have their reward. But but the one woman that just threw like 3 cents in there, that was like more of a gift because it came from her heart. He said basically that was a lesson from the Lord Himself, right? I don't know if you ever read that part, but yeah, that's what that reminds me of what you said. How people are going to use that just to make people see what you're doing. So you're
Yeah. I mean,
getting the reward from people around you by seeing it, but it should come from your
yeah.
heart. That's what you're saying. I get it.
I mean, the sort of the buzz term will be virtue signaling. You know, look at me, look at me, look at what I'm doing, sort of thing. Aren't I great? Aren't I nice? Aren't I kind? Aren't I generous?
Right, exactly.
But
Oh man.
the 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 true empath, though, I mean, this might be just my personal take on it. If I hear or if I encounter or something, the idea of it, if it were, say, let's say, if I use myself, like, if it were to dawn on me that, oh my god, maybe I'm an empath kind of thing, I would look at that as kind of like sorrow, as a wound. It's not something to be chuffed about or pleased, like, oh, this is cool. I'd look at it and be like, damn, this, what does this mean for me then? You know,
Um,
because
yeah.
what is it? Why would I or whoever be an empath and not anyone else, sort of thing? So what's what does this entail?
Yeah, but
And generally, sorry, go ahead.
no, I was going to say, I think, I think you're just basically trying to make sure that the idea is that we you remain humble with it. You don't think,
Yes, sir.
like you said, you're not any better for it, and you shouldn't be wielding it in such a
No.
way, like you said.
And the
But
same thing for an INFJ. You know, I'm not saying it's a curse or something like this, or like you really are screwed or something, messed up in the head. But it's just, what is this? And this goes the same for any MBTI type. This is just my own personal philosophy: is that we shouldn't really be necessarily interested in the labels. Is what do these labels carry with them? What is the significance of this label? What is the responsibility that goes with this label? That is what's more important than the actual label itself. What does it mean for me or for you? Like, okay, so you're an empath, or okay, so you're an INFJ. Okay, so you have cancer, or so you have a missing limb or something. Okay, what does this mean? So it's not so much the focus on the object per se. It's the what goes with it.
yeah, well, you definitely sound like you did a lot of thinking and a lot of like soul searching into your into all this, because you've got a really like deep understanding of it yourself, but the thing is, it sounds to me like you really want to make sure it's known that it's a humility. It's not something we flaunt. I mean, that's one thing I'm taking out of this, and I agree with you there. It's not something you just want to like broadcast either. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, though, it is good for us to have of an understanding of it. You do agree with that, though. Now we're talking about this because this is just what we do here. This is what the channel is. Okay, this is what we do. We're talking about this because we are aware that our personality type has these proclivities, these things that we have this, and we're
Yes.
talking about this. We wouldn't. I mean, I don't talk to anybody else about this, and I don't mention it to anybody. I mean, I think, but this is the format where we're bringing this up. Okay,
It's
that's all. But
yes,
it doesn't
and it's
mean that.
deep stuff. It's up there with like humanity's age old question, like what is the meaning of life? It's on that kind of level, because like, who am I? Who are these people? What is this world that I find myself in? Is there a life after death? Was there anything before I was born? All this sort of hypothetical, or I don't know if it's hypothetical, but I mean, like, thought exercises, philosophical meanderings of just curiosity and a desire to want to feel um, existent or something like this, or feel um, a sense of self, or feel that you have autonomy,
Mhm.
or that maybe you matter or something like this. Like, not just what is the meaning of life, but what does life mean to you?
Right, because basically, I think the meaning of life could be anybody's individual experience and how they have their life, right? I mean, there's not one universal meaning to some, right? Depends on
Huh.
what they're getting out of life, basically.
There's no
But
right or wrong answer, really.
yeah, because I mean, I could go ahead and say, well, the meaning of life is somehow find God, is to somehow find like a completion with your soul that you unite with God, almost like that salmon that finally found that the right to go back to the spawning ground, and finally that's where they die. You see, that's that whole cycle of a salmon. I mean, but somebody'd say, no, that's not my meaning of life. I mean, that's not what they think. They could just think that no, the meaning of life is to have a family, get married, have kids, have grandkids, and then pass on your legacy to them. But leave the whole the creator thing out of it. You see, but so everybody has a different meaning of life. I mean, but it doesn't mean that it's. I mean, that's just the way they're taking it. So everybody might have a different meaning. But is there one universal meaning? I don't know. I mean, I just know what. Sometimes I have little epiphanies as to what the meaning is of life, and I'm still asking that. like I said, last night I had a strange night when I got home. I had a weird bout with my with my whole emotions were going crazy. I got into that a little bit. But I guess that's the way I see it too. Is that but bottom line is, I think we all have to take bits and pieces of what life is giving us, and we have to kind of translate it in something has to be a deeper meaning for us to understand. Especially as INFJs, I think typically we introspect really deep a lot of times. I think that's one thing we seem to have in common, though. But I could
Well,
tell you do a lot of thinking, Billy. Man, you're amazing me with some of the
yeah,
things you're saying, though. I'll tell you, unbelievable, very
I mean,
insightful.
I think I don't know about other people, but I think some of the ingredients, shall we say, for the answer to these profound questions might have a bit of a desire for a sense of fulfillment. So we're going to have a life. We want to feel or know that it was fulfilled in some way. It wasn't wasted or for nothing. There's some sort of meaning or purpose behind it or for it. And along with fulfillment will be gratitude. So I like you mentioned humility and being humble. I like to put gratitude with that. To be thankful that you have a life, you know. Not to sound cheesy or corny, but when you consider all things, all the possibilities, it's kind of bizarre how we came into existence. Out of all the eggs and sperms that could have collided to make you here, there we are, sort of thing. And at the time in the history of existence, to be birthed or whatever, so it's quite miraculous. uh I don't know. It's is it spiritual? Is it whatever it is, sort of thing? But either way, sometimes we don't necessarily need to have an answer, but you can still have gratitude and just be grateful for it.
Yeah, I mean, I know, I know, I do a lot of soul searching and thinking in my own way. It's like that's sometimes that's all we really got to keep us. I mean, keep us sane in a sense. We just want to know what the deeper meaning of life is. But yeah, it's interesting you said that. The way I think of it too. You said something about the collision, like the whole, the meaning of life where it started. The collision between the sperm and the egg. Yeah, like that happened. But are you saying that if it was a different egg, a different sperm at a different time, you wouldn't have been? It would have been some other life. Somebody else would have come
Well,
out,
there's a
not
you like
necessarily your personal one. But,
you like movies, right? You seem to like movies.
I
You know
mean, I
Terminator. You know Terminator.
yeah, I made a reference to that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be
So
back. Yeah.
there's a little bit of a joke, or it's not. I don't know if it's a joke, but kind of like a point of sort of just an observation that was pointed out. It's like the Terminator didn't necessarily need to go execute Sarah Connor. He could have just simply delayed her, and then the insemination would have happened on a different date. It would have been a different baby. It wouldn't be John Connor. Well, the baby would be still called John, I suppose, but it wouldn't be the John Connor that we are familiar with. It would be a different baby.
Well, being that, well, that was one of those deep time travel things too. If he didn't travel through time and try to save her, and then of course, yeah, that was a whole love thing. It was you're talking about the very first Terminator, where like the
Yeah,
guy went
most
through
of it.
time,
Yeah,
and then but he was in love with her. Remember that? That was all part of that whole love story. They did make that love story, but yeah, you're right. It kind of got you thinking how if he didn't go through time, if it wasn't the whole idea that he had to go and follow the Terminator in there trying to kill her to stop him from he wouldn't have the one that the father of John Connor never would have gone through to save her. I know it's deep, isn't it?
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
a kind of a it's like an endless loop, like a cat chasing its tail in a way, trying to figure out the whole maddening reason behind it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know what you mean. Yeah.
But then the sort of the cosmic cat in the sky has this sort of joke chuckle, and it's just like, yeah, but it happened though, huh? You know, like out of the infinite possible choices that could have been made, that was what we ended up with.
Yeah. Yeah. I get. Yeah, that's right.
Human
Wow, you.
cockroach. Mm.
No, I'm just flipping. Oh, yeah, did you see that? I'm just flipping through some of the comments. I'm just to liven it up. Like I don't want. I'm trying not to forget about everybody else out there. So I'm trying to make sure we're all incorporated here, and they're talking about some of the conversation here as well. I just want to make sure we're all interested in it. That's all. My personal nickname for the narcissist is a human cockroach. Only Harp could come up with a comment like that. Uh, yeah, but my gosh, you're very, very deep thinking there, sir. I must say. I must say. I mean, I detect it. I detect it wherever your mind is. Like I said, you're different than me. You got a different process than me, but I still see your depth, and you do a lot of like soul searching and introspection. I sense this, man. I mean, no, not to be, not to. I mean, I sense it in the fact that because it reminds me somewhat of myself. Just like the way you're deep, man. You know, so. I guess yeah, that's a good indication right there. It's you know, and now you've always been like this, right? Well, I would imagine so, right? Even as a kid, he's always
Actually,
like that, or what?
um, um, yes, and not to this degree. I mean, when I was young in my sort of young adult childhood years or whatever, um, I was introspective, yes, but I was um, like punished for it. Not punished. That sounds severe. I was criticized for it. I often heard people say to me, or they would say to me, like, "You think too much," as if, and that used to always baffle me because I'd be like, "What's wrong with think? Like, what do you mean by that? I think too much? Well, you want me not to think anymore?" So I kept to myself. So I was much more fe focused when I was younger. But as I'm now older and I have a presence on YouTube, um, my fe I get irritated by it because being that chameleon, I feel like it, it compromises. It's very compromised. You're putting yourself in a position where um, it's where yeah, like you're people pleasing, or you're bending the knee, or you're having to placate to someone, and I didn't really want to be so much like that anymore. So I had to kind of work on being more unapologetic and allowing my TI to just have its way.
Ti. Okay.
So sometimes I might come across, or some people might think maybe he's an INTJ, but it's not really, no. For various reasons I can't really be bothered to go into right now. But so whenever I do these kind of talks and have these conversations, I shrink it down. That's why I can't really observe what the chat is saying too closely, because right now I'm engaging you with mostly my TI.
Right. Mostly the Ti. Right. Okay. Yeah. There's not a lot of fe going. I know what you mean. Yeah. We're having a logical, like, we're having a thought conversation, but we're also. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. That's. Well, I tend
I mean,
to.
I still have to adhere to my FE, superior in a way, right? Because TI is in slot number 3 and FE is in slot number 2. So FE is still there. I'm being polite. I'm making sure I'm not swearing. I'm allowing you to talk. We're going backwards and forwards. I'm following the social rules here and work. Um, but I'm not. I've learned not to make my TI small. Not to be apologetic for my TI anymore. And that's the
Oh,
difference
okay.
for me now to when I was a younger version of myself.
Oh, I see. When you overthought something, or yeah, you got a little apologetic. I guess I could see that. Yeah, I think we definitely change a lot because I mean, the man I am today, the way I am, is nothing like I was 40 years ago. I mean, I was thinking about that today. How there was a time in my life, maybe in my 20s, where I was very, very needy and very, very like I just, I felt like I was needy, like especially of a girlfriend. I remember the time where, I mean, I'd have girlfriends and I'd want that whole relationship, to feel like I had a craving for, that whole connection, I have that whole intimacy thing and that whole love of a relationship, but I it's gone now. I mean, I felt like it was one of my detriments, because I knew that if you didn't play the game right with love, it usually it never went well when you were too needy. You had to be less like that. You see, I know it's hard to describe, but my point is that I'm a completely different guy than I was back 40 years ago when I was in my 20s. And I think that's just part of our evolution. I mean, we're supposed to change. We're supposed to change and get more sturdier in our heart and not be so apt to be so needy. Like we're supposed to be finding something that fulfills us that's deeper than this world, than what it can offer. Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
some people. Sorry, you're.
no, no, that's all right. I was kind of you got something to say. I mean, that's basically what I was trying to say. You know?
I mean, you make a valid point, and I think it's fair, very fair and a mature point, and very true. Um, some people might describe it as becoming more stoic. You know,
Yeah,
being ultra independent. I don't need anybody. You know, but again, it's this becomes kind of like a compensatory reaction. It's like going from I need people to like I don't need anyone at all. Get away from me, f off, kind of thing, and screw you.
oh, I'm not,
So
definitely not saying that. I mean, I
no,
think the idea
no,
is that we're supposed to find some kind of internal fortitude that we're more secure in who we are. At least I think so. I mean,
well, I
I
think
mean,
you said it earlier with the awakening, because what does the awakening mean? It's the realization, it's the acknowledgement, it's the taking ownership and responsibility. It's not just being aware of things or waking up. It's like knowing something in of itself isn't the end of it. It's now that you know, you are also now responsible for that knowledge. What do you do with that information? So if you're awakening, you now have taken on a responsibility.
yeah, like you were supposed to have awakened for a purpose. There's a reason why you were awakened. But I mean, basically, the awakening literally is it's you have authenticated into who you generally are supposed to have been. Like you've got to the point where all the masks that you've had, all the social conditioning, all the basically the brainwashing that we've had through culture that has redefined us and molded us into somebody we were not intended to be. All that has to be stripped away through this whole authenticating process. So we start becoming who we were supposed to be, not what the world made us, basically. I mean, Carl Jung, he did say that, and until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Right?
Yes.
That's one of his famous quotes right there. So I mean, but basically, so we go through most of our life, just making excuses for why we fail, why we can't get good enough. I mean, we all say, well, that's just me. Oh, that's just the way I am. And that's what he says. That's your fate talking right there, and that's part of your FE as well. You feel like you're always a failure, right? That's part of it. But the whole awakening, yeah, it's a way of you finding your true authentic self. The privilege of a lifetime is finding your true self as well. But that's what he meant by awakening. But as you awaken, as you find your true self, also you become your more secure self. You become your Sigma self in a way. You shed that whole need. You shed that need for validation, for love, affection. Not to say it, you would not need it. Not to say you would turn it down, and you're not like bitter about it. It's just that you became complete within your soul, is what I'm getting at. Not out of
Yeah.
bitterness, not out of just like rejection because you were hurt all your life, and now you're saying I don't need anybody because people suck. I'm not like that, because no, you just found yourself. You've genuinely found your true completion, is what that is. So it's definitely, it shouldn't be out of bitterness. It shouldn't be out of just like pushing everybody away. Not like that. Not like I am a rock, I am an
Knee jerk
island. You know that
reaction. Yeah.
song? You know
Oh
that
yes.
song by Simon and Garfunkel? Now that's a very angsty song. That's like, I build walls, a fortress to protect me. No one can penetrate. That's a bitter, like, screw you. People suck. I don't want love. I have heard the words before. Not that's kind of like that. But
It's a
that's a
weird
bitter one.
because what emerges hopefully is a sort of realization that strength isn't really about raw power like a fortress made of rock or something. Strength has embedded within it vulnerability. It's
Yeah.
being able to have weaknesses and still be okay. It's being able to cope. It's being able to deal with things. It's being able to uh, get knocked down. I get knocked down. I get up again. Whatever that song is, um,
Knocked me
and
down, but I got back up. Is that you talk about Red Rider, Human Race?
I think it was more of a pop, maybe a pop version.
Oh, maybe.
Um,
Yeah.
but
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, just kind of like you're not going to let the world defeat you. You're going to get up. You're going to rise despite all the hardship that you get. I
yeah,
get
I
that.
mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be pretty, you know, um, and and it doesn't have to be ugly either, kind of thing. But it doesn't mean you like just throw yourself uh, devil may care and just be reckless. Um, but it's a reminder that there is no. It's a reminder that perfection is within the imperfections.
Say that again. That was kind of a paradox. What? What? Say
Yeah,
that.
perfection is within the imperfections.
Perfection is within the imperfections.
So there's no such thing as perfectionism, really. You can never have anything that's perfect.
There's got to be a
What you,
flaw in everything. Yeah.
what you
And
find is the closest you get to something being perfect, or at least something that you really admire, are the anomalies, are the imperfections. It's the cute little mole that she has that would otherwise ruin a perfect face, kind of thing. It's these little markers, these little things that make it unique. Because if everything was perfect, it would be meaningless. It wouldn't be human. It wouldn't have life. It wouldn't have character. It wouldn't have experience. It wouldn't have a history there. It's these little qualities that make that would be considered as imperfections that actually make something um, distinct.
hmm, well, you got an interesting way of putting things, don't you? You really do, huh? You got an interesting way of your mind is very very deep and very you know. I mean, you think different, but at the same time, I see similarities. But we're not exactly like some of the things you say. Like I probably wouldn't say it quite like that, but yeah, But you get
NI likes to make clarity. So if you listen to in between how I speak, you'll actually hear someone who has probably been very confused most of their life and needed things to be clarified, clear. So I make a point when I speak. I want to make sure I'm not misunderstood. So I repeat the same thing in several different ways to
Yep.
drive the point home. So then there is no miscommunication.
Yeah, there's either two things. Either you say it right and make it clear, or don't say it at all. Right? There's no in between with that, right?
Oh,
I
I
just
used to hear
I
it.
just said that, that just came out of me, It's like one or the other, right?
It's kind of like, no, isn't it the sort of if you haven't got something nice to say, then don't say anything at all.
Then don't say anything at all. Yeah, I get that. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
No, like I said, either make it clear and make it right. Don't be half-ass about it. Don't say something where it's not understandable. Make it's either one or the other. Don't
Well,
even say it at all. That's what I bet.
especially in today's sort of climate with people and relationship dynamics. I don't know what you're experiencing of your observations of relationships, but from what I see, it's in tatters. There's so many people with they're not communicating very like emotional intelligence, emotional languages. They're not communicating effectively enough, and or they're misinterpreting what the other person is saying. They're reading into because a lot of people seem to be more neurotic these days, and neuroticism, anxiety, hypervigilance, hypersensitivity, all these sort of different things end up distorting our perceptions.
Yeah.
So it's hard. The thing about self-esteem or having empathy, for example, go back to the empathy thing. It's I'll say it's technically impossible, but someone might push back on the idea of it being technically impossible. But it's not possible to have empathy for someone else if you don't have a sense of self in your own being. How can you think of someone else if you don't even know who you are? So if you've got ultra low self-esteem, then it's going to be very hard for you to have empathy for someone else.
Well, that kind of goes back to that age-old thing our moms used to say. When you had your heart broken. And I remember like the thing was, how can you expect to love anybody if you don't even love yourself? That's kind of like what
Exactly.
you say.
Right.
You have to
So
have some
then,
kind of level of self-respect and self-love for yourself
yes,
in order for you to love somebody else.
exactly. Exactly. And so that translates into a relationship as well, where you can't have a relationship with incomplete people. Both people in that relationship have to be complete. They both have to have their sense of self, their own self-esteem. Otherwise, it's going to be an unhealthy relationship. It'll probably be a parasitical relationship, to be
Oh my
honest.
gosh. No, no, you are listen, what you just said was absolutely brilliant. Okay. Like I talked about that whole thing about the animus and the anima, about having to find completion within and finding that yin to the yang. You have to find that within your own soul, within yourself first. So many times within this society, and I think we're encouraged just to find somebody to fill that. We're encouraged as men just to get married, have kids, but and raise a family. But never first, you need to find yourself. You need to find your inner core first. You need to be a man. You need to, and then you find a woman. Then you find somebody. It's always just somebody has to complete you. And the same thing for people. And they in this society, in this culture,
See,
where
it's
people get together to fill each other without having
that,
themselves internally filled first. And that's where the dysfunctional relationships come from,
yes,
right?
and if you listen closely to people's speech patterns and how their emotional needs leak out, so they'll use words like completion when it's not really completion. You don't want someone to complete you. You should already be complete. What you want is maybe something like complement. You want someone who will you complement each other. You don't complete each other. You're not twin flames. You're not soulmates. This is trauma bonding. Well, okay, now I'm throwing in some buzzwords, but this would be what was called trauma bonding language.
Trauma bonding. Yeah. No, no, you could say it. You know, I'm listening to you. I definitely am. I mean,
So, or if you were to hear someone talk like that, this would be raising red flags. You know, it sounds lovely and neat, and what ends up happening is that other people, because they're not being very attentive, they think that, oh, this is how things are supposed to be, and they adopt other people's misguided beliefs.
wow, very deep stuff you got there. My gosh. Now let me ask you this: you said you have your own YouTube channel.
Yes,
Did you
sir.
want to? Did you want? Listen, if you want, you can. Anybody out there that likes like what Billy the Goat has to say. I mean, he's very insightful. This guy. Now, is it an MBTI channel? Does it have something to do with
Um,
INFJ, or what is it exactly? What is your
it's
niche? What do you do?
it's to do with trauma. Really, well, it's kind of funny
Trauma.
actually. On the surface, it's basically to deal with narcissists, people who have been dealing with narcissists. So it's like narcissistic abuse recovery, right?
Okay. Yep.
But I haven't explicitly said I've said it in other people's streams, but I've never really made a declaration on my own channel. The funny kind of, I don't know if it's like an irony, but it's actually more to do with yourself than the narcissist in the end, because in conclusion, eventually I'll get to a point where I'll say the final kind of lesson or advice I can give anyone is to unlearn everything that you've learned.
Yeah, that sounds like Yoda right there. Remember from Star Wars? You must unlearn what you learn. Hey, now, Billy, you just rang a bell. Last week, I believe I was talking to you on the chat, and remember we started talking about the criminal minds, like serial killers and what
Oh yes,
drives them. That was that you?
psychopaths. Yeah, well, us and whoever was in the chat as
I'm trying to
yes,
remember if it was.
yes. We're
I
talking about
thought it was
psychopaths and
mainly you.
criminals. You mentioned
Yeah,
cannibal. Yeah.
yeah. We were talking about how like it can lapse into cannibalism, how just gets deeper into the deviance, and that was you. No, but what I believe. I mean, there was some other chats that we were talking about. Now that rings a bell. It didn't dawn on me till like, wait a minute, that was you. We were talking about that, and then I realized, oh my gosh, see, that's why I'm thinking you've got a really deep mind for psychology. Now, let me ask you this: this just instinctive? Is this just things you pick up that you learn, or I mean, you never like studied for it, or do you just study in your own way? Is this just your own quest? Because you got a pretty good grasp on human nature. I sense that.
Um,
You know,
it
a little
it
bit of
comes
both, or
from,
what?
if I'm brutally honest, it comes from insecurity. It comes from
Insecurity.
not. It comes from having that self doubt.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking incorrectly. Um, maybe I'm to blame. But then having that what it is a suppressed self-esteem saying, no, you're not wrong. No, you're being apologetic when you shouldn't be. No, you're fawning. You know, so I was betraying my own self-esteem. But what really pushed me to want to actually go in deep with this was when I had my daughter, because I didn't want her to grow up in a world that I couldn't understand. So how would I be able to help her understand?
Oh, okay.
So there's an element of when I try and speak or give information, and I don't mean this in a derogatory sense at all, is I try and articulate. I know I kind of I try and I, mean, I kind of it's unfair on my kid as well because she's still very young. So I'm using big words and she's not going to understand it, but I can't help it. I'm trying to articulate an idea to get it into her head. But essentially, I try and talk to people as if not again. I don't mean to sound like I'm patronizing, but as if like they're like I'm talking to a class, like children. Like everyone has a different level of understanding, and it's a group effort here, everyone kind of thing. So I'm trying to make sure we have a collective understanding, and I have to test the waters that I don't lose people along the way. Just sound like, because otherwise you're going to sound like a nutter or something. But so I have to kind of, so you'll kind of notice in my speech patterns, I'll go on a little jibber jabber for a while, and then I'll have a sort of summary punchline just to kind of crystallize the basic idea of what was being said,
Right.
and help kind of make it stick in the person's mind. So in a way, a lot of all of this talking is not just to help people like yourself and whoever else is listening to have a better understanding, is to organize my own thoughts so that I can then transfer it over to my kid.
Oh, all right. Hey, that's that's a good way of putting it then. So you just want to make sure that you're understandable for your kid. And so this is kind of like you need somebody to bounce off, like somebody that has,
You guys are my guinea pigs.
figuratively. No, figuratively, you want somebody to bounce off of, somebody that's kind of you can elaborate with.
Well,
That's
take it back to the
right.
take it back
Yeah,
to
I get that.
the function stack.
Hey,
We
wait,
have
you say we were guinea pigs?
yeah,
What?
that was a joke. Yeah.
I know you. I know. Wait, no, because it seemed ironic when you were talking about that other stuff about people saying, "Oh, I know how you feel." It's like, how are they done? And then saying, "Yeah," but they say we're guinea pigs. I knew that. It was an expression. I get that.
You know,
No,
um,
I I mean, that's why I want to have chats as well. I mean, listen, I like the whole text thing, but part of me says I'd like to open up some of these channels as well, to having a conversation like we're having, because it gets deeper that way. When you're actually talking back and forth, the whole conversation can get more. It can get more. It reveals a lot more. There's no
yeah.
doubt.
I mean, and bringing it back to the MBTI, we have FE. This is how we interact with the world. It's through the FE.
Yeah.
So it had, in a sense, like for me, I have to do what I do, and have talks with people and to share ideas and discussions.
Yeah, because it basically it's helping you to sharpen your swords in a sense, or right. I mean,
Uh,
you got
yes, in
to
some
you got to, in order to sharpen the sword, what do you got to do? You have to take that blade and rub it up against, kind of get that edge up against something that is firmer than the metal to shave it off. So you have
yeah,
to have something that is equal or greater value in order to sharpen that stone. So you're basically sharpening your swords by talking in this way, is what you're
yeah,
saying, right? I get it.
yeah.
I get that. I think
Um,
that's what we're supposed to do. That's why this channel is what it is, so we can
but it's not just
learn from each
sharpening the
other.
sword, but forming structure, putting the ideas together, collating them, uh, organizing them. Using the NI to join different subjects with other subjects. So 1 minute we're talking about empathy, then we're talking about relationships, and then there's a continuum going on, and being
Okay.
able to adapt it, because
Yeah.
especially in the narcissism sort of sphere, people will find that all these different subject areas are in 1 minute. You could talk about gaslighting, then you're talking about double binds, then you're talking about word salad, then you're talking about this, and you're going around and around, bouncing around. You could do a video dedicated to one of them, right? Do a video dedicated to trauma bonding. Later on in that video, you're going to be talking about gaslighting, or projection. So there's loads of overlaps and repetition. So it's kind of like a tangled web. But then this is what NI is great at dealing with. NI is great at mapping all these sort of landmarks and connecting them all, and then structuring it, explaining it, and clarifying it, and then having an understanding of it.
Yeah.
So then I channel that through FE, that brings it to the people, and then I inject a little bit of TI of what I think about certain things, where there's maybe misconceptions or misinterpretations. Like,
It's
for
almost
instance, the idea of
it's almost like the way you describe that, like you're using your personality type, like the way a surgeon would meticulously plan out his next. He uses a scalpel to make the cut. He uses the incision to make that cut. You're using your F5 for this cut. You see, you make it sound like you're using each one of your
in a
your
way,
functions
it,
like meticulously, like a surgeon.
it's not necessarily. It's not like it's not like a consciously. I mean, you're correct in a way, but it's
Yeah,
not
that's what it
consciously
sounds like.
like that.
That's the way
But
you're describing it.
upon review and dissection, you can see how it's laid out. You know, so I don't sit here and go, yes, I'll use my FE to talk about I don't know, entitlement. It just upon when you ask retroactively, and I look back and I go, oh right, I can see where my FE was taking precedence. I can see where I can. It basically is self-awareness. It's realizing, okay, this is the aspect of me that's doing the talking right now. When I'm bringing forward, as I'm explaining this right now, this is NI trying to lay out the pieces.
NI, introverted. Okay, yeah, this is your intuition trying to lay out the piece. Yeah, right.
So
I get that.
right. When I was talking about the problem that I was having with the title of the empath, that was mostly probably my TI speaking up, with FE trying to caution and say, like, I'm not trying to rub anyone's feathers here, you know. So you can start to see, and this doesn't just apply to MBTI. I mean, if you look at like emotional literacy, you'll start to realize, oh, that person is in denial, that person is projecting, or that person is being defiant or something, or this person is they're using fallacies, they're using a straw man argument or something, or there's a bias going on here.
Yep.
You know, you could look at someone's body language. Maybe, like if they've got a base with body language, you have to establish a baseline. But then you start to realize, like, hang on, I said something and now they've shifted from their baseline. There's something about that has changed the behavior. So again, that comes with like that's sort of, it's like being a bit of a detective, but like intuition. That's sort of, it's just taking notes of signs. Doesn't necessarily means anything, but it's part of the observation characteristics we have. We notice these things.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that that's what mainly what intuition is. But the thing is, you're taking your extroverted sensing, which is typically inferior at some point. But you see, in order to see all these little, like you said, facial expressions shifting and things like that, the eyes shifting, whatever it is. I mean, some of that is, we're having to visually see this stuff, right? But also you're picking up certain levels of energies as well at the same time.
Yes.
And you're kind of like intertwining these things in order to see the pattern. The intuition just kind of unfolds at that point, though, right? It just kind of starts happening. But then, of course, there's always that delay, though. You ever notice there's a little bit of a delay when you put it into the TI? Because now you want to make sense out of it. That TI has to kind of get in there. That TI typically bogs it down a little bit because in order to make something rational, I mean, sometimes you can be quick at it. Sometimes you can be fairly fast and make quick ones, but a lot of times it takes that sifting process, that going back and forth. That's where the delay comes out, is when it goes through TI. But sometimes you might come up to a conclusion the next day after you get all this information. You have to think things over. You can't make a decision right off the bat either. But but either way, it sounds like what you know is just your own observations. It's just you living your life. It's just you drinking in human nature and understanding it and processing it. I think that's what we all do in our own way, though. I think that's part of who we are. It
Yeah.
sounds like you're pretty.
As another profound question, what does it mean to be human? Especially when maybe you feel like you yourself don't quite feel human.
Well, you got to ask yourself too. I mean, okay, what is it to be human? Or you could say it in another way and say, uh, and how is it that we are unique from anything else? I mean, not in like a narcissistic way, but what differentiates us from the animals? I mean, why is it that human beings seem to have a deeper, something? Animals just rely on instinct. They rely on their raw, survival instincts, and they rely strictly, basically, on senses. Do they have certain levels of intuition? In some
Um,
certain little ways, they have their own built-in ways of guidance system. I mean, what where else would you get like how does a for the longest time they didn't know that the how do ducks know how to fly south? I mean, how did they get this compass in there? It's some kind of a magnetic radar in their beak. It's a kind of
yeah,
a almost like a magnetic thing.
or
But I mean,
homing people.
homing exactly. Now you could actually say in some now we're getting steered into something. I mean, when you ask what it was to be human, I think what differentiates us, bottom line, is from the animals is the fact that we do talk, we do introspect, and we look at something deeper than ourselves. I don't think animals do that, although they have amazing gifts of their own um, instincts. And I mean, depending on the species of animal, they have a more gifted version of instinct than others. Some have remarkable senses of smell, but usually it's sense. It's senses is what they're relying on. Um, but what was my point? I think, but bottom line is, I think what makes us human is the fact that we are so much different than animals. That we are more of a spiritual. We have a spiritual depth that we have that differentiates us. Now, I think, yeah, God created the animals too. I don't know if you believe in God. I mean, we're not talking religion or spirit, but I do believe in a higher power. I do believe we were created. But the thing is, man has been created different from the animals. I think. I mean, I think the meaning of being human is the fact that we are at one point part of a divine being, but we're also a flawed being. We're flawed yet divine all at once, and that's where we have all our dysfunction. I mean, because you see what I mean. We're a mix of both because of the fall and the whole Garden of Eden thing, or whatever you want to say. We fell. We're fallen beings. But I guess my point is that yeah, not that. That's what I would say is that we're the meaning of being human is to find a deeper understanding to this world and nature around us that goes beyond what the animals can see or what we are just presented with in the tangible world. We're supposed to see something deeper beyond that. But I think that's the human experience is that we're able to because of that's we are. Okay, I've said enough there, guy. I think
Yeah.
I got a mouthful out there, didn't I?
No,
I
no,
think. Oh, Honey Rose has. Let me see. Let's see. I think humans are animals. We are. We just happen to build our dens out of other materials. Well, listen, Honey Rose. I absolutely think we have an animal body. I think we have animal flesh, bones, and we have an animal body, and we have certain drives in us that we have certain instincts. But I think we are also separate. We are deeper than the animal in our spirit. I mean, I see that. So we are a heightened like being is what we are. Okay, that's my opinion anyway. I mean, honey, I'm with you, Van Fox. Okay, so they're basically talking about what I was just talking about, but anyway, I guess I ran off a little bit, didn't I, on that whole thing, just answering you, you know. So All right. Well,
But it's
anyway,
it's an example
yeah,
of the
go ahead.
kind of things that we do, though, isn't it? You know, we'll present ourselves with a little question. We're curious, and then we go off on a little um, diagnosis. We go exploring ideas and come into hopefully some sort of conclusion or resolution, or like some sort of awaken, like a realization, an awakening, an awareness. We go, ah, yes, maybe, because it might sound on the surface like a simplistic kind of question. What's the difference between a human and an animal? Or a fish. It's like, well, one has this and the other has that. But we often will take it onto like multi-layered, on different levels of clarification. Like, are we strictly talking like on a biological level? Are we talking on a level of morality? Are we talking on a level of spirituality? Are we talking on a level of culturally? Are we talking about maybe historically?
Yeah.
So the deeper we probe the question, what ends up happening, I think, for the INFJ is that we'll have a question, but instead of coming up with an answer, we end up coming up with more questions. That's the kind of rabbit hole. That's the rabbit hole we fall into.
Yeah, because it's just that thinking process keeps asking more and more. It just wants to be clear about what their last is. Then, like you said, it equals another question, more questions. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, unbelievable! Well, I'll tell you though. I tell you that. Well, I want to ask the chat. Does anybody enjoy this conversation we're having with Billy the Goat here? And now I'm just gonna invite anybody who's still out there in the chat. Let me just give me a second here, okay? If anybody would like to weigh their 2 cents in here in the conversation, you are entirely invited to come on in here. There is if you look at your screen on the chat at the bottom, you'll see my name in yellow, and there is a blue, what do you call it? There's a link right there. If you click on that, it'll bring you to the StreamYard, and there's some instructions. Now, Billy, you said it was pretty easy to get in there. Once you got into StreamYard, it was just a matter of clicking, and it said something about your camera and about your microphone. There's just a couple of things you had to click on to get in. I mean, it's just a matter of that, and then it'll just get you
It's
into the
pretty
chat.
straightforward.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
it's pretty
straightforward, yeah. But
The only thing, just bear in mind, if you've got, because you'll be on your browser will be on StreamYard, but if you've also got the YouTube open at the same time, just kindly mute the YouTube tab, because otherwise you'll have like an echoing effect. You'll have two sources of microphone coming in.
Right. Okay, that's a good point. Make sure you don't have, and it'll be like a delayed kind of a feedback as well.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens, you'll quickly realize, like, oh, I haven't muted it, kind of thing. You'll realize.
Right. No, I understand that. Yeah. Okay. Gosh. Well, I tell you what, I'm not sure. Do you want to hang around for a bit? I really got to take another bathroom break. I feel like I have to go use the
Okay,
bathroom.
well,
here.
I'll let you get going anyway. And I think the guys in the chat are like, "Go to sleep, Billy." So,
Yeah, you hung around for a bit. No, Bill, listen,
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you were welcome. I wasn't rushing you. I didn't want you to feel like, I was just trying to push. I was doing that. I figured, hey, you were actually very interesting on the chat. So I think you did very well. And if this ever happens in the future and you happen to be here, we could definitely chat again, Bill. All right.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
that.
much.
I appreciate that. All right. Well, are you off to sleep now? I would imagine so, or pretty much getting
yeah,
close, right?
yeah. That's the inferior SC not being very neglecting the self-care, I suppose. So yes, I should heed to the SC and take care of that. So I'll.
Okay.
By the way, how do I address you? I wasn't sure, like, by your name or
Tom. I'm Tom.
Okay.
I'm just Tom, man. I mean, I'm not like Mr. Tom. I'm not like Tom the Grandmaster. Just say I'm Tom, man. I'm not Tom Omega. Listen, that's a stage name too. My last name is not Omega. I threw that in there. I didn't.
Mr. Omega.
I didn't want to be Tom. Listen, I didn't want to be Tom Alpha.
Omega.
I figured Listen, I figured that was a humble thing. For one thing, it was kind of a nickname as a kid. Me and my brothers, we were called the Megas. It was just a kind of a thing. It was a play on our last name. I threw the O in there as just Omega, you know. And I also thought it's the absolute last letter in the Greek alphabet. It's the lowest of the low. I thought, hey, you know what? I don't want to be up here. I want to be down there. I'll just be Omega, you know. It was kind of a funny thing, but I came up with it just as a name, as something I could throw out there. But I'm Tom. I'm Tom, man. That's all I am.
Well, thank you, Tom, for having me up
Appreciate
here.
that.
I've had a great time talking to you and meeting people in the chat as well. So I appreciate everyone there. Shout out to all of them. And I'll just end by saying, like, I'm enjoying your channel greatly. Had a great time. Very, very homely, very relaxed, very at peace here. So I feel right at home here.
You know what? I'm glad you're getting that vibe. That's the whole thing. Listen, this is a sanctuary. I try to say this is
Yeah.
our safe haven. I try to present it
It's
that
our
way.
safe space.
A safe space. I say that all the time. This is what INFJs need a safe space where we can hang out and talk to each other about stuff like this. And that's what it's all. And that's exactly you just made the meaning of this channel. It just embodied it with this conversation. I want to thank you so much, Billy. Thank you so
Well,
much,
thank you,
Billy,
and
for
I look
your
forward to meeting you all again. So have a good night.
Okay. Thank you again. You too. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Well, yeah. Hey, look at that. It just automatically defaulted right back to well, hopefully it will like that conversation we had. Yeah, that was a conversation with Billy the Goat. That was quite a conversation, I must say. Very, very insightful. And I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's just par for the course. It really is. Okay. I guess I should expect that. Why is my camera? I'm trying to get it to where for some reason, I'm trying to get the signals going to my camera. For some reason, it doesn't want to follow me. It hasn't done that all night tonight. I don't know what it is. It's okay. So I had to manually adjust them a little bit. I think we are animals. We just happen to build our dens out of different material. Yeah, I mean that's true to an extent, Honey Rose. I think I can agree with that. Okay. Well, first of all, I can get that earplug out of my ear. Um, but yeah, like I said, I think we go a little deeper than that. Yeah, we build houses. We build elaborate houses, and animals build their dens out of different things. Yeah, I think we're a little more evolved. I mean, intelligence wise, but I think we have a deeper spirit. I don't think animals in the middle of their life think about the deep existential questions of their existence. This is the one main thing I think that separates us from animals. I mean, do they? Well, they it looks more like they're put here, but they don't have the same soul that human beings have. It even says in Scripture, many Scripture that even in Genesis, I mean, whether you believe in Scripture or not, that yeah, the God created all the animals to be. He created man in his own image. I mean, created man and Eve basically in the image of God. Made basically even said that we want to create man as a different, in our image to have the ability to have the mind, the compassion, the understanding, the depth of God in the mind of God, as to be a mirror, as to be a reflection for God. And it's part of Scripture, and I see that. I do see that. I see that within myself. I believe we all should. That's where the depth comes from. But as far as animals go, I don't see them doing that. But that's the main difference. Well, enough said about that. Okay. But like I said, if anybody would like to into the chat, you could come on in if you'd like. And is Georgie Porgy still out there? George Porge. We're gonna have George. He's another one. George, he's in there. George, you still out there? George, if you'd like to, I know it's probably you're 3 hours behind in California. I remember George. It's up to you. And listen, Jethro, if you're still out there, personality pill. I know you've been wanting to talk. and get on the channel as well. If you have the means of doing that, sir. If not, I mean, if you got a phone, I think it's possible to do it out of a phone as well. I think it would just be a matter of linking, and it would turn into like a phone call kind of thing. But if you could check out the link on the bottom, you can see the link on the bottom. It's posted, and just follow the instructions. You just hit that link; it'll lead you to StreamYard, and at that point, it should prompt you to the instructions on how to enter the chat. Okay, anybody's welcome if you'd like to do that. Okay, but yeah, I'm just kind of glad we got a good conversation in as well. So, all right. Um, well, I hope everybody enjoyed that. I saw you were making comments, and I must say though, um, yeah, Billy, Billy the Goat, as he calls himself, he's got his own channel. There's a plug. If anybody wants to just see what his channel's all about, sounds like he's very knowledgeable. He'd probably have a good channel and maybe worth looking into at some point. Well, there you go. There's a little bit of free. There's a free plug for you there, Billy Goat, as well. Billy the Goat, all right? Now, people, if you don't mind, how many do we have? We have 12 watching. Hello there, 12 of you watching out there. I want to thank you all for sticking around with me tonight. And I'm so glad that you are here and you're making part of your Saturday night, our Saturday night, and we're together again. And I do want to thank you all for participating and showing up. And I understand that. Yeah, that's part of what we like to do, and I'm glad you're sticking around. But if you don't mind, people, I'm going to have to go use the facilities if you're okay with that, and I will be back in just a matter of minutes. So please don't go away. And until then, this would be a good time for YouTube to show a commercial within my break. That is, if they're showing commercials, that is. Maybe on the rebroadcast, when I take off, they can blitz in with a commercial. All right? I'd be okay with that until I get back. Okay? Or I could play some cool elevator music for you. Like just go like, like this, like play like a yeah. Yeah. Tom's gotta go to the junk. Cause he's gotta get. No, I better quit while I'm ahead over here. I'll be right back, people. Don't go away, all right? Hello. All right, we're back. I might as well close these drapes in the meantime as well, huh? Can't really see the. Yes. Yes, I must admit it got a little dark out there. All right. So, yeah, but and if any one of you noticed, I noticed I moved Mr. Knight in this room. I think he goes. I think I needed a background. I kept looking at some of my rebroadcasts on the channel here, and I thought, yeah, they're good. They're all right. But I'm like, but that background is so plain back there. There's nothing back there. It's like an empty wall, you know. And somebody commented on my piece of. I had an antenna with a piece of tinfoil on it. It's like, hey, nice tinfoil you got on there. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's all they're looking at. So I got an idea. I'm gonna bring the night guy back in here. Okay. And not only that, I think he's kind of cool back there. He adds a little, just bringing a, just bringing him back here, add a little bit of a, adds a little class. I think. Not only that, he's kind of just watching my back. You know, he's keeping an eye. He's guarding the place. He's the guard. You know, he's the guardian. How do you like that? Huh? Okay. So anyway, people, thank you so much for hanging out. And like I said, if you would like to into the chat. Like I said, hit the link below with my name if you'd like, and follow the instructions, and it will lead you to talk to me if you'd like. If you want to do that, I will just see your name come up here, and if you'd like to do that. But if not, that's okay. And I can have as many as 6 of you in here as well. That's another thing. Listen, if a few of you want to talk together, I'll let you talk. Like I know some of you are friends out there. Vamp, and I'm going to say, Honey Rose, you look like you're good friends. You look like you're hanging out. You got your own little clique going. If you want to come in here, you want to kind of talk a little bit, go back and forth. I would be okay with that. I'm just letting you know that there's a format here. I would be good with, you know. So you have that capability. Okay, just letting you know. I'm inviting that. I mean, I'm letting this format be our format. Okay. That's what we're here for. That's why we're here on this live. So we have like I said, this is our place to go. This is our community. So, all right. I thought we were something different. I thought something went different. Hi, Vamp. Hey, Lish Lish. Hello, Lish. When did Lish Lish come out here? 10:31 p.m. Hello, Lish. And hi, George. Okay, George Porch. You talking about George? Hello, Lish has come on into the chat. Well, there you go. That's good to see you out there. And I see that as well. Lish, how are you? Good to see you. Hopefully everything is fine and dandy in your world. I know, listen to me. I sound like a DJ over here. You know, I sound like I'm turning into one of these smart aleck, talk show guys over here. But then again, I'm just trying to talk. I'm just trying to be, I got to keep things going a little bit, you know? I can't be this boring guy just talking about, well, monotone. That I wouldn't hold an audience very long now, would I? Had to refresh. Oh, okay. There you go. Did he freeze for anyone else? Who are we talking about? Who's freezing? What is who are we talking about? uh Good. Just eating what a burger. Oh, eating some Whataburgers, huh? Okay. All right. But like I said, if anybody else would like to join on in, come on in, Okay. So yeah, it was I must say that, see that's one thing I thought that, you know, talking to somebody else with our personality sometime in the depth that we go, especially when we get into these deep conversations like I just had with Billy. And I can tell he's, you heard what a lot of what his story was. Yeah. It's basically a lot of it's our story. Now, listen, we're not identical. Like he said, too, we're not carbon copies. We're not cookie cutters of each other just because we have a type, but we do have a similar process in how we come to our conclusions and our decisions and our thinking, and that's basically what defines us in a lot of ways. And at times I hear these words spoken and it's things that I've thought, but in different words. He was saying things that I've kind of known right along, things that I've experienced as well in myself, but he had a different way of elaborating them, a different way of communicating them entirely, but still very understandable, you know? So, yeah, I think that again, that's just I think that's part of what we have in common is that. Okay. Uh, oh, hi everyone, friends until I prove I'm everyone's friend until they prove they don't deserve me. Okay. Okay, I'm everyone's friend until they prove they don't deserve me. Well, that's good. In other words, you're not excluding anybody. Listen, I like to think that I'm this. Listen, that's a good way of putting it. We should treat everybody with respect and decency until they prove themselves wrong, until they show that they're not worthy of it. That's the way I am as well. I mean, everybody. I mean, I don't care what color you are, what race you are, I don't. I mean, we all have different backgrounds. I mean, I don't care about that. Don't care about your skin color, your race, your gender. Um, what I what I look for in somebody is they're genuine and are they real people? Are they deep down decent, honest people that just have a good heart? All right. I don't expect perfection out of people. I don't think everybody should be, but are they just decent people that are honest and decent? Would just make that you could at least trust them. Because once they don't have that, then yeah, that you're right. Then you really then that draws a line for you. And usually, I think we're all like that. Okay, genetics can help. Attitude, however, can be. Okay, genetics can't be helped. Attitude, however, can be. Absolutely, yeah. We can't. Yeah, we can't base anybody on their genetics because we were born a certain way. Everybody was born who they are. We can't change that. We can't change anything about who we are in genetics. But like you said, it's our soul and it's how we treat people and how we want to conduct our lives to others. That's within our control, and that's what's worthy of our respect and our gratitude. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. So, yeah. So anyway, hopefully everybody is doing well. Now, how does everybody like this new format I have here? I came up with this little bit of, I know this is a different window I have. I could change it around if I wanted somewhat, but no, it isn't letting me do that right now. I mean, there's a couple things I could do. I just decided to have it in this. Oh, there we go. I think that was the same one I had. Now that's a full screen. I didn't have the bars in there. So I figured I'd have that. Um, but yeah, I think, uh, I think ultimately, yeah, that's just what we are. Let's see, Vamp. What did Vamp just write here? Let's see. Definitely, I believe in the same to an extent. Like I'll care unless you give me a reason not to. There you go. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Everybody gets respect until they unearn that respect, or unless they are respectable in that as well. So there you go. That's all. So um, yeah, but let me see how long we got here. I've been here since 7 o'clock. It's now 11, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're going up on 4 hours tonight. Yeah. Another marathon night. So now I got to tell you a little something of what happened last night. I think it was last night. It was yeah, a little bit last night when I got home from work. I went on the computer. Now I try to utilize some of my YouTube time for the weekend. Yeah, like I said, usually during the week it's tough to do because I work for a living. I got my job is you know I mean it pretty much consumes me during the week, and when I'm not actually working, I'm resting and preparing myself for the next day. And I think we're all like that. Like that's typical. That's what having a 9 to 5 is all about. So during the week you don't have it. So I went on YouTube last night and I was looking at some of my things that I have to do as far as you know now as far as like I keep talking about making the t-shirts and stuff. I have this thing for tees. Now it's kind of a complicated. I'm trying to learn in on how this is done. I mean, how do you make a t-shirt that's yours? You actually have to at some point get into like a window where you kind of draw something out or put an image or download a certain image and then put it in there and maybe have a saying on top of that. So it's kind of there's a little bit of a process that has to be done. I mean, it's just all about taking the picture, downloading them, putting them to them, and so definitely a lot. And then of course you have to go with different styles, different colors, different sizes. You might have like the woman's line over here, the men's line. So there's always different sizing and between men and women. So, but then of course, I mean, there's always good ideas. Now you gave me some good ideas. I want to get some things going, but again, I do apologize for one thing. Things just things take a lot of thinking for me and planning. And of course, yeah, I do. I plan them out. I'm always thinking of them. So last night I got into the point where I was looking at the windows and just trying to come up with a whole plan as far as like, okay, what's the next step? I'd like to get get these things going, like t-shirts, mugs, like breakfast clubs. And like I've been saying that for months now. So eventually that's going to have to, that's going to go on as far as that goes. But again, it's one of those processes. So I did go onto YouTube and I was trying to kind of educate myself and learn a little bit more about the things and all that. But I tell you, it's it's almost like on the job training without anybody behind you. Like it's all your own motivation. I mean, I've noticed too is like part of this YouTube thing is it's like having imagine having a TV station. I mean, a small TV station. Obviously not a big one. Okay. All right. I'm losing people. I'm down to 5 people. People don't want to talk. People don't want to hear my story, I guess. That's okay. Down to 3. Okay. Everybody's going away. Oh my gosh. All right. All right. I won't talk about this. All right. We'll go on to something. I'm sorry, people. And that's another thing too. I have to do my own rating system. I have to glance in that moment and look at my ratings and say, well, what I'm talking about is turning people off over here. I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, I just people don't want to hear about this. Okay, we won't go there. Okay, so I guess part of that is yeah. Well, anyway, people, I will answer your comments, or we could talk a little bit about a couple of things, or I can get into some kind of a rabbit hole or a monologue or something. Or like I said, if you want to join in, hit the link below and we can talk if you'd like to. If anybody would like to come on in here, this would be the time. So, um, but uh, but as far as okay, as far as our let's see, what do we talk about now? Now I'm reaching for things to kind of talk about. I got to think about something. All right, think about something that's going to entice, to keep us going here, keep us enthralled. Okay, yeah. Part of being the host is being that. Yeah, I know. I should have wrote down a whole bunch of stuff. But I think bottom line is all I can do is float down some ideas of what I got to come up for my next maybe like videos that I'm going to come up with. And I told you about I came up earlier. I need to do something about the chameleonism. But hey, Hidden Harp, I'm back again. Did you take off, Harp? Oh, by the way, you don't work Saturday nights, or are you still working? You got I believe, Harp, you said you had a position, and you got didn't you say you got a position in you got on a raise or a promotion? You went to like a regional manager, I thought you said, right? Something like that. Okay, I couldn't remember. Hidden, welcome back. So not sure. Right. But well, that's good. I think that I do remember something like that from before. All right. Um, share your referral link. Oh, oh, I don't know. They want me to share this. I'm gonna. They want me to share this link again. Now, listen, people. You don't have to. You don't have to do that. That's just one of those promotionals. That's something that Streamyard likes to do. You know, I don't expect anybody to want to glom onto StreamYard. I think that, yeah. So, um, hello, Lish. Yes, hello. Got the But if anybody has anything they'd like to add to this discussion, go ahead. We can go for that, right? Otherwise, hidden having no pants party. Jeez. Oh, oh my gosh. Um, yeah. So people, like I said, I think. I mean, sometimes I think having the channel though. I mean, it's just right been over the year now, and yeah, I think it's got its challenges sometimes, but bottom line is it's very it's very fulfilling in a lot of ways too. Okay. But like I said, I want to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that happened to me last night. I know I kind of touched upon that, and every so often though, I can't figure out what it is though. I mean, I go into these now. I think somebody asked me if I get depressed all sometime, and I think I was talking about some of these places last night for some reason. Every so often I get into these little places in my mind where I'm confused. And I'll listen. There's a lot of times I talk about how there's a way of like when you find a little bit of a you find a little clarity in your life. You find things in your life as you go along as INFJs. But you know what? I'm learning now too that you're never gonna ever stop having those bouts of just not knowing yourself. They happen. Like we are questioning things all over again as if you're starting right from scratch all over again. And you're like back to what's my purpose here? Why am I here? What, how long do I have? And I'm like, am I thinking this because I don't have very long? All with this whole idea that I've somehow foreseen these days. Most of my life, I've seen these very parts of my life. For some reason, I can't quite figure out like I've seen it, you know? And all the while having memories, vivid memories of like my past. Sometimes I sit back and I chuckle about things that my late family members do or did. Like my mom and my brother Jimmy, they both passed on, but I think of some of the interactions they had when I was a kid. Now I only want to remember them and I'll laugh to myself a little bit because some of the things they did, you know. But I part of me, I get a little touch of sad, but I don't want that to be part of the equation because I'm trying to remember them for who they are. But it's funny. It's almost like whatever I was foreseeing at that age in my life, I feel like I've reached that part of my life in the present, as if this present was always predetermined for me. Because I know I've told you the story before, like everything, like almost like I predicted my own outcome. And even it all the more it seems like something is like I'm leading to something, going to something, especially with all the discoveries that I've had with everything I've gone through. Again, it's just you got to kind of conclude that what we hold internally, what we typically have internally, I think these are internal strifes we typically keep to ourselves. But last night was a strange one. Like I felt like I went right back to square one and just was back to the whole not knowing not knowing where I was. Like felt like I was on that raft in the middle of the ocean all over again. I thought I got past this stage. I thought I was beyond this. But then you feel like you're right back in there again. But you got to wonder what it's all about, you know? So I think we never stop the journey. The journey never stops. And I mean, sometimes it's the heartache, the confusion that we go through, but again, we all we can do is see it for what it is and forge on. But knowing that you're all the more stronger, and now whatever level you feel like you've been, now you're hitting this next level again, but in a stronger, more fortified, spiritual way. You think at least you think that because you know what level you were. You know the stages. You can see the development. again, people, I'm kind of just talking off the cuff here. I'm just trying to talk about a little bit about what goes on in a daily life. Now, I mean, I think, I mean, obviously, I do all the talking here. I think we all go through these little bouts in our own little way. Not exactly like what I'm having, but it's all part of our journey. These individual internal strifes that we have to just forge through, you know. And again, it's because I mean, I was even asking questions. I mean, sometimes when I get into these, what I think happens is that when we get too comfortable, though, when our lives go too comfortable and we have too much comfort, let's say, too many, we feel too good, then we don't grow, When we're too comfortable in our life, if we have too many material things, too many things that occupy our time, when we're too distracted, we don't grow because we use those distractions to mask what we're trying to find. But when you let those things talk to you, or at least hold you, then you're growing. And I mean internally, spiritually, mentally, you're forging on. Because when you have those slight incomplete questions, that when you're not whole and you ponder your existence, this is your growth because you're reaching. See, these are some of the. I'm kind of answering myself as to why these keep happening. Why? And I'm kind of almost answering my own question as I'm talking to you. And even like what Billy the Goat said earlier, he said that part of when he talks, things just reveal, things just come out of him when he's in a conversation, like I'm doing right now. And I says, yeah, that's what he meant by that. He said that earlier in the chat, that's why he does that. He speaks his mind because it's like and I said it's like he was sharpening his sword. He's like using it. Something like I said, you're using that flint against the blade of the sword to sharpen it, to get stronger, to get sharper. So we need that resistance. Okay. But I guess that's what it's all about. So in a sense, I answered my own question. We can never stop because we can't stagnate. Part of our journey is as long as we're breathing, as long as we are living. I mean, we can have plateaus of contentment, plateaus of happiness. Of course, we do. But we also have to know that our introspection is always going to guide us that much further. All right, our introspection, and along with our meditation, along with our prayer, along with our whatever it is that we do to gather to center ourselves, we need to do that, because without it, the more comfortable we are, the more we stagnate. That's what the lesson was. And that's why we have to return back to these origins of not knowing. So that was the answer I was looking for. And I think I had in a sense, I had to troubleshoot it. Now, last night, I didn't quite have it quite in those words. I was kind of leading to that, but that's bottom line is what we do. What do we got here? Vamp, Tom, no rush. I'm releasing out products. We enjoy the podcast. Oh, okay. No, Vamp. Listen, I only said that because earlier I was talking and I just started, and then all of a sudden, like everybody went away. Like I know people. Listen, I know you got things that you do. You probably check out things, but I look at the things I see. Okay, 11 people up here, 12 people, 13 watching, and then like 20 seconds later, it's dropping. Then it's like, oh, 4 or 5. I'm like, oh, am I boring? They don't want to hear this. So I mean, it's kind of self conscious for me. That's all it is. I mean, it's almost like my own little rating system. That's all I can do keep thing. I want to listen. I want to keep. I want to keep us interested here. I mean, that's part of what it is. But I think a lot of what keeps us interested is just knowing that. I mean, that we all have similar things that we strive for. That's all. And that's what keeps us, you know, together in that way. Let's see. That sounds amazing. I'm in bed with a cold. Oh, that's right, Vamp. Yeah, you're not doing so good. You said you got migraines. You're not. Now I know you said that you had a cold last week too, Vamp. Let me ask you a question, Vamp. Now that you're on there, I mean, are you I mean, I mean, is it just something prolonged? Can you not shake this cold? Because I thought it was a week or two ago you had something bothering you as well. So I didn't know if maybe it was just if it had something to do with like maybe was it not getting enough nutrients, or is it a lot of it? Are you under stress? Sometimes stress around when we run our bodies down. Listen, as INFJ, we do that. Sometimes we'll do that, and that's where we'll get our illnesses. I mean, hopefully you're monitoring yourself. You're not letting yourself get emotionally and everything run down, because we tend to do that, you know. So hopefully that's not what it is. So, oh, Tom, I had a migraine. Now I'm coming down with the cold. Oh, so you had the migraines too, and like I said before, I mean, the only time I ever got migraines, and I remember having them, was when I was married, and I was under a tremendous amount of stress. And I didn't know if maybe yours had something to do with stress as well. I mean, we went over this last week. I know. I was just asking questions. I guess, but bottom line is, I mean, I'm just concerned. I mean, that's part of like what this is all about. Showing concern for each other. And just knowing when we got issues going. But I mean, I definitely have a couple of my own health things going on. I don't really say much about them because I figure, you know, probably don't want to know all that stuff. I mean, unless you asked. I mean, I got things that, you know what I mean? But I mean, I tend to try to keep things, but I will talk about some of my struggles, some of these, only because I feel like that's part of what we're here for. Okay, that's all. There's a guy being drunk in the alley. He is really a really bad singer. Okay, so right now, there's a guy. He's drunk in your alley and he's singing bad, huh? He's thinking he's all. He's I know those old drunk guys when they're all slurry. They're trying to. They're just That's funny though, right there. Uh, uh, hey, look what hitting. Look at Harp Road over here. I'm gonna have a bath bomb and a wine party. Oh my god, it's a bath bomb. What I'm thinking it is. Is that one of those things you have to wipe after? I'm just asking. I'm trying to clean it up here. No pun intended. A bath bomb. Hey, that's a good one though. I think that's what it means right there. Yeah. So okay. Hidden. Oh man, what is this? Hidden is having a no pants party. Oh gosh. Yeah. A no pants party, huh? Gee, what's okay. Yeah. Hey, the other day I went into this bar and it said topless, bottomless. And then I went into the bar and nobody was there, you know what I mean? I'll tell you, the place was empty. Hey, that reminds me of Rodney, you know what I mean? Topless, bottomless. There was nobody in there. Kind of guy, your pantsless party there. All right. Okay. Um, but anyway, people, yeah. So no, not singing anymore. Uh, he's throwing bagels and beer at the power poles. Oh, so you got yourself a regular drunk and disorderly. It sounds like there. They call that a D&D there now, I would think, right? Yeah. Well, usually these guys they get a little bit out of control, don't they? Huh? I mean, hey, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could say, is that a rite of passage? Getting drunk and disorderly. I mean, hey, I've had my bouts too. I mean, I used to. Oh, funny thing is, right? Yesterday, a couple of days ago, I'm getting ready to do one of my stops at my shift, right? Get this, right? Now, there's this kid who rides his motorcycle. He's riding wheelies down the street, right? He's a kid, and he's pretty good at it, too. He's got his regular motorcycle, and he's popping wheelies, and he's riding them. I mean, staying on one wheel for a good 100 yards or so. It looks like he could go as long as he could, but he's running out of the street. You know what I mean? So I turn down the street I'm at, and I'm watching him. First, I'm just watching him. You know what I mean? And oh, all right. So no, I'm going to finish the story, but Hidden's explaining where the bath bomb is there. But anyway, so he's flying down the street, doing a wheelie on his motorcycle. So I stop, and I'm getting ready to stop anyway. Take a little. I'm eating a sandwich before I do my next route, next shift. So I'm like going down there anyway. So I break my phone out, and I'm thinking as he's getting ready to ride a wheel, I'm all right, I'll film this, film riding the wheelie. So he looks behind, and he sees me break out the phone, and then I'm just filming, just trying to get it right. And then he rides back the same way, and I'm still filming as he's riding the wheelie back, right? And I'm thinking, all right. And then he flies past my truck. Then he turns around and he rides up, and then he stops, he slows down, he looks at me and says, "What's the matter? You don't like it?" Like he's thinking I'm mad, or like I'm recording to get him in trouble. I said, "No, listen. I'm okay with listen. I'm not ratting you out. I just thought it was cool." It says, just stay safe. All right. I hopefully you're just careful. That's all. All right. And I meant it. I wasn't out to rat the kid out. But then I'm thinking to myself, I did stuff like that too. I think we all go through these rites of passages where we just do little things like that. We ride on motorcycles, popping wheelies. I didn't do exactly that stuff, but I mean, gosh, I used to take my car with a bunch of my friends in them. We'd have the car loaded up, and it'd be wintertime, so you get that little bit of snow, and you go into a parking lot, and you just start doing donuts in the snow, spinning and going sideways, and just you're in a parking lot doing it with your car. I mean, but again, it's the same kind of behavior. It's that reckless kind of rebellious behavior that you do as a kid. I'm thinking, no, it's not that I don't like it. I've done that stuff when I was a kid too. Believe me, it's not the first time I saw that. So I don't know. Just thought it was interesting. So um, okay, so a bath bomb. I think I think I saw this thing here. Let me see this over here. Oh, here we go. Tom, bath bombs are this little circular thing you drop into the bath water, and it makes the water and bubbles change color. LOL. Oh, is that what those are? Okay. Okay. I'm glad you cleared that up for me, Mr. Hart, because I'm thinking to myself, when I think of bathroom bomb, I mean, that's usually what I do like first thing in the morning, if you know what I mean. And usually I gotta open the windows up a little bit, to air it out in there a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking. It's a bath bomb. I'm like, what is a bathroom? That's what I thought. It was a bathroom bomb. But that's okay. That's all right. Um, okay, so that's what that is. So you get, is it like Mr. Bubble? I mean, so color changing bubbles then, huh? Okay, I guess that makes it interesting. I don't take bubble baths. In fact, I haven't taken a bath in probably I don't know. I can't remember the last time I actually took a bath. I mean, it's been a long time. I mean, I take showers. Don't get me wrong. I take my showers. I just don't take baths. Yeah, like one of those guys. So, uh, no, but anyway, that's that. I'm glad you cleared that up for me. What a bath bomb is, because yeah. But then again, that's just my mind going there. You know what I mean? Wasn't sure what you meant by that. That's all. Okay. So, Tom, I hope not, as I've never been that drunk. Oh, all right. Okay. Uh, Honey Rose, and it makes the water pretty stinky. Oh, is that a pun intended? Like the water stinky? I mean, I've heard of a bath bomb before, though. Yeah. Tom, I hope, as I've never been that drunk before. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, we were talking about. Oh, was that the one you were talking about? The guy who was drunk singing down there? Yeah. So it makes me look like a nice human soup at Tom. Laughing at Tom. Oh, okay. Oh, because I said about the bath bomb being something I do in the morning. Yeah, because you'd think a bomb went off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, boom. All right. No, I know TMI, right? All right. We don't need too much of that. Hey, that's what you do. These are basic biological function that have to be addressed occasionally. I mean, we all do them. All right. I just don't want to get too graphic about it. That's all. So, oh yeah. All right, got that. So, new comment. Hey, what do we got here? We have a new somebody right here. Hello. We have uh Joshua Schwab Mangold. Free Persia, save Ukraine. Oh, this sounds. Oh, I see. This is a way of somebody. Oh well, hey, listen, Josh, man. Yeah, that's good that you got all that stuff out there, but I could see you're just trying to throw a bunch of your your interests in there. That's kind of like your yeah. Listen, just so you know, I don't know if what got you here, but this channel is more about what we do here is that this is more about psychology and it's a lot of bit. I know we're kind of joking around right now. We're just kind of teasing each other. But typically, what we do here is we talk about the human mind. We talk about MBTI, INFJ personalities, and our our life is living those as well. That's all. Okay. But that looks like visitors, species, infestations, and coexisting interspecies. Silence plus sapien TSSX. What the heck kind of psycho? Listen, I don't know what that is exactly, and I don't know what exactly coexisting interspecies. Hey, all right, let's all right. You got me into something. All right, listen, coexisting interspecies. Do you have any proof of that? Joshua Schwab, Mangold. Okay, I know you got. What's up with Persia? Persia's Iran. That's right. Save Ukraine, free Persia. Hey, listen. Oh, okay. You know what? Well, you almost led me down a place I don't go here. I can't get political. Not that I can't. I didn't want to get this channel into a political rant about that. Okay, but I know everybody's got to get their little 2 cents worth in there. But as far as interspecies thing, uh, silence plus sapien, TS slash synth. Does anybody know what that means? What the heck? It sounds like a whole lot of kind of like, remember when Captain Kirk in Star Trek? Remember when Kirk would always go to some other planet and he'd always like meet some like, alien woman. Remember? She was attractive in her own way. I mean, she was a shade of blue, or she was kind of greenish, or she had a couple extra hands, you know what I mean? But yeah, but she still had an attraction, even though she was an alien. And Kirk kind of, intermingled. Well, there you go. I think that's what he's talking about right there. The coexisting interspecies silence. That's where I saw that from. I knew I saw that kind of thing going on there. Okay. So I can relate to that, And Captain Kirk, I don't know. He never followed up on any of this, He never like said, well, I've got to go to Sector 12 and see Horusha, my purple girlfriend. I bet she's wondering, and I'm really getting excited. She's probably longing for me. And I'm getting a Kirk. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself, you know. Well, anyway, that's my version of what I interpret the coexisting interspecies. There's some crazy stuff out there in the world, huh? I'll tell you, there's nutsos out there, you know. Okay, let's. We got a new comment out there. Uh, he may have come into. Of course, it's spammed. Yes, Honey Rose. I know that was a spam. I knew that. I was just making fun of it. Hey, somebody wants to throw a little bit of spam at you. Well, you know, sometimes you just gotta kind of, you know, taste it and make fun of the food. You know, sometimes you just have to make fun of the chef as he served. What do you call this? You know what I mean? So that's all I'm doing. Definitely. Okay. George Porch. At least he got the message out to a large audience. Yeah, that's fine. I just kind of, I don't, yeah, that's what it was trying to do. Sometimes they do that, you know. They're just trying to throw that out there. OMG, that's asking for trouble. Laughing at the Star Trek interspecies too funny. Oh, you like that one, Vamp? I thought you might like that. It just came to mind. That's what I thought, you know? Come on, you do remember Kirk had a few flings with, you know, different, you know, I mean, let me tell you, they were attractive in their own way. They had their own, even though some of them had the greenish hair and they all danced weird and they had different, you know, things about them. But hey, he he made things happen. You know, he was a regular what you call philanderer. That guy. But then again, you know, when you're out in space, the final frontier, and you're floating out there for 5 year mission. I mean, I guess any red blooded somebody would think that they just get the urge sometime. You know, I mean, just kidding. I'm just kidding. You know, hey, hey, even Spock had the urge one time. Remember that time Spock? You must like Star Trek. Remember Spock had it was an episode where he was all like violent. He was getting all out of his head, and he was getting jittery, and he was throwing things, and he was out of character. He was like his emotions were coming out. He was getting angry, like, and then and that turns out he needed to go back to Vulcan because he had a wife in Vulcan that in every so many years, it's almost like Vulcans had like every so many years the urge came out, not like humans. Vulcans it was like, and he even compared it to like salmon. Salmon every 7 years swim up the. Hey, maybe that's where I get that from that episode. He described to Kirk as to why he was losing his mind is because his urges were coming back. His Vulcan procreating urges as a man. And remember, so they go back to Vulcan. In fact, Kirk diverted away from a mission that he was supposed to go to. He abandoned it to bring Spock back to Vulcan because Spock was going to die. He was going to die if he didn't get back to Vulcan, right? So they get him back to Vulcan. How many light years away, how warp 10 to, this sector of space or whatever it was to get to Vulcan. And then his wife was like gonna fight. They were supposed to fight like to the death to see who would, because she chose another suitor, but instead she chose Kirk as the one to fight. So now Spock's all like out of his mind, and he could tell he was in his like rut, whatever Vulcan rut he was in. You know what I mean? So he had to fight to the kill in order to do his thing with his wife. But his wife already picked somebody else because, Spock's gone, He's never around. He's that guy who's gone all the time, So what happens is, it turns out she wanted to fight. So she wanted him to fight Kirk because she had her own logic behind. So they end up getting in a fight. And of course, Dr. McCoy actually deliberately like made Kirk look like he died. He stabbed something in his neck, one of those air, remember the thing that kind of air would go in there? So he basically put Kirk into a sleep, looked like dead. So right away they're fighting. And then all of a sudden, it looks like Kirk died. but he really did. So, but Spock thought, oh, he killed the captain. Then he's all like, I can't believe it. But it got him out of his funk. He had to do the whole fight to the death, but it got him out of his mind being enraged. And then he talked to his wife and said, why? Why would you choose him? Then she came up with this whole logical thing. Well, I knew if, you killed him, he wouldn't want me. Or if he killed you, he wouldn't want me anyway. So I would, no matter what, I'd end up with this guy. The other guy, there was some other guy that was there. I can't remember, like Sorlak or whatever the Vulcan names they use, right? So, she had her own version of logic. So, it was one of those. It was Spock's. If you ever watched Star Trek, the original series, that was one of those episodes that Spock was. He had to go back every 7 years and do that. So laughing at the Star Trek interspecial. I know. Plus, you like those. You like those impressions I do every so often, right? Oh, was it every 10 years? Honey Rose, is that what? Well, Spock is half human. Oh yes, he's half human, half Vulcan. But the funny thing is about Spock, right? He's kind of like in conflict. The way it's funny you bring that up. Hey, this just steered me into something. I know this is science fiction, and Spock is half human, and he's half Vulcan. But now, what does Spock do? Spock relies. He sides more with his logic. He associates himself more with being Vulcan, not his emotional side, because to him, he let's just say he had a little bit of a trauma. If you ever seen a movie as to what happened, but the thing is, sometimes he fights with his own inner self between his logic and his emotional side. Now that just steered me into it. Now, what is the things that INFJs? I mean, as INFJs as we are, we have our own internal strife that has a lot to do with that very thing. Now, typically, Spock is stoic and he keeps it in, and he's very unbothered. And you can tell, but occasionally it comes out. You'd see it would come out every so often. But he spent a lot of time building up that logic side of him because he didn't want the emotional side. Although he could have embraced part of his emotion side, but he didn't. He went strictly with the Vulcan side of him. Okay. But if you remember right, do you remember where that came from? Now we're going to talk Star Trek. Imagine that. We're getting into Star Trek talk. If you remember in one of the motion pictures, I believe it was The Final Frontier, if I remember right. Remember, this is the one where remember he had a half brother Cyborg, and he was he was actually an empathic Vulcan that was actually, he embraced his emotional side. He was Vulcan, but he said years ago, like the unevolved Vulcans they were more savage. They did have more emotion, and they were more savage. But he said that they forgot that the logic eventually evolved into a logical system, right? So, but his half brother Cyborg ended up hijacking the Enterprise, and he had all his he had these people kind of brainwashed through his empathy. He kind of got them to reveal the deepest, darkest secret, almost like revealing their deepest, darkest shadow, which changed them. Man, this is something, right? This was psychology in that, okay? And Cyborg actually did that to Spock. Said, "What is your deepest, darkest fear?" Remember, he did it to McCoy. Something about his father was dying, and he had that but his father could have had a cure if he had just made him suffer another week later. So McCoy, but that was part of his burning core as to why he is who he is, right? His deepest, darkest shadow, right? Well, anyway, so Cyborg lets Spock in on this thing, okay? And what does he bring him back to? Spock was brought back to his birth. I mean, they had this little reenactment where, I do believe, Captain, this was my birth. Raised his eyebrow. Spock, right? And then it shows Spock being born, right? And he's crying like a typical baby, and and one of the handmaidens like holding him. Now she hands Spock to his mother, Sarah. I think her name was Sarah. She was the mother. She was human, and she held him and oh, my son. One of those mother does. Now the she hands Spock over to Sarek, which was Spock's father. What does Sarek do? He had this kind of a disgust that he was holding Spock, and he's so human, and he like gave him back to her, and then he stopped crying. So that's why he embraced his volcanism. You see, that's why he embraced logic, because his father rejected him at that moment. That was his inner burning dark shadow at birth, when he was rejected by his own Vulcan father, because his father looked disgusted, so human. Yeah. So that was Spock's deepest, darkest. See, so he fought with this, just the way we do, in a sense. When he fought with that whole humanism and his emotion as well, yeah, in his own way. And he had that battle, that strife within him. But again, he rarely let it out. But you knew internally he was going through this, just being half human, half Vulcan, battling with the emotions he didn't want, trying to repress that shadow of his human side and be more Vulcan, because he wanted to embrace the Vulcan side. He was a troubled soul. You'd never think it. Very stoic, very logical, very unemotional. But he had his own demons, Spock. He really did. Okay. Well, anyway, it's funny how that steered into where it did. Okay. See, you want to talk about rabbit holes? There's your rabbit hole right there. Okay. Take care, George. Hasta la vista. Hey, everybody's taking off. Okay. I got to head out of here, Honey Rose. 10 years. Well, Spock is half human. All right. Well, hopefully it's because it's getting late. I hope you're not leaving because I started running off the course over here. I hope you've been here for quite a few hours. Actually, Honey Rose, I figured you've been here quite a while. I know you've been here since almost since I started the broadcast. So, well, thank you, Honey Rose. I want to thank you for stopping by. Okay, and thanks again. Okay, well, I do apologize about that, people. I I couldn't help myself. I just again, I mean, I haven't watched a whole lot of that stuff in years, but it's been a while. But I remember being when I was much younger. I did do more of that. I got to head out. See you next week. Yes, we'll see you next week for sure. I'm glad you're coming back next week. All right. So, um, well, anyway, so people, for the ones that are still hanging out with me, well, I have 6 watching right now. That kind of bounces up and down. Um, for who is hanging out with me. I'm actually glad everybody showed up as well. I'm glad you're all here, and it's kind of like our weekly. It's getting to be like our weekly time together. There's no doubt about that. So yeah. So, um, but okay. So we got that out of the way. All right. Hey, I guess in a way, see, I took what a spammer threw in there. We took a little spammer comment in there, and it didn't spoil the day. I'm not going to let stuff spoil the day. I'm not going to just ignore it and say, oh, erase it or ignore it and whatever. Well, here we'll just run off with something. Something's going to spark the interest and get us running in another direction. That's all we can do with that stuff. So I am. Oh, Vamp, I am. Hey, you got little prayer hands in there. Vamp, as far as that goes, I'm hoping you feel better. I really am. You're coming down with colds and you got migraines. I really hope that, because yeah, that that's all I can say is I hope you feel better. All right. Take care, George. Oh, George, you're taking off. Hasta la vista. You forgot to say baby. Hasta la vista, baby. All right. Um, so, who do we still have from the Breakfast Club out there? Tom, his character always made me laugh. My dad always said, imagine the children he'd have had with her. Who are we talking about? Oh, I missed that one. What was this all about? Uh, I missed that comment earlier. Honey, it reminds me of friend John who loves replaying to a spammer. That's asking for trouble. Laughing at the Star Trek interspecially race is funny. How about a drunk Tom stream sometime? Oh, come on, George. You don't want me to get drunk? I don't know about that. You know what? I don't need to be drunk. You know. Actually, if I had a couple beers, I would be. But I mean, I might let things out. I might get a little more. Uh, I don't know. I would probably just start saying things I probably shouldn't. You know. That's all. Yeah, I might. I better be careful with that kind of thing. You know, I still try to remain in control of the myself when I'm doing a broadcast. You know, the interspecially funny. How about a drunk Tom? Sometimes I didn't even read it, but hearing it making me laugh. I just reported. Oh, Vamp, you reported that whole thing, did you? I could do that too. Here, I mean, I could actually. Let me see. Delete comment. Put a ban user and delete their comments. All right, I just did that. Okay, I got rid of that. Okay, we poked fun at that. We poked a little fun at the whole thing, and I just did the same thing. Okay, that's all. That's all. Okay. Um, yeah, but every so often though, like I said, I mean, yeah, that was one of those. Like I said, Spock was always one of those tragic, like misunderstood figures that kept it in so well. He never let it out. But the man was deeply conflicted. Okay. I mean, was he an INFJ? I don't know. I'd picture him being more like uh, an ISTJ. Just if I was to guess his personality type, I don't know if you could do that with half Vulcans. Maybe there's certain characteristic traits that you can't classify. Okay. I know. Here I am. I'm staying with the Star Trek thing. But if I was to classify, I would say he was introverted because he spent a lot of time alone. He kind of went off by himself and he was stoic a lot, thinking. But I mean, he was more of a sensor. He was a scientist. So he was all about sensing and looking, you know. But he was also a thinker. Obviously, the guy was a thinker, very much a thinker. Okay. And I'd say he was a judger. He planned. Okay. That's what I would come up with, you know. Although maybe somebody could say, that he was an INTJ. You could say it's possible, but he embraced that logical side. Like INTJs are they're sparkish in a way. In fact, they're the logicians. They even call um, that particular type the logician. Okay, they call INFJs what the counselor, right? Yeah. But yeah, so they are the logicians, and that's what Spock was. He was completely logical, yeah, and that's the Vulcan thing, you know. So I'd have to say that's possible, but I didn't really necessarily think of him as more the introverted, intuitive. I mean, he could have been, but if anything, he gathered information. He gathered things from the science, from the facts, from the figures. He was very factual. That's why I put him as an S, as a sensor in that way. Okay, but either way, no doubt, a very deep and complex personality, character, I guess you could say as well. Uh, so okay, there you go. Josh Schwab has been banned from their comments. Will be removed. Okay. I know that my immune system is pretty bad at times. No, I'm still here. Oh, hey, there you go, George. George Porge. Hey, George, I don't know. Look, you got in here for a conversation a little bit. Listen, you're invited to if you like. I mean, everybody is. Anybody is. Yeah, I got the link on the below on the page. I think you tried that earlier, George. If you're still out there, if you'd like to, come on in for the chat. If not, no big deal. I'm just throwing that out there. All right. Okay. You were just saying goodbye to Honey Rose. Okay, I got that. Okay, all right, that's good. But usually, like I said, if you'd like to, you can do that. Okay. But I got the correct link down below. Matter of fact, I mean it should be pinned on the bottom. Hey, that's another thing that Billy the Goat did as well. He helped me to know how to pin. Yeah, the StreamYard thing right there. So it's all right in there. So unpin message, remove, go to. No, I don't want to do that. We'll just leave that pin there. So all right. Um, yeah, okay. I have to check it on the phone every so often. So, um, yeah, I'm too shy to voice a chat a lot. Oh, that's okay. All right. That's why I'm just. I know you. I know you chatted before. That's all. That's all. I mean, no big deal. Okay. I mean, listen. I threw this out as the option. Okay. I wanted to do something different. We talked about that before, and I thought, hey, at least there is an option of doing that. So just got to got a chance to talk. And again, but like I said, the beauty is, you can have up to six in the chat at one time. That I thought was cool. But that's okay. Um, okay, so we got a chance to talk a little science fiction. Hey, well, like I said, I'm not sure if a lot of um, I could see that maybe our type would be into like things that are like that. I mean, typically I like factual things that are real, but occasionally I like science fiction. If it's good, if it's clever, if it's deep science fiction, I'm okay with it. I really am. I mean, I was blown away with the Matrix. I mean, I always liked like the Terminator thing. That was all sci-fi stuff. Deep stuff is very as long as it gets you thinking. You want that deep, you don't want just like stupid sci-fi stuff. You know what I mean? George, you did really well considering you were nervous. Personality pearl, hi lish lish. Hey, Jethro's still out there. Yeah, how you been, Jethro? I haven't seen much yet. I know you're still out there hanging out. Awesome, man. Hopefully everything's going well with you. Hopefully, you're doing well. I hopefully your mom. How's your mom doing, by the way, Jethro? Is your mom? I know you're saying you're having to bring her to the clinic almost every day now. Hopefully, she's doing okay. I would hope. So, you told me that before you were taking her to the clinic. So, all right, George, you did very well considering you were nervous. I was going to say, yeah, George, like I said, you were okay with that. Maybe you were just a little bit nervous, but hey, that's all right. Yeah, a multi people panel would be the next step. Hey, I could. I mean, everybody would have to. It did say I was reading originally on the. I could invite people in before the actual live, but I think that was almost to make it like a mock podcast in a way, like a live stream podcast in a way. That's what that's all about. Um, I mean, then you'd have people on different panels. I mean, usually podcasts are all in the same room. They're in a different area in a room, and they're all speaking in their own microphones and they're conversating and they're taking calls in or they're inviting guests. Kind of like whatever. You ever see that podcast? Whatever. It's kind of like that, but this whole format here would be everybody's in their own individual places, and they're all via the internet in their own like chat in a sense, like a multiple chat. My mom is okay. She's a very strong person. Okay, that's good to know. That's good. So yeah, awesome. Yeah. Well, you got to take care of our mom. That's all. Definitely have to. So Okay. Yeah, let's put that up there. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, um, yeah. So what do we got? 11:40. Hey, it is almost midnight, people. I don't know how long do people want to go here as far as. Oh, I just got me a whole big old wide. I just forgot I could do that. I just accidentally clicked. Now I got a full screen. I'm looking at everything. I don't need to do that. I need to see the chat though. So, um, George Porge, Vamp, that's okay. Yeah, I actually rarely speak to anyone. I stay to myself. I can actually forget how I can actually forget how to talk out loud. Oh my gosh. Wow. George, you know what? I think I've even said that. And listen, I do a lot of talking right now, and I think I've actually, if it wasn't for you on YouTube, if it wasn't for this channel, wasn't for the fact I had these live broadcasts, and if it wasn't for the fact I did my occasional shorts or videos. Now I'm speaking into a camera, but if it wasn't for that, I'd George, that'd be me. That's me typically. Now again, you'd think I'm a guy who talks all the time because that's all I do when I'm on these lives, but outside of this, I'm like, this isn't me. I'm the same way. In fact, yeah, right before I even got this broadcast, I felt like I had to retrain myself to talk. I mean, I remember like some of my earlier videos, I was mispronouncing things. I wasn't totally forming words. I got that point, George. I got to the point. I even heard some of my early videos, and I had to edit out like where I was, just like not completely forming syllables, if you can believe it. Okay. And I thought, yeah, I felt like that's how much I was out of practice from speaking like consistently. I mean, yeah, I could speak, but having like a long term conversation, I noticed that I was slurring things or mispronouncing things. Yeah, because of the lack of speech. It's funny how we get to that point sometime, ain't it, George? It really is that we tend to, yeah, George, I know what you mean. I have a naturally quiet voice when I talk to people, so people find me difficult to communicate with the me. Oh yeah. Okay. See, now, Vamp, we never heard your voice speak. I mean, I've seen you text many times, and but I'll take your word for it. You have a kind of a quiet voice, so people tend to find it difficult to communicate with me. So are you just like a low talker, like a very calm, very subdued, laid back talking thing? I can understand that. I could see that being the case. Yeah, I think that's yeah. Okay. Uh I notice with myself though, I mean I have the capability. Now you see it on display here on this chat. Okay. I feel in a way like I step into a role when I do this. I mean, especially with some of the comedic stuff I do, some of the impressions. But I mean, that's always been me all my life. But I came to a conclusion one day that a lot of times, I mean, whether or not that was a part of my chameleon thing, where I literally just started like morphing into like characters, Rodney and Clint Eastwood and Captain Kirk. These are people I remember growing up watching Kirk as a kid. I mean, some of the earliest memories I had was watching Star Trek. I mean, probably you got to figure I was born in the mid 1960s, and I was probably watching Star Trek at 3, 4 years old when my brothers were watching this stuff. They were older than me. My brothers loved Star Trek, right? And I was like 3, 4 years old watching it probably as it was being aired. So I've grown up around that stuff. See? So I think I've adapted certain characters. Like I said, that whole Frankenstein syndrome that I talked about, I had to adopt these certain characters. In fact, not only did I adopt them, I actually got to the point where I impersonated them occasionally. Like that little bit of a chameleon would come out just, to kind of break the ice a little bit. I actually didn't just chameleon, but actually became somebody's character, you know? I wonder how deep that goes, but that's always been me. I mean, this isn't just that's just the way I've always been right along. Tom, yes, very calm, collective. And when I've been a little, I'd show I'm calm and awkward in an awkward situation. When I would be, though, I'd be an anxious wreck. Oh, okay. Okay, wait, let me read this again. Yes, in a very calm collection. When I'd show I'd be in a calm and awkward situation. When I would be, what I would be though, I'd be an anxious wreck. Oh, in other words, you'd be calm a little bit. You'd look calm on the outside, but inside you were keeping calm, keeping calm, but inside you were like flying apart a little bit. Like I know that feeling. Listen, there's certain times I think we all go through that where we look like we're all okay on the outside, but inside we're like a bubbling volcano ready to explode. But we're keeping it under wraps, holding it and hold. Yeah, exactly. I know that. Yes, Tom, that's right. George likes a joke. I likes a joke with people saying, "Even I get my voice will raise a bit. I will get a sore throat." Oh yes, wow. Yeah, um, yeah. Sometimes, like I said, I think I've got just having this YouTube channel has actually got me back to talking. Even though I'm not in front of anybody literally, I'm just in front of my computer screen here. But still, it's my way of it's like making a connection, even though it's virtual here. It's still that, right? But I feel like I think that bottom line is we're all similar in this way. We still long for that connection, even though we're introverted, and it sounds like we're very introverted. George, I'm going to say that sounds to me like Police Academy movies. There was a character like that. Oh, the Police Academy movies. There was a character like that. Yeah. Um, I know who you're talking about in the Police Academy movies. Yes. No, but my point was is that I think that we do have a very quiet, very peaceful, subdued. Yeah, we have a side of us that needs that's very that can be shy, that can be standoffish. Now, listen, some of us more than others. Some of us are more than others. I have a side of me though. I feel like I could face the whole world if I had to. I can walk out and be out at 2 in the morning in a dangerous part of town doing my job. And if I see trouble walking down, I mean, I have no choice but to. I mean, I could face it, and I'm sure I could do what I had to do, to. But typically, see, I have to be. You know what I mean? But typically, I stay quiet. Usually, my first response is if anybody's like, I'm quiet until I have to say something or react. I mean, usually I'm just quiet, observing. That's it. Stay quiet and observe. So, have you seen the Police Academy? There was a one character like that. Oh, I know what you're talking about. She was if I remember Bubba Smith. Remember Bubba Smith? If I remember right, he ended up flipping a car over because the guy called her a slur. If I remember right, because she was like like an African American woman, but she had that little voice, and they kept saying, because in that movie, she couldn't like yell like "Get out of the car, step out of the car now." You're like it was that force, that whole authoritative voice. And they kept trying to say that she had that little mousy voice, like get out of the car, get out of the car. She couldn't speak. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, I remember that. I forget her name in that movie, but I remember that. And then, but Bubba Smith was a big football player. Remember that guy, Bubba Smith, big, tall, black guy. African American guy. I mean, he was really a football player. He must have been 6'8". Well, anyway, he was like you would have thought he was the type of guy in the movie, like he would have been a football player, real aggressive. But it turns out, know what he did for work? He worked in a flower shop. Remember that too? Because he got kicked out of the academy because he lost his temper. And then he went back to his regular job. And you would have thought he'd be like a construction worker or an iron worker. You know what I'm saying? Because he was big dude, big giant strong dude. And he worked in a flower shop, and it shows him cutting up flowers and stuff. You know what I mean? uh, I still remember that was Bubba Smith, and actually he was an actual NFL player that turned into a an actor. I think he only had a couple roles, and that was one of them. Hightower. Yeah, that was Hightower. Now, I can't remember her name for the life of me in that movie, but I know who you're talking about, George. Okay. Vamp. Oh, cool. You know what I mean. Maybe I can join voice. Why not? Okay. George, I know the character. I like the character who couldn't talk properly. I always enjoyed his character too. Yeah, right. I think we've all seen the police academies from time to time. Hey, but toward the end, though, if you remember right, listen, it's funny you bring that up, George. There was one moment during that. Remember, there was an actual riot took over. Like something happened. Like something stupid happened where the town rioted over something really dumb, and it escalated. It kept escalating, right? And then they had to get these rookie cops that weren't even like full-fledged rookie cops. They had no choice but to put them into to try to subdue the riot. In fact, they went and got Bubba Smith. They had to recruit him at his flower shop. That's why they went there, because hey, they need all of them. So they all had to put their riot gear on. Now that woman we're talking about, if you remember, right toward the end of that, or when she finally had to raise her voice and have that authority, she did. She did when it meant something. When it was, uh, then you could tell she had the authority in her voice. And then she got the guys like freeze, you dirt bags. I can't remember what she said, but she had it. And of course, they all like, okay, all right, we're putting the hands up. But she was holding a gun. You know what I mean? So I think that was the point, that she did finally find her voice, though. She always had it. She just, it just wasn't there. You know what I mean? So I do remember that now. It's funny you brought that up, George. I'm glad you did. So, all right. So we have 8 watching out there. That's awesome. So, um, okay. I don't need to share the link over there again. All right. Tom, that's right. Yeah. Um, yeah. So anyway, that was the I guess that was the story. George Porsche entered the studio. George, you coming in? George, you entered the studio after all. All right, George. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me put my earbud in here. We're going to talk to George. Now, listen, if anybody else wants to come in, you know how to do it. It's easy. The link is down below. All right. Hey, we could get this. We can get almost this whole chat in here. George, give me a second here. All right. Okay, George, add to the stage. George, you're up.
Hey,
George,
can you hear me?
yes, I can. Listen, I think we can all hear you.
Nice.
I can hear you. How are you, sir?
Good.
All right.
Yeah, I
Um,
figured I'd just call in. Why not?
no, that's cool. Man. It's like I said, no pressure. I only said that because you found the link to get in here. You were the first one, and that's okay. Yes, we can hear you. So okay, Vamp says we can hear you. I figure we could. If I can hear you in my ear, and they can hear as well out there.
Hi, Vamp. Yeah, there's not too many people left, but that's why I'm calling in. There's not too many people.
Typically right around when it gets late like this, it tapers off. And usually this is typical of a Friday night, like around this time. We get it tapers off to about 7 or 8 at night. And usually it's the core. It's the Breakfast Club. I've told you about the Breakfast Club. It's truly the Breakfast Club. That's basically the ones that all hung around. And they were the ones at detention. You know that movie, remember? Breakfast Club, right? It's
Yeah,
from the old movie from the 80s. Yeah. So, I, So I came up with that a few months ago. Like there's a bunch of us that all like week after week we'd all hang out here, and we all kind of we liked each other's company, so we called it the Breakfast Club in a way. So so it is probably out in California. It must be 9 o'clock at night. I would imagine it's 3 hours back. So I would think.
Yeah, it's early for me, so it's not like late like you guys.
Yeah, see, it's noon time. It's midnight right now, my time. Typically, like I said, I'm a night owl anyway. I'd probably be right now ending my shift at work. I wouldn't even be home yet. I only got two watching right now. Gosh, oh, man. But yeah, no, usually that's what would happen. I would be just ending work. But hello, George. Yeah, my body doesn't like me. Oh, Vamp's writing out there. And it's nearly 2 p.m. here. Okay, I don't know if you can see the chat or not, but I'm just
Yeah,
reading
I
this from
can.
here. Okay. No, but that's cool though. So how's life treating you, George? How's everything going on? How's you got
Not
any
bad. It was cool that Billy the Goat called in for a while.
yeah,
You guys
if you
had a
know
great conversation.
yeah, he hung around for a bit and he really he does a lot of introspecting and thinking. I mean, you could see you could hear in what he was talking about. He was extremely um just insightful. Like
Yeah,
he
he's knowledgeable about all the MBTI stuff
oh
and
yeah,
his
you could
thoughts on all that. Yeah, it was good.
but he also said he does a lot of like he's got his own channel. He said he's got his channel and he does a lot of like live broadcasts and he does a lot of chats and things like I'm doing. But he said he covers a lot of like emotional trauma. He talks a lot about basically the origins and roots of trauma. Now listen, I get into that sometime. I mean, I do a lot of other stuff too, but I cover that occasionally. But that's why I mean I understood a lot about what he said, but the things he was starting to say, I mean, again, I said right on the broadcast that I resonated with it because it's a lot of the things I've thought as well. Especially when we started talking about the anima, about that completion within ourselves, that we have to find a completion within ourselves. And he basically said it's like the yin and yang, the night and the day, like the we're talking about that, like that's basically your completion. And usually, but the way he explained it, it's like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what I would have said. I mean, not totally exactly, but kind of the idea. I'm a pull up soon. Hey, Jethro, what does that mean? I'm gonna pull up soon. I'm not sure if he means. I wonder if that means Jethro wants to get another chat. I'm not sure what that means, but if hey, that's okay. So
Yeah, that'd be cool.
yeah, it would be if he wants to join the chat. Definitely, yeah, if he wants to. I mean, like I said, up to six of us can come on here at one time. Um, no, but anyway, I thought that was quite insightful. Here, I'm going to pull up the. There we go. Now, there's your picture over there. What is that? What is your picture? I'm trying to. Oh, it's like a. What is that? Is that Lake Tahoe by any chance? Is that what
I
that
don't
is?
I don't know. It's just like a peaceful kind of lake, reflecting lake.
Well, the only reason I say Lake Tahoe is because that is on the border between California and Nevada. In fact, it's that little bend. If you ever look at California, the east part of California, excuse me, it goes down and then it bends by like maybe I don't know what is it, a 20-degree angle. But right in that bend, it is in the middle of Lake Tahoe, is where the border changes direction, and then it deviates
Mhm.
off, creating that little bit of a point, and it's in Lake Tahoe. So that borders the two states. But it's a if you ever see Lake Tahoe, it's a lake, but it also
Yeah.
has a mountainous surrounding
Yeah, I'm sure
around
it's
it.
beautiful out there. Yeah. I've
Right. I
been there
mean,
before.
have you been to Lake Tahoe?
Yeah.
I like again. I don't think I've been to Lake Tahoe. I'm from California originally. I've told you that, but I don't think I've actually been to California though. But I don't know. Just so it's just a real peaceful looking landscape that you got there. But I just thought, hey, it looks like Tahoe. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Maybe not. It could be something else, you know. So, uh, yeah, but it's funny you brought up the Police Academy movies. You know, well, that's what was starting to late anyway. We're just talking old movies. You know, hey, we don't always have to talk about everything. Doesn't have to be, you know, always about one thing. You know, sometimes we just like to lay back a little bit and talk about Star Trek and Police Academy, old movies. You know, that's fine. You know, definitely. Uh, so, anything else happening? Anything new and exciting going on in your life, George? I mean, as
Hmm.
far as just like work's going well and just all that good stuff. You know,
Yeah, I've kind of been retired, so I haven't really been working.
kind of been
So,
retired
yeah. I mean, I was
now.
working and then I quit that job. So,
Okay, now you don't sound that. I wouldn't. Are you of retirement age, like in your 60s, or are you like younger? I
no,
mean,
I mean, I just turned 50.
oh, you're 50. Okay,
So,
all right.
yeah.
Still
But
kind of young. No, don't have
yeah,
the spark to
well,
work.
my
Or,
career kind of crashed out, so that's why.
oh, all right. Yeah. What'd you do? What'd you do for work?
I did website programming.
Oh, all
So,
right.
yeah. And they kind of promised me like a management position, but then they kind of said they forgot about that. So I just quit after that.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, but didn't feel like you should try something else, try a different field, even like maybe no, nothing like that.
I was just kind of burnt out. So
Oh,
I, and I had a house, so I didn't have to worry about that. And I figured I can just live cheaply and I wouldn't have to work.
oh, okay. Yeah. All right, but hopefully you're financially able to at least sustain yourself as far as as far as money goes. I mean, I would imagine you got to be making some kind of income somehow, and it makes something, right? So
Well, I've been
unless,
working for a while, so like 30 years, right?
yeah, but did you have pensions and you just had savings you're living on? Is that what you
Yeah, I
mean? Or
mean, I was pretty successful at what I did, so that's why, I could save up. And I
oh,
wasn't
okay,
expecting to quit or anything. It's just that, things just didn't work out at that job, and I just didn't want to do it anymore. So,
no, okay, yeah,
yeah.
no, that's fine. I mean, so yeah, but computer software.
So now I just live kind of a healthy life now, like a healthy lifestyle. Like I cook my own food. I eat a really whole food diet. I'm kind of into that now, like staying just healthy. Um, yeah.
Oh, okay,
S-
that's good. Nothing wrong with that. You got to stay healthy and
Yeah,
keep.
it's nice because, when I was working, I couldn't really do all that. You kind of have to eat out a lot, for lunch and stuff. But now, I have all the time in the world just to, go to the grocery store, cook my own food, stay healthy,
Right, right.
you know? So, yeah, I'm kind of doing what I want to do, what I like to do.
Yeah,
So,
no,
yeah.
that's yeah, okay. Well, I mean, as long as you're taking care of yourself and all that.
Well, see, I'm not
So,
like you. I wasn't married and I don't have kids.
right.
So,
Hey, listen, if I could go
so it's a
back
lot
again,
easier for me, man.
if I could go back again, I honestly, if I knew what I know now, I probably wouldn't have got married. To tell you the truth. I mean, I felt like I was 36 when I got married. I mean, I always thought I was supposed to be. I kind of followed that whole typical, yeah, that's what you're supposed to be. And if you're not, if you didn't find that, then you didn't complete your life. I mean, I followed that whole trend, you know. But what happened was when I was, I mean, whether or not I told you the story or not, but when I was in the course of my marriage, I mean, the whole thing was is that me as my type, I didn't even know really that what an introvert was. I just think I always figured things would click into place. I would eventually, if I met the right girl and I got married and I started just being a family man, things would click in. You know, I would just taper off and be the typical, you know, family guy. But when I did, it didn't happen. I just kind of, I was drained all the time. I was constantly exhausted from all the, but without really knowing it because I didn't get my recharge time. I've told that story before, but for about 15 years of my life, that was it. So if I could do it over again, I mean, knowing what I know now, I probably wouldn't have done that. You know, I mean, maybe I would have had a relationship for a bit, but would I have gotten married? Probably not. You know, I would have, but I didn't accept who I was. I didn't find out who I was. I was still trying to find something that I thought I was supposed to be. You know, little did I know. I mean, I was a loner my whole life. I've always been like that. It's just, but then I finally, you know, but hey, you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, I guess that stage in my life had to happen for me to see what was inside of me. And then right after I got divorced, little bit after, I finally found out about this whole MBTI and everything seemed to make sense. It's like, okay, that's why. That's why I was burned out constantly in my marriage. You know, that's why I could never. And of course, I had a wife who was an extrovert, always trying to steer me into having more social friends. Let's, you know, we need to have couple dates and things with our friends, you know. And we tried that, but it never was, it wasn't right for me. It always left me just more exhausted, more like, you know, like, and when I was exhausted, I couldn't think straight. I couldn't think clearly. And of course, I was more irritable, a little more like moody, a little more like short tempered always, you know, it affected me in so many ways. But I'm so much more peaceful now, you know. So, you know, you're not really missing out on that. But you sound like a kind of a laid back. You're kind of a loner type. You got that kind of typical. You stay to yourself. You live alone. Have you lived alone for most of your life? Is that
Yeah.
what, have you?
hmm
Pretty much all of it, huh? I
Yeah.
mean, have you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had relationships, but not for a
Yeah.
while. I've kind of avoided it, um,
Let me
just for
guess.
the same reasons that you found out about. You know what I mean? Right? Like things can not, they don't stay forever these days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and well, I think I already know what you're going to say. I mean, well, I don't know that actually. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't assume anything, but I just
No,
know for myself the reason relationships didn't last long for me was basically what I said. And a lot of times too is even being a man and being like giving a, you know, you're trying to, you want that love, you want that relationship, but there's something in us that also needs us. You can't fully commit, even though as much as they want you to be. There's something they can't have. There was something I could never give completely. My like my mind, my soul, my intellect. I mean, as much as now, listen. Typically, when you're involved with a woman, now listen, I'm not cutting any woman down, but they have a certain thing about them. Now, some women, maybe not all of them, maybe certain ones really just they want they want control over you. They want to know. They want every part of you. They want not only to possess you, but they want to, you know, have their, you know, you thinking about them a lot. Now, not all of them are like that, but a good majority of them are. And when you don't give them, they fight more for that. Then they get more aggressive for that, or they just give up, or you give up. I was that way. I mean, there was a part of me I could never give up. There was a part of me that was not for sale. That was not for uh, that you couldn't have. you know, and that was my introverted intuition. That was me, my innermost peace. And that's one thing, but I never understood what it was. I didn't know what it was, you see? And I conflicted with that. I conflicted with me needing to be alone, but I also conflicted with the fact that I wanted that, I craved that love. I craved that relationship, you see? But in the long run, the only thing that was going to get you out of it after you burned yourself out, basically emotionally, because you do end up just burning out emotionally with the whole tug of war. You know, your internal. At least with me, it did. What's the only thing you can do? You really can't compromise. You have no choice but to separate and go your own way. You see what I mean? Maybe that's what, I don't know if that's exactly the way it happened with you, but that's basically how all my relationships ended as well. And they never lasted long. Okay. Except for a 20-year marriage. But I got to tell you, about 16 years of that it was a very volatile back and forth, not good, you know. Plus, I had a son. I was trying to raise my son, and he had to be in the middle of a lot of our dysfunction, I guess you could say. So, George and Jade will appreciate the afterward. Oh yeah, okay. Manager would agree. Then, so I'm just reading what Vamp's comments was up there. You know, she was commenting to you actually. So, yeah, but anyway, yeah, that I can understand that. She had a few relationships, just didn't last long. A couple of flings here and there. Now, listen, I mean, I don't know about you. I always thought to myself, I I could do a fling. Like I could get involved for a short time and have a really like a fling with her. You know what I mean? But not like a long term thing. That was it. That's it. You know? So okay. Oh, you just. Oh, I see. You just entered your own. Oh, you just entered in the answered the chat. AM. I see. Oh, okay. Hey, hey, Jethro. I see. Okay.
Well,
Oh,
20
he
years
said.
is a long time. You did,
Oh,
you stuck in it for a while.
yeah, but some of it was because, I mean, I felt like my son was growing up, and at that time, after he was 18, you know, the whole fallout happened right around the time he got out of school with my wife. You know, and then it was got to be the point where I was even talking about maybe moving to Texas, and I even wanted them to go. She didn't want to do that. In fact, one time I said, "You want to buy a house?" And she didn't want to do that either. So I ended up after we got divorced, I ended up just getting a different job, and sure enough, I bought a house for myself. I mean, one that was modest, just for me, a little trailer home. I mean, one that I could afford, and it's perfect for me. You know. So, but
Didn't she work?
uh, I I mean, she did like side jobs for people, but I made an agreement with her. As long as she was going to be raising my son, and she had a stepdaughter when I was okay with that. I was providing for her. I was working, and I was working for the family, and I was working for her. Not just her, but I mean, I was working to support her. And so, no, she didn't work. But although she did have like neighbors, and she did, like I said, she was the type she would meet people. She had friends. She had like neighbor friends, and she would do like garden work for them. She used to like to work in the garden, so they would hire her to like put in loam and mulch in their yard, make plant flowers, pull weeds. She would do stuff like that, like garden work, just on her own, maintenance work for people. And she managed to find people and make friends with them and said, "Hey, I can do this and that in your garden." And they did. They hired her, so she did that stuff. When she had like when like when my son was in school, she would have little side jobs like that. So just working under the table, you know what I mean? Just to keep her busy. So that was her work, I guess you could say, which wasn't too bad. I was like, okay, that's good. And it gives her an out, gives her something to do, something she likes to do. Yeah, I was like, I didn't care. But
Yeah, I mean, maybe as an ENTJ, but you think she might have been that maybe she
oh,
wanted something, I don't know.
uh, I didn't. Do you remember I said that? I said that a couple weeks ago. You still remember that?
Yeah.
Boy, you got a good memory. I was well. Listen, I was trying to. I was trying to describe her type. I was figuring, let me see, if I was to, I mean, I don't know if that is it, but just by knowing her,
Well,
if I was to piece her together, that would have been it. Yeah.
honestly, by the way you're describing her, I was trying to predict what type she was, and I actually came up with that. I mean, just I don't know, unless you maybe you brought it up a different time, also, where you said
I,
her type. But I was thinking, she sounds like an ENTJ to me, and then you said that, I was like, oh wow, I'm getting good at this.
yeah, well, I mean, like I said, because I mentioned it a few weeks ago, I started talking about the marriage and about how things were going. And I did bring it up then. And I think I mentioned, if I was to guess, so I figured maybe you heard that and you remembered it. And either that or you just pieced it together. I don't know. But I kept thinking, hey, I think I came up with that. Extroverted, intuitive, thinking in a
Yeah, but
judger.
the
Yeah.
way you're describing her, I that's what it sounded like, because that sounds like an ESTJ to me, the way you're describing her.
Yeah,
So
because I mean, yeah, I mean, she would like to work, and like I said, she was extroverted. So yeah, she was a planner. She would think like that, but she managed to get, and plus she had a good personality. She did. I mean, she was very sociable. She was like likable to people. I mean, she had good attributes. Listen, I'm not going to just sit here and say, oh, she was horrible and she was a B word. And, sometimes nobody says anything good about their former spouse, right? Everybody's like, oh, she was a B, she was a this. And then, of course, she's saying the same thing about him, right? Now, listen, I'm not going to sit here and cut her down. She was still the mother of my son. And I mean, she had some decent qualities about her. I mean, I think she had some good attributes. It's just that me being me, I could not. I couldn't sustain it. I mean, I had my own inner strife that I had that just wasn't jiving. And of course, being this type, I mean, yeah, you're always fighting for that alone time, and it just seemed she could not grasp that. Her idea was, I told her, she was baffled that I never had friends. She was baffled that I didn't have buddies. Hey, man, let's go hang out. Let's go have some beers and shoot pool. She was baffled that I wasn't that kind of guy. She says, why don't you have friends? You don't have anybody you hang out with. I'm like, why? And she used to question, like, I should, like I'm not typical. And I just be
yeah,
like,
you should have said, hey, I'm INFJ. I got friends in my head.
yeah, but at the time I didn't even know what that was.
That's
I,
true.
I
That's
had
true.
no idea. I just knew that it was just since I had gotten older, after I get out of my 20s, let's say, and as I grew up, I knew that I didn't. I just didn't need that kind of thing. I just didn't have a um, like I didn't gravitate toward it. I mean, I had friends when I was younger. Like I said, in my early, like late teens into my 20s when I lived in my hometown. I hung around with a lot more friends of mine, and I did have a clique, but again, I thought that's what I was supposed to be doing, you know. And but again, I liked some of the friends. I did enjoy. I enjoyed it because there was connections there, and I did, And a lot of times I had buddies of mine, and then there was a lot of like girlfriends that we had. There were girls that just were that hung around with us as well. So there was like a bunch of us that we just kind of got together. We'd take a ride up and go to like drive-in movie theaters. Like all of us pack a car. And back in the 80s, there was still a couple drive-in theaters. So I mean, I did stuff like that. I enjoyed myself. Of course, I drank and smoked dope and all that stuff. I was doing all that stuff too. Occasionally taking some, stupid drugs that probably I shouldn't have. But I mean, I got a little reckless there too. You know what I mean? But after I moved to New Hampshire and I started a new life, all that went away. It's like I started being more. I wouldn't say reclusive, but I mean, in a sense, I guess I did. I mean, I lived alone, and then until I met my wife, and then that was the little bit of a breakthrough I had. You know,
Well,
but
I'd say probably now this is more of the natural you, It's like before maybe it wasn't you were trying to be kind of someone else, what you thought society wanted you to be, right? And now you don't care, you kind of just you're you're more who you are, who you really are now, you know.
Well, that's basically what I talk about on this channel. Is listen, I also discovered what Carl Jung's teachings were and who he was, and I've incorporated a lot. And I've been watching different things and learning more about his philosophy. And I realized that this guy had he was deep. His and he and now listen, INFJs and especially introverted intuitives gravitate to his philosophies, his teachings, because he lived it. He lived it. He was, I believe, he was an INFJ, and he mapped out the whole introverted intuitive mind. And he had the feeling type. He had that conflict within himself, and he he saw it, and he tried to map it out the best way. But he came up with the whole idea that the conflict we have, the strife we have within us, and a lot of the is the fact that we are somebody we're not. It's that whole not us, the masks we wear, because like I said, the whole society shaped us and molded us to be a certain way. But it's until we authenticate. But then he realized too, yeah, he realized that there were stages that we go through where we have to um, find our true selves, who we were meant to be, and that was his whole, basically his goal was the authentication and the individualization. That was his mantra, because he had lived it. He didn't just preach it, because that's what he basically used himself as his own study. He studied himself in his own mind, and he really did. And he went deep in that whole realm, and but he's everything he talked about, he saw, because he was that. But bottom line is, we gravitate toward him because he lived it, and he's the one who came up with the whole thing. He mapped out the whole personality types. That was his thing, of course. Okay, I know. Then you get the Myers Briggs women that went a little deeper. They fine tuned it and they added more to it. So, but
I wonder
when
if
you
there's
say,
like a I wonder if there's a Carl Jung documentary out there.
there are some. If you look on YouTube, every so often there are some interviews. In fact, he has a couple. I was actually listening to an audiobook, and it was a whole biography about him. It was just his own book. He had an autobiography. I think he wrote it when he was about 83 years old. Now he died a couple of years later, so it was later on in his life. And he goes very in depth about things. But there's also books that he. In fact, I haven't got to that point, but he's also got some audiobooks that he released. Just some of his findings, some of his teachings, and things like that too. But there's also interviews of him, like where he's just talking about, like when he's like probably he's an old man. Looks like he's not too far away from like his death. And there's some interviews. As far as the documentary goes, yeah, now there's a lot of stories. I don't know about that, but this definitely works. It's all on YouTube. If you look up Carl Jung stuff, he's out there. But the bottom line is, I actually started trying to absorb a lot of his philosophies and teachings. And but the thing is this. Hold on. I accidentally pulled out my earplug there. I just got a wire. I got these wire cables. I should probably wear the wirelesses. I got wireless ones. I should probably put in. No, but what I was going to say was, what gravitated me to Carl Jung also is because I was on my own journey, my own path, especially in the last few years, especially when I felt like I went through my own awakening on my own. I mean, I went through a spell, and I talked about it many times, not only here on the channel, but also in some of my videos. But Carl Jung was talking about the authentication and about the awakening while I was in the process, and it's like, oh my God, this is what I've experienced before I heard it. Like he had already done that, and I was not, because I was following what he was saying. It was like that was where my journey was just going. So I thought, wow, that's what I'm going through right now. This is where I went. So it kind of almost testified to me where I had been going. So I thought, well, I want to read a little bit more into that. And of course, he filled in, so a lot of his teachings filled in the blanks. when he's talking about archetypes and shadows. I mean, he got deep into like really getting into the nitty gritty of these things. Um, like I said, archetypes, those are like just these entities that live in us that we kind of constructed, that are part of our thinking, and some of them that we were just collectively born into, like collective consciousness, some things that we were born with as a human species, like the animus anima. Those things are part of our whole chemistry that just make us who we are. I mean, we have these two different parts of us that are incomplete, that we're always trying to fill. The animus being the masculine, the anima is the feminine. If you ever looked into some of the philosophy behind that, I mean, when we authenticate, basically it's when we find completion within ourselves, right? That's basically what the authentication is. But Carl Jung was saying that I used to always think it was just being in harmony with our God. Like we found God, we found grace with our creator because we were created in God's image. And when we pine enough, strive enough, he fills us. That's what basically what religion teaches us, Christianity, right? But now Carl Jung is putting it into a psychological uh, realm of saying that the animus and the anima, basically a man, he's a masculine typically, right? But he also reaches for that anima, which is the feminine. So, but the natural attraction between a man and a woman, we're actually attracted to that longing we have for the completion with our soulmate, with a woman, is actually ourselves. We're looking for that anima within us. We're trying to complete with our own inner archetype, like that polar opposite. Now that's what we were talking about earlier when I was talking to Billy the goat there, and he filled it in perfectly, like he understood. Yeah, it's like the yin and yang, the dark and the dark and the light. Like you have that. You ever look at the Earth and space, and there's a perfect balance of light and dark. But the thing is, if you just look at the Earth and space only with the side that is light, it looks like half of a planet, doesn't it? But in the rest of it is just engulfed by the darkness of space. But little do you know, on the other side of that is the complete side of the Earth. It's a whole sphere. You see? So that's what he was saying, is that's the perfect balance. That's the yin and yang, the anima and animus within our psyche, the archetypes. But one has to be complete. But we cry. We actually look for completion. We don't have that naturally. Our natural completion is looking for that completion within the anima. We have to be completed within our whole cycle of that yin and yang, that whole night and day, black and white. See, the whole negative positive. That's what Billy was saying. I says he's got it, because that was exactly what I was thinking. He had it nailed. But that's what I'm talking about. Carl Jung's philosophy covers all that, and I was blown away. I says that's deep. That was very deep. But when you find authentication, when you have completed your soul and you've gone through that journey and you've gone through the basically the turmoil within yourself, and you have to let the pain be there. It's a painful journey, but it's part of it. You suffer a bit spiritually, but during that you're forging, you're completing, you're changing, you're transforming, metamorphosing spiritually, and you're finding completion with the anima. You're finding completion with your own inner authentic true self in that process. Now, when you said earlier, like nowadays, it's like this is you. Like you look like you're supposed to be. You said that just a little few minutes ago, right? But you're right. That's basically it. Because if anything, I think that's what we're all supposed to do. We're supposed to find acceptance into who we are. First of all, we have to come to grips that we are introverted. Okay. That was the first thing I said. In fact, Carl Jung even said that too. And I was thinking that. I was finding out that you have to accept the fact that you're not going to be like other people. You're not going to have tons of friends. You're not going to be married for 50 years with the same wife. You're probably going to be a lone wolf. There's certain types of these people. We are meant to be kind of spiritually separate. We're meant to be the loners. And because we're introspective, somehow we're searchers. We were left alone within our own psyche, within our own spirit, within our mind, and we feel isolated there for a reason. We're supposed to look deeper because we were chosen in a sense to find, basically to find God. I mean, to really, if you could say whatever you want, maybe to find your completion, your authentication, your real self, your true self, or just plain find God. I mean, you could put it into so many different words. I mean, even I don't know how spiritual you are, but the Lord said it was like being born again. Same thing, man. Same thing Carl Jung said. We were born again. That's what the spirit's all about. Yeah. But I know. But that was bottom line. What it's all about, you know. Okay, I kind of rambled on a little bit there, George. I apologize. Are you still there, George?
I'm still here. Yeah.
All right, you got quiet there, guy. I mean, I kept thinking I know he's probably still there. I just got into a rant a little bit. All right, I did. All right, but
Yeah.
basically, but
I'm
that
just
was my
amazed
explanation.
that I'm amazed at how Carl Jung was able to piece all that together with how the personality types work. And I think it's funny how people say that MBTI is like astrology or something. Like I think it's funny because it's totally not. It's such a real thing to me. And it's just and yeah, I think it's amazing how Carl Jung started that and how Myers-Briggs, added to that.
Well, you got to remember too, right? I mean, Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung had a at first they I mean there was a part of that book where they spent like a lot of time talking and like they the first time they talked they literally said they sat and talked for like 13 hours straight about all the everything that they knew the first time they met. They just were fascinated with what they knew, and they're kind of the way we're talking, but imagine those two, Sigmund Freud and Jung. But at one point there, during that whole that book I was listening to, that audiobook, he said that he noticed that Freud had his own, like he had his own incompletions. In fact, he was trying to say that he thought that a psychiatrist should have his act together. Basically, not in so many words, but they should have their own faculties and their own emotions in check, their own life in order, pretty much entirely before they can counsel anyone else. Now he saw Sigmund Freud. I think he sensed it. Maybe he intuitively knew that he had his own things that he didn't quite resolve. But he also said that Sigmund Freud was very rigid on his teaching. In other words, when he said something, he didn't listen. He would not learn. Now Carl Jung had a different thing. Carl Jung tried to come up with his philosophy, which is completely deeper than Freud in so many ways. But Freud was closed off. Like, no, this is the way it is. This is the way I see it, and that's it. So
I
so
wonder
yeah.
I wonder if Freud is an ENTJ.
Um, I don't know. I don't think that'd be interesting if they ever. Yeah, I'm sure he probably never did the test. If he rejected Carl Jung, then, yeah, you'd have to speculate in just his works and what his decisions were. But yeah, but he had his own. But the way I think of Sigmund Freud also is that he was very. He just believed. I don't think he believed in any spirit. There was no God to him. He was atheist, which is not a bad thing. People don't always have to believe necessarily in that. I mean, I can understand how somebody might be agnostic, but he just took it as the mind being just it had its three components: the id, the super ego, the ego, and the id. I mean, there were three main components, and that we derived a lot of our planning from that, our decisions from that. They had the ego, which was the one that which was the pride part of us. The super ego was basically the border that we keep. I mean, sometimes, it's like when we, typically we say we know right from wrong, a conscience. We have a conscience, right, that keeps us from, let's say, stealing that candy bar. Or we're supposed to, or stealing that $1,000 because we know it's wrong. You see what I mean? But that was the super ego. He was basically saying that that was the border. That was the cutoff, that where you didn't go beyond a certain point. You had the ego which longed, but you also had to have something that gave you a sense of border. You know what I mean? The id was more like just the whole like existence in a way, just like the awareness. It was like just the idea that you were awake. You know what I mean? That was the id to him. Now, Carl Jung had it deeper, though. Carl Jung was spiritual. Carl Jung saw the spirit behind it, saw the how we're inputted in a way that I call it the God code, but he actually said that we have like things that we are just born to know. He also had something called, part of it was collective consciousness, things that were passed down from generation to generation that we were just kind of instinctually kind of passed down, like almost a DNA, like genetically in a sense, just basic, like, humanism, but a lot of it had to be input in. But Carl Jung also, he had a spiritual dimension too. He studied a lot about, he believed in God. He believed in something higher than ourself, which Sigmund Freud did not, But I mean, the thing is that he had a very introverted, intuitive mind. So he saw that deeper realm that we see. Okay. But that's why we gravitate. That's why introverted intuitives gravitate toward Carl Jung's philosophy so deeply because of that, Um, but my point was, what was I saying? No, but I I can't remember. Like, but I can't remember what the whole point was. Something about the difference between Freud and Jung, But that was mainly it. But they literally, I guess, if you ever look at like what happened with Carl Jung, is like he actually became almost depressive because he was rejected by Sigmund Freud. Now he had studied a little bit in psychology in the mind, and he thought he could work with Sigmund Freud and learn a little bit. But being that Sigmund Freud basically, kind of like distance himself because Carl Jung was stubborn too. He'd be like, no, I believe a certain thing. He wasn't just going to change his core beliefs just because Sigmund Freud wouldn't bend his. So they had a bit of an out. They had an argument, and basically Freud just disowned him. Basically said he's not worthy. He just basically distanced himself. I guess Carl Jung actually went into like a deep depression. In fact, he actually lost his motivation. I mean, he basically went into like a bunker zone in a sense, and he felt rejected. He felt like all the work that he put into was for nothing, and he had the bad. But that's where it started. That's where his whole inner guide started because he realized the more that he introspected and looked within, the more he was starting to see clearer. So that's what I mean. That's where it stemmed from. Was the breakup with Sigmund Freud. Like I said, it's an amazing audiobook. Like I'm reading. I mean, it was just learning so much about where his life came from.
Well, people are saying that like they type Freud as like ISTJ. So that would make sense. I mean, because he's a sensor, and then if Jung was intuitive, so that they probably wouldn't see things eye to eye.
An introverted sensor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure what the primary. I mean, so he basically he was an introvert. He wasn't like he probably still needed his alone time somewhat, but he saw things factual as a sensor. That would make sense.
Sensors and intuitives kind of see things differently a lot of times. So it doesn't surprise me that they didn't.
Now you just looked at it. Did you look that up? Like just like Sigmund Freud.
Yeah, it's just what people would type him as,
Right. Yeah. Well, you kind of have no choice but to. They can do that now. They can just kind of guess.
Yeah, just
or
kind of
type
guessing.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Just based on their life history and how they lived their life, what they did, what they you can tell. You know, hey, they typed Hitler as an INFJ. Imagine that. I mean, you think about probably the most devious probably villain of all time,
I don't
and he
know if
was an
I
INFJ.
don't know if I believe that.
I know a lot of people tend not to. In fact, I've seen other studies that say he was that might not have been it, but if you look at a lot of his traits, I mean, it points to that. But he was a very, very unhealthy, obviously very unhealthy, dark empath, INFJ. By no doubt, he went completely to the dark side, and but he had a lot of the traits though. That would make him be what he was. I mean, he had the long term planning. He had the way of, he had an introvert. He had that. He was very introverted. He spent a lot of times up in his cabins in the mountains, and of course, he was a planner. He was a big planner. He was thinking 1,000 years down the line. But what throws us off is the fact of how twisted he was, and how devious all his plans were, and how but again, you got to remember too, he's still a human being. INFJs are not impervious to um, any of that just because they have a feeling side, because their compassion doesn't exempt them from being human. They can still fall to dark. You know what I mean, and embrace these shadows, which he did. So, but I understand. It would be hard to believe that that he actually would be a dark empath or maybe an INFJ. It's hard to believe that. Maybe he was something different, but I mean, that's what they're labeling him as. I mean, you got to figure if somebody's studying everything, the ins and outs about him, and that's what they concluded. But just one that was very, very unhealthy. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I think they said Bin Laden also.
I've heard that, Ted. Yeah, I've heard that very thing. Joe Pilbert entered the studio. Hey, who is John Pilbert? Okay, let's. I don't know who this is. I may have to. Okay, at the stage. Oh, I don't know if I want to see that. All right, no, I don't know what's going on. Okay, get him out of there. Yeah. All right, I don't know what he's doing, but he looks weird. I don't know what that was. Uh, Anybody that I don't know what that was, but had to. Okay, all right. Okay, George. I hope. I don't know if you saw what I did, but I just. I should have. I got to be more careful. I didn't know who that was, but didn't look good. So I hope I don't. All right. Um, you still there,
No,
George?
yeah, I didn't see it,
Oh,
so
all right.
that's
I
good.
kind of. Whatever was going
Yeah,
on,
it's
I
probably someone who knows.
it looked like I don't. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I probably should have known. I'm like, I wasn't part of the chat. Just kind of showed up here and tried to. I'll have to be careful of that. I just learned a lesson. I just learned a lesson. You don't just click just because somebody happens to be, you know, knocking on the door. You don't just answer the door to anybody. You should peek out the hole, or ask who it is first, right? I guess you gotta do that
Yeah, I
sometime.
mean, like speakeasy style, you know?
Yeah, like speakeasy style. Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, but yeah, as far as like I said, I mean, hey, like I said, okay, Osama bin Laden, yeah, they say he was. Well, think about that. I think the reason that they said Osama bin Laden, I could see this now. Yes, of course, but the thing is, you got to remember too. He to the Americans, he pulled an attack on America, but he also was radicalized. You got to figure too. He had been radicalized since he was a young kid, and he had a certain core belief that he thought was right. I mean, whatever it was, and no, I'm not excusing the guy. I still think he probably could have known right from wrong, but his mindset, he did have all the components of the INFJ. I mean, he masterminded the Trade Center attack. Now he came up with the whole 9/11 being like 911, like an emergency, and He knew that if these hijackers only flew planes and just learn. Now, he said, yeah, they just have to take flight school just to know to fly a plane, not to learn how to land it, not to learn how to, that's all it was. You see what I mean? They should have known. For one thing, they should have known better that these guys didn't want to land. But that was all part of his scheming, like just get these guys planned up. But you see how much planning it took. He had planned for years, I believe, for that thing. And he also knew that, get 4 planes, make sure that they have long-term flight destinations. They would be ripe with rocket fuel, jet fuel. You see, but he knew there were certain targets to, when you just look at the planning behind the 9/11, what happened and how he had a
Well,
target for each. See what I mean?
well,
The planning that
The INTJ is like the mastermind. So maybe he was INTJ, not INFJ.
it's possible. Listen, I'm not saying that. I mean, that's what they
I
classified him
think
as.
I think they just people like to pin INFJ with all the bad people.
But here's another thing too. Typically now dark INFJs. Okay, we're talking like the Hitler types. Okay, now what the reason they say Adolf Hitler was an INFJ is because he had the ability to. Let me see what I was going to say. I got to get my train of thought. Okay, he also could manipulate masses of people. Hitler could stand up in front of a podium and use emotion and use his or he would say things and yell a certain way, and he would stamp his fist, and he had a way of projecting that out. Now he could stand in front of hundreds of people and appeal to their emotion. See, he understood them. He had that dark empathy where he knew what people's plight were, but he had to find a common villain. He had to pin it on somebody. You see, he rallied the troops against certain somebody, and that was a certain ethnic group, let's say, okay? Certain types of ethnic groups. But he had millions of people do basically his dirty work. So he manipulated their minds in a dark, empathic way by using emotion manipulation, which is very dark, empathic INFJ stuff, okay? Stuff that we don't understand because you're not dark. You're not that twisted and dark. Neither am I. But you got to understand that somebody who still had that personality type could morph into that kind of character, you see. Now, again, with Osama bin Laden, same thing. He masterminded he schemed everything. But also, did he not manipulate these hijackers? Now I know they're all, some of them strap bombs to themselves and they they suicide bomb, right? Okay, whether or not, okay, the unalive bomb, whatever you want to call it. Now, he convinced these people that, that there would be 72 virgins on the other side, and wherever they go to heaven, when they took their life for this cause. They put their lives, and they literally took their lives to fly them in there. He manipulated them to further his cause. You see, along with the master manipulating mind of the whole planning. See, that's what they said, and he had a diabolical. Yeah, it was all schemed. Typically, when you start doing that kind of long-term planning, that long-term manipulation, that depth of kind of dark empathic manipulation, you can trace that back to a dark INFJ. Okay, these are examples you need to know, though. You see, it's good that we know this. Listen, there's a capability. There is always that proclivity that being that we're still human beings, that yeah, you can twist into these dark places as
Yeah,
an INFJ,
I
but maybe
I
not.
really
You don't
don't
believe
think
that?
so. No,
But what do
I
you?
know what you're saying. It makes total sense, and I know that people type them as that, but I honestly think that I don't think I really don't think an INFJ is capable of taking things that far. I really don't. And
Yeah,
the
you think they didn't?
manipulation,
Yeah.
yeah, but I don't think INFJs really would. They really don't.
Well, you don't know the power of the dark side, then, do you?
Well, trust me, I do, but
Yeah.
uh,
Well,
But
remember that whole
that's also what I mean.
yeah.
I still don't think that 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 they would take it that far. I really don't. And I am sure it depends on, you know, how their childhood, how they grew up, and maybe um, their mental genetics and all that. But I mean, maybe if their mental brain genetics are so messed up, it's possible. But then I wouldn't say that they would even be an INFJ at that point. Um, yeah, I
Yeah.
really don't think so. I know people say it, but I, yeah, I know what you're saying though. It's true, but I really don't think that an INFJ is capable.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah, I guess I could see
Or
that. I mean, but
they're capable of doing it, but I don't think they're capable of actually wanting to do it.
so you think somehow in their one of their deep moments of introspection, they'd come to their senses and say, "What am I doing?" You know, like that something would just they would figure
Yeah,
out that they would go into deep into their mind, which we go into, and that this is what you're basing it on. You is just saying, "Whoa, what am I turning into? What am I doing?" And something would stop them. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying because
I mean, we definitely
typically
can be dark for sure.
I
Um,
mean, I know I've gone down some dark places before. I
yeah,
mean, as far as just decisions I've made, as far as just like self-destructive things, not really like hurting other people. Although, I mean, I've gotten I've gotten angry at people before. I mean, in my past, I mean, I've done some things I'm not proud of, you know, that I wish I could do over again when I saw some of the results. But I mean, not obviously to the scope of what we're talking about, obviously, right? But uh I mean, I guess we can believe what we want. I mean, somebody is typing them. I don't think they're just lumping them in just because they don't like INFJs. I mean, there's got to be
I
something
think it's that. Yeah, they
you
they don't
think.
want to pin it on their own types that are like, who's not going to complain? Oh, the INFJ. There's almost none of those. Let's just say it's them. Yeah,
So they take the most vile, most
yeah.
maniacal, uh, horrible ones and say, "Oh, they were INFJs." Hey, I even heard one time that somebody tried to say Dahmer was an INFJ, but
See,
then I
you
heard
see, they're just going to
I don't
take
know about.
anyone.
I see. I don't. Look, I don't know what the thinking was behind that, and I know he was. Now, obviously, that was serial killer, and that was very. Now he obviously was very twisted, and he went down that whole rabbit hole of what we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. Matter of fact, last week, I don't know if you heard that. I had a discussion with Billy the goat about that very thing, and I said, "Hey, wait, weren't you the one?" Because it started me. I started talking about we're talking about the criminal mind. We were talking about the really like basically what we're talking about here, but we were talking about, you know, some of the like what where serial killers end up going, like that whole mindset and how deep they get into their whole wickedness and that stuff. And like you got your Ted Bundys. You ever heard of Albert Fish? This guy lived in like the early 1900s, and he was like a cannibal. He was bad too. You know, I mean, I don't want to talk too much about it, but I mean, there was some, Jack the Ripper. We mentioned a couple of these names and how twisted they were, and what gets them to that point. But we all concluded one thing that it wasn't an immediate thing at all. It started from like one thing that they let happen, one thrill about something they did, and it just snowballed. And then they had to get deeper and more twisted and more deviant, and they had to make it more brutal in order to keep it rolling. And you see what I mean? Because it's like it's like an unquenchable thirst in a way, as it gets more and more brutal, and it has to get more wicked in order to like become, like the more become like more satisfying because of the thrill. So matter of fact, last week we got into the psychology of that. It's
Yeah.
yeah. I
Do
mean,
you
it was just what.
yeah, do you remember David Koresh?
Oh, yes, he was that guy, that cult leader guy from
Yeah,
Texas. That was the one that. Oh, they think he was an INFJ, right? Is that
I don't
another one?
know, but I wouldn't be surprised
Oh, I
if
wonder if you were
people
thinking
would
that.
say that, you know. I that just came to my mind too.
Well, he had all those qualities that I'm talking about. He manipulated. But the thing is that they were going after his cult is
Yeah, that
because there was rumors that
Waco,
he
right?
Waco, the Waco cult. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess the idea was is that they were going after him because um, he ended up. What was I going to say? Um, oh, what was I going to say? No, he. I guess he supposedly was having like some of the underage girls. He was having a relationship with them, and they were getting like he was fathering many different children by many different girls, and some of them were underage. This was the rumor as to what got them in there. That's why they wanted to bust it up because that was they thought was going on. So they were trying to get in. Of course, there was a standoff, and they ended up burning the whole place down. But I guess Koresh was like he was like a cult leader. I mean, they thought he was like some kind of messiah like leader. They all kind of worshipped him or whatever. Supposedly, I mean, I don't know how, you know, but I know it went bad. It just went bad. They lost their patience. They couldn't wait. They ended up running tanks into the compound. They burned it down. They all burned in there. I guess they didn't handle it very well. I know that was during like early '90s, but I know that got to be the aftermath. But yeah, was he in yeah, they say he might have been as well because he had that manipulative quality and he had a lot of just charm and charisma and he could empathize. He had all those traits as well. So, but again, I mean, was he? I don't know. Yeah, but you also got to remember too, you can't just shut down and say, well, just because I mean, it's possible that some of these people were INFJs that just went dark that really did just cross a border and they went down that dark path. Hey, listen, just because you're an INFJ, you say I don't believe they could do that. Again, what I say is we're still human beings, and human beings are still fallible, and we could still be tempted, even though we have a certain personality type. We're still that. We're not perfect. Maybe listen, I think some people, I think some would talk themselves out, but some might not. Okay, the Hitlers and the Bin Ladens, and who knows? I mean, I think there are certain types that would go that way. See, that's all. Okay,
I think an INFJ would be a little too lazy to go through all that too. If you think
so you
about it,
really don't want. All right, you know what? Yeah, maybe not. I have to be practical and say, listen, as much as I don't want to believe it, because we wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that, right? You know yourself. But whether or not you think they're too lazy or not lazy enough, I mean, still, I mean that's still something that happens. That's all. That would still, humans are still human beings. That's all. So, and they might have a proclivity to do things like that. You never know who's going to do anything, right? But I don't know. Maybe they weren't though. I don't know. Hey, but somebody out there typed these people as that. That's all. But I mean, well, oh gosh, so what do we got? Three watching. Who's still out there watching? Well, you're out there, so there's two more on top of that. I haven't seen much go on in the chat lately, have I? Oh, okay, 1240. Oh, cool. I wrote down the names so I can look up. Okay, Vamp is the last one who left a message in the chat. George, looks like you were talking to Vamp a little bit. Personality pill. Oh, here's Jethro. Tom, you were so red pill now. It's so funny you were married for a while, and your eyes on the outside looking back sounds like you took a double red pill. Ah, Jethro, you still out there? A double red pill, huh? Hey, personality pills talking about taking red pills over there, huh? What do you think of that? Oh man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Jethro's still out there or not, but no, listen, that was just my experience about being married. That's all. What can I tell you? You know. So, oh yeah. What else did he was writing something else? Oh, I think he just wrote a
He
comment
said,
there
"Yeah,
too. Oh
yeah, I'm
yeah.
glad. I'm
Oh
glad
he's.
you're red pilled, Tom."
Oh well. The thing is too was yeah, but I'm to the point now. I'm 61 years old. I know you say you're 50. I got a few years on you, and I was married 20 years, and I think I had to have my eyes open a little bit, but it changed me a bit. You know, it definitely changed me. But at the same time, I think if I didn't go through that experience, being married, I still wouldn't be where I'm sitting right now. I mean, I wouldn't have ended up where I am. Would I have gone down the same path? Probably not. I don't know what would have happened. I would have gone down a totally different a different path and ended up doing something different. But instead, I ended up where I am now, and you know, I mean, I think I'm. Look, I'm not a perfect guy, but I think I'm on a decent path as far as just self discovery as much as I can. You know, believe me, I got a lot to learn. No, believe me, a lot. But I just hope we all like I said. I think I hope we all find some kind of a path of salvation, authentication. We find our true selves. Yeah, that's all. I hope we all do that, man. Um, Eventually, I can see I got so many big plans. You want to talk about plans for the channel? Like you said, trying to be too lazy. I have all these things I want to do with the channel. You know, some of it is like making courses and audio books and stuff like that, talking about how INFJs can, you know, discover themselves. I mean, there's like the steps in that. But again, this
Yeah, you're definitely not lazy. I'm kind of lazy, but
um listen, I talk a lot. I mean, I still work for a living. I still work 46 hours, 48 hours. I don't know, whatever it is. I mean, I've been working my whole life, but I think when it comes down to like me really trying to find the time to learn this new craft of YouTubing. Now, I mean, I've learned a lot in a year. I mean, I've learned enough to put an earpiece in my ear and I'm on a live chat talking to you. So I learned something to finally make connections where I can have live chats, you see? So something must be sinking in there, you know what I'm saying? But it,
yeah.
but I wasn't able to do this a few months ago. It took me a long time to kind of figure that out. There's a lot of like things I gotta understand just about the whole technology about the computer and the software and knowing how to like push buttons and apps and click the mouse a certain way. Things like that. I'm telling you, man, that's stuff that's so radical to me. Just learning the whole technology behind the whole uh, thing. You know. Hey,
Hey, Vamp's
Jethro's in the
still around.
studio. Jethro Rafo's in the studio. I think we know who this guy is. We're gonna pull Jethro in. All right.
Oh, okay.
Add the stage. Jethro.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Jethro. It's good to hear from you there. How you doing?
Uh,
Hey, Jethro.
What's up, man? Talk to us. What's going on?
hey, hang on just a quick second.
Oh, quick second. What's he doing? Oh, that's a little longer than a quick second. That's more like a quick 6 or 7 seconds over there. Okay.
I gotta mute. I gotta
Oh,
mute myself.
oh, okay, good. You probably heard a feedback going on. Oh, that's cool, man. All right, so it sounds like I did see your I saw your post earlier, a few minutes. It was about I don't know, it was about 25 minutes ago, saying you were gonna enter the chat when you had a chance. You know, that's good. Hey, well, we did it again. We finally got the chat going here. You know, I was hoping you could have been one of the first callers here. I kept trying to have that happen, but it's all right, man. Things don't happen all like that, you know. But because you go way back too, you go way back to this whole live thing, you know. Since I doing lives, Jethro has been, you know, doing some of these live chats for months, along with some of the other ones. Now George has been starting about the
Can
last
you
month. I've been seeing a lot of George come in, you know. So
can you hear me?
we can hear you. Yes, we can both hear you. George, you can hear you too, right?
Okay.
Yep, I can hear him.
Okay. See, the three of
Okay,
us are
cool.
all
Yeah,
agreed.
I had to turn the YouTube off. Yeah.
Yeah, I do hear some background noise. Yeah, you got to turn stuff down because it's only going to distract you as more than anything. So,
Can you hear me really good?
I can hear you all right. Yeah, we got 1, 2.
Okay. Okay.
All right. It looks like we're down to 2 people watching. That's probably you guys right there. This is it right now for the whole chat. Is this what we got here? You know. So what's on your mind, sir? How's things going? All right.
So things are going all right. Actually, kind of funny that we're on today because it's actually the first time in my life that I actually was able to talk to my dad, him actually understand me. It took because he's kind of like uh kind of kind of projects a lot, from like if I try to like be like, hey, I'm this way, hey about this, he kind of like projects back onto me. You know how people do that. So
Yeah.
when I try to always explain myself, he always, feels negative, like I'm being negative, which I'm not. I'm just talking about the things I'm talking about. Well, I had him watch because I was on Donovan Sharp show for like an hour 15 minutes. Well, I had him watch that because it was made like 3 or 4 months ago. So when he watched that and then he talked to me, because I wasn't talking to him and I was talking in general, he kind of understood how like intelligent I am and how smart, and actually like seeing me for me. So then when he talked to me next and I was trying to explain myself, he didn't have any of that projection going on. He was actually listening to me. He was actually like, oh yeah, I gained his respect, I guess, in a way. But it's kind of funny because he's always been projecting at me and I can't talk to him correctly. Plus, I mean, so he's like a high functioning, like he alcoholic. So like he does really well for himself. He works on airplane parts and like he makes really good money. He's been doing it for 30 years. So he's really on it, but he drinks. So explaining things to him sometimes he's just not, he doesn't even care. He's, in his zone. But actually him watching that video and then talking to me, it was a whole 180. It's kind of interesting that I learned that today. It's like, even being smart as I am to a degree, like I've never been able to communicate how I want to him because he takes it the wrong way, and I can't. Once somebody takes you the wrong way, they won't even listen to you. They won't listen to you. So like him watching. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I was going to say, so you feel like you had a breakthrough of some kind, then, right? You feel like you finally made some connection with Dad, and I mean, do you think things are going to change as far as like your relationship moving forward with your father now? And do you think this, and what do you think caused this? I mean, something tells me that what is this epiphany that he had? I mean, is it just
Well,
is it something to do with your
well, it's
mom?
because
I mean, are you kind of united with trying to help your mama? Because you told me your mom is having some some health problems. Maybe is it possible that he sees
so
that you're going out of your way to help her out? You know?
no. So that's what I'm saying. A regular dad would, but he's not. So him and my mom split up 96,
Oh, okay,
and they
yeah,
both got they both got married separate. But my dad, he's kind of a little bit lazy and didn't handle his job fully. But when he got with his now wife, then he actually stepped up and started saving money and started going to work, planning. Like he's a real big planner, spreadsheet kind of guy now, but he wasn't like that before. But him doing that, he kind of just went into the other family, like my stepbrother and then stepmom and stepsister. He kind of like took care of them more and then worked and then didn't pay attention to like me and my sisters as much. And then all this time went by, and then he's all like, why do you like, what anger do you have towards me? And it's like, well, it's not the have anger for splitting up the family or nothing. It's because you worked with this other family more than you worked with us, but then you want us to, communicate with you and be, loving and all that, which it just doesn't work like that for me. For most kids, it doesn't work like that. You can't do that. Go to somebody else's family, put more time and effort, and then come over to your family like, hey, what's wrong? Like you literally can't do that. But that's what he's done, for a very, very long time. But you can't tell him that because then he won't understand and get defensive. project and all that stuff. So it's just been difficult to communicate that to him. So actually being able to communicate that to him actually understand. It's not about just him listening. He actually was able to understand. So that's the biggest breakthrough in all of my time of being his child. So yeah, it's a pretty important day to me in a weird way, because I feel relieved. I never thought that me being able to express myself and him actually understand would give me such a relief. Even though I wasn't too worried about it to a degree, but being understood by him it freed me up in a big way.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So George out there, what do you think of all this? You ever? This is the first time you ever heard Jethro? George, you still out there? There you
Yeah,
are.
first time.
Yeah.
Did you say that you're talking to Donovan Sharp, or were you just listening?
Yeah. No, so I've been a member for like 24 months, but yeah, no, my purpose to talk to Donovan was I went on his show to articulate myself and give him some kind of credentials personally, and then I wanted to lead that up to him taking the personality test, and then he unveiled it live on his show. And then the next time I called in, gave him some time to watch. I think he watched the 16 cognitive personalities from Frank. I had him watch that. So he watched that, learned about his personality. Then he came back on, and we talked for like another hour and 14 minutes. I was on his show and talking to him, and he was talking about his personality and matching other personalities, trying to match other personalities in the same field. Like, I don't know if you know MLD and Myron and Fresh. So we were kind of talking about
CGA?
that over.
Like I watch CGA a lot, or I used to.
Oh yeah, okay. CJ, I seen a little bit of his stuff, but yeah, like people in the space like that, and I was just like kind of connecting the dots, because I'm trying to use. I'm not trying to use, but I'm trying to get into the circle when I go and make my channel, and I want to get on those platforms in a way to where it brings like my big showing is to be personality pill meets red pill. So that way there has a topic, and then I can explain, because I think that obviously to me gender and personality are the same coin. So if there's red pill people talking about it, they're actually missing, when they do such hardcore red pill content, they're missing the other half of the coin, which is personality. So talking about it so that you understand what I'm saying? So it's kind of like weird that people go too hard on something. You have to combine those, at least those two. There's probably more things to combine, but definitely, gender and personality go together. Like they're the same unity. They're a whole pretty much, because like obviously a woman's built this way, a man's built this way. Well, okay, your personality's built this way, and you're born with it. That's why people say you're born with personality, it doesn't change. Well, yeah, that makes sense, because what happens? You're a female and you don't change into a male. You're a male, you don't change into a female. So those things are obviously the same thing tied together. You can think about it like that.
Well, I've said that already too. I mean, I think that I think there are gender differences in the personality types just being. I mean, even though you're saying basically what I've said before, is I think that women and men, INFJs, they still think different. They're not the exact same thing. We tend to be a little bit more logical. Typically, not necessarily. And women too. I mean, women have a certain way of thinking, and you could tell, we're not the same. So I think that has to be a distinction. I'm surprised it never was that there would be a male and female distinction. Although when you take that personality test, especially the one on 16 personalities, the free one you get online, I don't know if they were talking about that, but on that one in particular, that they do ask you at the very end of that test, are you male or female, before they make their decisions. They do ask that before that, but I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But it's not supposed to.
I don't think so. So because I understand how things are put out there. I mean, of course, we all have our unique thought about it, and I've been studying it for a long time. But it actually makes people discredit the MBTI to a degree. They're like, oh, it's too basic, and So they say it's too basic, it's too easy. Well, the funny thing is like that MBTI test was the best form that was made from the raw material of Carl Jung and the Myers-Briggs ladies, because even though what happened is it got taken over by like money, got to make money off it, got to make money, but that wasn't what it was originally created for. And the MBTI that was created from genuine desire to learn and know, not from greed or, oh, I need money, I need lots of money. Because, you know, back in the day when it was created, it wasn't like that. So back in the day, it was more honest, more authentic. And then you got to think about who created those systems. Well, authentic personality types. So it obviously connects and makes sense. That's why it's so like people out there try to discredit the MBTI of, oh, it's pseudoscience, oh, this and that, Carl Jung. What they don't understand is mainly those are the types that aren't intuitive. They're like the opposite of intuitives. Of course, you're gonna.
Oh, I can totally agree. I think I've said that before. Yeah, the ones that see one. The thing is that INFJs and maybe other introverted intuitives. I have said that we gravitate toward this MBTI because it's a huge, massive puzzle piece to the inner workings of our mind. Because that's what happened with me. I know from my own experience, and I think we can all attest to that. Once you found out what that was and you looked into it, you saw yourself. But these other types, like you said, they're not seeing that because Carl Jung, who mapped it out, and he was introverted intuitive, very much so, and he mapped out that whole introverted intuitive mind to basically to a science in a sense. And but him being the fact that he was introverted, if he was not, he never would have seen that. He never would have saw that depth. And we were even saying earlier. I do believe George had said he looked up Sigmund Freud. We were talking about Sigmund Freud's MBTI type, and he was more of a sensor and a thinker. He definitely was an introverted intuitive, and that's one of the reasons they had a fallout. Is that Sigmund Freud was very stubborn, and he wasn't seeing the depth of that introverted intuition that Carl Jung had as well. So that was the big fallout that they had. You know,
Jethro, they like what you're saying. Those guys in the red pill space, they're probably not intuitives. You know, probably like sensors a lot of the time.
So actually,
MBTI.
So you know, it's funny. So and actually, that's why when I went on Donovan's show, he was ultra mega receptive because he's an ENTJ. So ENTJ have the extroverted thinking and then the introverted intuition right under that extroverted thinking. So, and I could tell that he was something like that even before having to take the test because his memory about certain thoughts and even emotion, more than his emotion was what he thought about it. So obviously extroversion and then introverted intuition right under that I could sense that about him. And then when I actually talked to him, the way I talked to him, he actually picked it up and was like, oh yeah, that's why he let me on for an hour and 14 minutes on his shows because like he was actually learning and actually, oh yeah, he's very intuitive actually, you know, like, so that's how I picked up on that. And then I linked that to, do you know about George, Fresh and Fit?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
So
is that a red pill show? I think of
Miami Adam. Yeah. So what happened was he was reacting to, when I had brought this up, he had reacted to a clip of him and Fresh and Myron when he first met them in Miami, or when he first went on the podcast in Miami. Well, Fresh had said, hey, you guys don't see it off screen, but Donovan and Myron are very similar. Well, Myron's when I learned that Donovan's an ENTJ, and then that conversation that they had when Fresh, the outside person, said, hey, you guys seem very similar. Well, I know Donovan's an extrovert, and then he actually is an ENTJ, and I know Myron's an introvert. So when Fresh said that, I picked up on that when I watched the show. When I picked up on that, I was like, okay, Fresh said that, so they're opposites. So what does that mean? Well, Myron's most likely INTJ, which I'd put my life on stake to say he's an INTJ. Just by what I see, the way he is, like his work ethic, his logic, and then how intuitive he is. And intuitive people use pattern recognition. There's something I kind of found that was kind of weird. People like that use pattern recognition words a lot. They say pattern recognition a lot, like I do. You know, ENTJ, INTJ. They use the pattern recognition to describe things, even if they're unconscious about it a lot. I've noticed that about
but
personalities.
there's no way. You're saying Myron is an introvert? No
Yeah. Oh
ways.
yeah.
I don't. That
So-
can't be.
So check this out. And that's how. So with him being on camera, you got to think about it. Because I mean, I watched him since day one. I've seen all his shows. He actually stays inside. Doesn't like to go outside. He doesn't like to meet people, but he will meet people. He'll be extroverted in that sense. But that's only because he has a mission. His mission is to spread the word and help other people out. And he doesn't go, like, he still has his. And this kind of proves it to a degree. He still has all that money. He's a multi-millionaire. He has his 2002 Honda Accord. Like, he's very like even his actions are very simple, and you know, like, he doesn't like talking.
ENTJ maybe, but yeah.
No,
I mean,
so okay.
I hear what you're saying.
So
maybe.
check this out. So because I follow him so much, like, he does more introverted stuff than I do. Like, he's
Okay.
way more introverted than I. Like, just by listening to him and his habits and the things he does, he's very. It seems like that maybe on camera, like, oh yeah, he talks to the girl and this and that. If he would like it, he didn't have to do it this way. Okay, so I'll give you an example. I swear, INTJ and INFJ. Me, I don't actually want to talk to a whole bunch of people, and I actually don't want to channel and be known and all that. But for my purpose, I will. It's the same thing for Myron. He's an introvert, but for his purpose, he will extrovert to the ends of the earth, and it's endless. That's the way I am too. I'm exactly like that. Like, I don't actually want my face and certain things and be out there, but I'm going to, and it's only because of my purpose. That's the only reason, not because I'm an extrovert. That's kind of how Myron is.
Oh, wow. I'm actually, listen, I know you guys obviously know who you're talking about. I haven't seen either one of these guys. No, I really haven't. But I'll take your word for you what you're talking about that you went on there. But I don't even know who you're talking about. I don't think I've seen either one.
So it's the one, maybe. So it's a panel. He was the first. They were the first ones to do it with all the girls on the panel.
Yeah,
like,
but
they have a whole bunch of girls on the panel.
Wait, is that the one that's whatever? You ever see that one?
No.
That's the
Okay.
whatever
So
one.
what?
That's
Okay,
one
so-
all the women on the panel over there, right?
That one's in so like that. So, but Fresh and Fit were the first ones to do that. Whatever came after. Whatever
did
copied
come
them.
after. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, they copied they're out in San Diego. Whatever's in San Diego, and Fresh and Fit is in Miami.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because once
So
in a while I'll be watching Taylor the Fiend, and they show clips of like the whatever. I don't see too much of the Fresh and Fit though, too much, unless maybe I've
it's pretty
seen them, but
controversial.
is that what it is? They're just real
Oh, yeah.
controversial.
Oh, yeah.
They did stuff with like Andrew Tate and stuff.
Oh, Andrew Tate. Andrew, yeah, that's what I mean. I thought the guy whatever is Andrew Tate's on whatever too, right? I've seen him before.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't been on. Andrew Wilson. Are you talking about Andrew Wilson? The Christian
Andrew,
guy?
That's Andrew Wilson. Excuse me. I heard that's not Andrew Tate. Andrew Wilson's the guy. He's on whatever. Not all the time. Once in a while, I see him on there. Man, he's got a
Andrew.
he's got a way about him. He's got an answer to everything. That guy, you know.
No, I
He's
mean
really-
Andrew
he's
Tate
a
was on the Fresh and Fit a couple times, I think.
Oh, has he been?
Yeah, him and Myron are friends. He's an official debater. That's his job. He's a debater. That's why.
Right. Okay.
He's that's his. I think that's literally his job title. I forget what he called it, but yeah, he's a debater. He goes on people's shows and debates them.
Oh, you're talking about what's his name? Andrew Wilson. That guy.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've seen him several times. I know he's very good at it, and he's always he's hard to beat. And usually with women too. I mean, women usually think they can always one up a man, but usually with this guy they can't. You know what I mean? He's got a way about him, where he can always has the right thing to say, even to them. So
So Jethro, you said you're gonna put out content soon?
Yeah, yeah. So I just been in a bind with everything else, but yeah, no. So that is my plan. Is to I obviously made the channel the personality pill. So what I'm gonna do is when I get my space, my time, I'm not pro. I'm not trying to like prolong it, but I'm literally in a certain situation right now. I got to get a new phone, start whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna be putting out content. And what I was saying earlier before I went on a tangent, I was trying to get when I get everything set up, I'm trying to go on these shows to project my channel to grow even faster, really, really fast. So that's kind of my plan to, rocket ship me forward faster is to mingle with them. That's why I do online. I'm in their communities, talk to them. They know like who I am to a degree. And then when I'm actually like, all right, full on channel, then I want to get that attention. I got to be ready for that though. So.
It's cool.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Because
yeah, I've seen his channel. He's got a lot of playlists and things like that, but they're not your content. They're just other content, just basic.
Yeah, that's just if anybody wants to drop in and be like, "Hey, what does this guy watch?"
Yeah, right.
So,
all right.
So I did. I had one question that I wanted to get your guys' opinion on. So people say that like dark INFJs, for instance, people say that like some of them, they say Bin Laden was one, the man with the mustache was one.
Yeah, we were just talking about that a little while ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of have maybe I don't know if you guys think this deep, and that's why I was asking this. Is
listen, George doesn't want to believe these guys were NFJ. I mean, I see his point. He thinks that there's something that would just we're not capable of going that far. Like, with something in us would just keep us from doing that. And I said, look, at human beings, we're still human. We're not infallible. That's my position. Is that it is possible, just because you have a type that you could turn dark.
Well, so my thing about it is a little different. So I don't think they were as dark as they were portrayed, because you got to. This is why I'm saying this to you guys, and like wanting the feedback is because it's a little bit different thought. Is like it's not necessarily have to be dark, even if they did half the things that say everybody says they didn't like this and that. What isn't it? As being an INFJ, that it's like if your family member's threatened or something, you don't want conflict. You don't want to have to do that thing, especially as an INFJ. You really, really don't want to, but you will. It's the same kind of concept as if those people were in certain situations where they're INFJs and there's so much pressure and they want to help out at the same time, and people around them are coming at them in a certain way, because I don't know if everybody else has noticed, but when INFJs do certain things, people come at them whether they're good or bad. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Like, even yourselves, like you try to do something and people are like, "What? Why are you guys treating me like this?" And I'm actually the opposite, but they treat you a certain way. Well, if somebody as an INFJ has to do certain things for the greater people, we can do that even though we're introverts. We all know that. But if they were in that position, of course they would get demonized. So then they would be the worst people definitely on the planet. We get that as INFJs, good or bad. You could be doing the best thing in the world, but if you're doing, halfway bad, and then people are going to project that and make it even that much stronger. Wouldn't you agree, kind of?
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm whatever the scope of what happened in Nazi Germany back in the 30s with that whole thing. No matter who was in power, no matter what, that scope was massive, and that kind of well, we know what history says. Yeah, I don't have to go repeat what that is, but I don't care who you are. That's still going to be significant. That was a significant that was genocide is basically what that was, in a huge mass scale. That was never seen before. That was what you basically. But the thing is, I mean, the idea is that we were talking before about with George. I said all the traits were there with Hitler, that he he had all the characteristics. I mean, he had the introverted intuition. He had the dark empathy. He could connect with masses of people. He had long term planning, and he foresaw future events. He had grand plans for Germany being like this center of the world, as the world capital. He had like architectures build like models of Germania, and he had like he had it almost look like a modern day Rome in a sense. He wanted cathedrals and columned um, obelisks and things like that in his honor. And he had a lot of like the Egyptian things too. He had all these. That's why they called it the Third Reich. I mean, the first was like Egypt, Rome, and it was something to do with the third one. Like that was going to be the third major um, Reich is what they called that. You see, like regime. Well, basically, regime is like Reich. That's what German for regime. But I mean, you look at all that, and he had all those traits were within him, and I could see that being a possibility. So I see all that right in there. Is that's where it was? But the fact that he's dark, the fact that he went to the dark side, is what's throwing us off. You see what I mean? But
Well, what I'm
again, he doesn't want to believe that we could go that far. Now, in your
well,
opinion,
no.
Jethro, do you believe he was this personality type, or are you debating that, saying that you don't think
So
he
okay,
Well,
was?
let me say first before he answers that.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think
go ahead.
Jethro, you made two solid points. Like, yeah, as INFJs, we get misunderstood. It's totally true. And I think what you were saying about if an INFJ thought that they needed to help someone, that, yeah, I think I do see what you're saying. I do agree with you. So, yeah, I think you made good points there.
So okay, so just really quick, is it very so last night I was kind of in a bad mood and I was out and I was like, okay, I'll take this last order. And I just took the last order because I was like, yeah, it's perfect. I'm getting ready to go back. And I didn't look at what it was. Well, when I got to the store, I realized it's a binky. So it's funny because
Wait, a binky? What
I
did
have
you say?
two, yeah,
You
a
mean like a
binky.
pacifier from a baby?
Yeah, yeah. So
Oh,
my
okay.
Instacart order was a pacifier, and the store was about to close, and I didn't notice until I got to the store what it was, and I was like, oh, it's a pacifier. Well, right away I knew. I was like, oh, okay, they're ordering this right, one thing specific. The baby needs it. I knew that because I have two daughters and a son, so I have kids, so I understood. It changed my mood because I was already like, I was kind of in like a crappy mood, like, and then when I seen the binky, and then I was like, when I knew what it's for from my experience and the kids, and I'm like, okay. Then when I got to the house, the lady was on the porch with the baby because the baby, I could tell she had tears coming, so she hadn't stopped crying. So that's why she needed the binky. Well, that made my day. I didn't expect it. I was like random. I was like, why do I feel really good? It's because I knew of being a father, and then bringing her the binky and seeing the baby was crying, had been crying, and she was outside waiting for the binky. And I'm like,
Oh,
oh, like it gave me a relief. So it's like, it kind of like, like, that's what I'm saying is like the part about helping people out, being an INFJ. If it's on a mass scale of those people needing to help the people, as an INFJ, like you would protect your family, you would go to lengths and beyond to make sure that the people were taken care of correctly. And this is also what I'm saying ties into what I'm talking about. Well, why did Hitler burn? He didn't want you to smoke, didn't want, corn, didn't want, uh, uh, he didn't want certain things out there and, in the world. And he actually, the economy was crap. Why did he not want all those things while trying to be in power or trying to be dominant? He was actually he's kind of like powered up to help everybody out, not damage themselves, and like always smoking cigarettes, watching corn, doing stupid stuff when you guys are broken down. And what happened is the economy came back to grow bigger than it ever did, and like he was doing free housing. He's like, you guys come work, you can pay off your house by working, and then you can actually pay it off even faster if you do this, and then you guys can live for yourselves. So while he was working everybody doing all these things,
yeah.
like
Well,
he was actually doing very important things. So one more thing before you say something, just really quick, is people don't know is like before he knew he was going to war, he actually 10 times try to make a deal with people to help, the Jesus' chosen people. He tried to help them leave before he even started the war. People don't say nothing about that. They don't talk about stuff like that. Like, he actually that's what I'm saying is, like, people try to throw certain things and tie in things and propaganda and be like, it's very difficult. And that's why I was saying about throwing out stuff in there as an INFJ. Like, if you really, and I seen pictures of him with like dogs and cats and animals, and like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, he's actually, you really pay attention, you can see through everything. You can start to see a different picture of what actually was happening. Because if you're so evil, there's no way you're going to take the time to care about people in such the small ways that he actually tried. That's almost impossible to be really evil and then be like, go ahead.
Yeah, but you mentioned about the economy, and instead of turning around and everything, you know that he actually had a lot of these people that were just volunteering, and he wasn't really paying them. They were not being monetized. They weren't like, some of them were just being paid, just basically to work for what they were eating, and maybe just work enough but they weren't making like a normal wage. They weren't compensated right. They were doing it for like this greater, he convinced them that they were doing it for this greater cause that was in the future. So this economy was not based on a monetary, not on a typical pay scale. And not only that, so I mean, it was basically, he manipulated these people to volunteer it. It was like, Nazi literally translates into National Socialist, is what it is. I mean, that's what that was. So that was really not a true economy. If you want to base it on that.
Well, no. So the thing is so you really should watch the documentary, the greatest story never told, in Europa. They tell it from a way better perspective of what actually more happened. But the thing about him, it's seeming that way, is because what he was doing was, they were burning hundreds of thousands of dollars before he came along in barrels, because they were so cold and they were so poor. And I mean, you can look it up. Like, I'm not talking about what people say about him or this or that. Just look up what actually was going on, the actual facts that aren't propaganda at all. You just, not about that stuff. You just look about other stuff. Then you look at the time and what actually occurred, is to build up from being that down. Like, they were literally like, they were burning money to stay alive. Their money was so worthless, they were burning it to stay warm during the winter. Oh, yeah. So if that's the case, what Hitler did do is, because this is what he did, is he's like, I have to build this system all the way from the ground up in a certain way. So what he did was, he is like, I'm going to not do this. We're not going to do this. We're going to actually help each other build and grow, because he was a nationalist for Germany. Like, he wanted Germany to be prosperous, because they were so, poor and so broken down after World War I, that he wanted them to prosper and actually, grow. So he did create a system. And that's what I'm saying is, as an INFJ, if he would have created a system where, hey, will you work for me? And then once we get a little bit going, then you can, of course you can eat, but then once we get going, then you can actually, like I said, own your, that's why I said that before, own your own house. So like, yeah, you're working, but you're paying off your house as you're working. And then we'll give it to you even cheaper if you, do a certain amount of work. Boom, you got your family feeding, because he was building. It wasn't just like he came into an economy that was okay and well balanced, maybe crashing a little. He came from literally zero, and he had to bring a whole country all the way back, then go to war, and then like he did a lot of things to come from dirt. They literally were from dirt where he was. So for him to have that plan, he did have to build things in a unique way. And I mean, that's what I'm saying, is like, people, I think, take that unique way and actually throw dirt on it and change it up and make it seem like it's something else.
But the thing is, I mean, you can't excuse the fact that 6 million people that he didn't like, or even 12 million, I mean, it was 6 million Jewish people that were basically put in the Holocaust. And then there was another like 6 million like that weren't even. I mean, just other people that were just on his list that he was trying to eliminate. Now you got to understand too. I mean, that really happened. These were under his commands. These things were happening as part of his regime. They were building these camps and these factories to eliminate masses of people. Now, I mean, that did happen. I mean, these things were witnessed. They were documented. I mean, I'm not sure what you're getting at, but that was the end
Well,
result of where this led.
so
And
so
yeah,
can I ask George, what do you think about what I'm saying?
You're making total sense. Yeah, when I think of it, like if you think of it from that perspective, that they're trying to help people, right? From their perspective. Yeah, you're making a really good point, man.
yeah, but the thing
I
is
Well,
see what
too,
you're
I mean,
saying. Yeah.
so
you know,
so one
what's the
thing
old
is like
saying? The,
I
the
don't
ro- the road to hell is paved with good intentions too. Did you ever heard that old saying? Is that
yeah. So
sometimes that's how they manipulate things. They make things look good on paper, but the end result is where it led. You can't you just because you say this looked like it was okay, this looked like what the intention was. The end result took it into something far more uh, sinister, as you know. I guess I'm looking at
so
the
can I?
end result as to where it went,
So
and he went. He
yeah, yeah.
basically he went into mass conquering of different countries. He broke treaties.
So,
He broke treaties with Finland. He broke treaties with Poland. He broke treaties with France. That after World War One, he broke these. And matter of fact, he made these treaties. And then when he built up the army, he wasn't supposed to. He turned around. Now you're going to tell me that this was all like we did. This is not the truth. That somehow this was all part of the misunderstanding. I mean, these were actual documented things. I mean, are we being lied to? Because
see,
he was diabolical.
so
He
Tom,
was lying to his
so Tom,
enemy. So how's to say he was lying to the people that he
so
was saying that? Listen, something's going on in the background. I can't hear, man. Something loud's
hang on,
going
it's
on in there.
it's some
Yeah,
raccoons.
you got
Hang on a second.
raccoons. Good gosh, you got raccoons.
In the
You got
tree, yeah, they were. I was
Oh,
outside. They
they're
were
up.
in the tree.
Oh, those are raccoons in a tree. Oh, I just heard something.
Yeah, they were fighting.
No, but no, listen, I'm just trying to state my case here. I'm trying to say that whether or not I mean, I know what history is and I know what the end result is. I mean, whether or not either that or we're being like lied to or things are being exaggerated, but these things truly happen. Now, I know you got the Nazi sympathizers that believe that they try to say that all this stuff was paper mache, that all these things that happened in the Holocaust never happened, all these pictures and all these skeletal remains that were being dragged around and being thrown were just nothing more than fabricated paper mache. So I've heard all this argument too. I've heard this whole other thing here. So either we're being gaslighted in a mass scale, somebody's not telling the truth. But I mean, I'm looking at the end result as to where it went. Okay. But in order to that was all part of his mass manipulation. This was all part of his grand scheme to make it look like this is what his intention was. Okay. But the end result was where it ended. You got to look at where it with the final solution, literally where it went. Okay. All this stuff you're talking about was all part of the whole hoopla is in order to get people to side with him. Okay. And that was part of that whole, basically bait and switch, gaslight, manipulate people into thinking he was helping them when he was really just, setting the course for something deeper and more sinister. And half these people that he ended up helping out, I mean, either they were drafted into the service, or if that when they served their purpose, he eliminated them. He said, okay, did what they had to do. Now it's time to round them up as well. Okay, I don't know. Now this is the way I've heard it. I don't know where maybe you're hearing some kind of different story going on here, but this is the way it's been presented, and I just know that this is the history has been written a certain way. So who's lying to who? Either that or we're being gaslit. So I mean, I have to say, Jethro, I come from the idea that no, there was no good came out of that. Okay, you can't say that the Soviet Union had anything good going either. I mean that was nothing more than smoke and mirrors. You had a whole nation that was behind a wall. You had a whole communist country that was just based on a whole collective mentality that crumbled under its own weight. Now you got socialism and you have communism that are basically almost you got the left and the right hand, which is basically shaking hands in the middle. You see what I mean? They're almost like one of the same side of the coin in a way. I mean, whether or not we're being propagandized, I don't believe that. I believe the history the way it was, and all what you're believing. I mean, it's coming from that side that wants to fabricate the truth. I mean, there were actually to this day still relics of concentration camps in Poland, in Czechoslovakia, and all those areas. They have them, even parts of Germany that are they're nothing more than ruins, and they're grown over. But the fact is, they've been left there, and the fallen ovens and the brick ovens are still there too. Some of them, like, they might be crumbled and they might be toppled over, but they left these ovens there as a monument that this happened. I mean, these things were going on. Okay. Now, I don't care. You're basically saying, he was helping this and helping that, but look at you're ignoring the end result.
So
you're not even
Jethro,
getting to that end result.
So you
Now,
would say that they're INFJ, right?
What was that?
So would you say that they were INFJ?
So I want to answer that, but I need to ask you something, George. So just because you're on the outside a little bit more, Tom talked, I talked a little bit. So what happens when it's kind of weird because of like propaganda, go propaganda back and forth. I actually wasn't talking much about
Jethro. He asked you a question. Is it yes or no? Do you believe that they were an INFJ or they weren't? Do you believe he was or he wasn't? He asked you. You didn't answer the question.
Oh yeah, because you asked before. So yes, I believe he is. I believed he was. So okay. And here's my origin. And here's the funny thing is. So this is how I came up with this. I came up with this when I was a little kid. Or I'm not saying like I knew about the INFJ, but my senses did this. So when I was in 7th grade, back in 1998. So back in 1998, in my language class, because that's what they call it language class, they said they had a whole segment about World War II. And they made us watch Schindler's List, and they told us everything that has been read about and that's in history. They said that to me in class. I watched Schindler's List, and there's 2 thoughts that I had. Or actually, there's only 1 thought that I had, but I had my intuition sensed something else. My thoughts were, oh, this is really bad. Oh my goodness, no human like that should have ever existed. Why did this human do this? Why did he not get taken out earlier? Why? That was my thinking. My intuition was like, something's weird about this. And that was when I was in 7th grade. I didn't even think about it back then. But then I was like, why did I have this weird feeling? I knew what I thought. Like, oh yeah, this is bad. Oh yeah, I just couldn't think. I was so fogged over, I couldn't even think about anything else. My thinking was, why is this so bad? But my intuition was like, there's something off about how they're telling me in 7th grade and like exactly what they're saying this guy did, and they're pounding into my head. I have to watch the Schindler's List. You have to tell me, make it a curriculum in my 7th grade class. Yes, I was thinking about it, but my intuition was like, that's kind of weird. Okay, now transform to 39. When I go back and do study for myself, not what people say. I actually study like what happens, the timelines of actual factual things that happen, not what people say happen between people. I look at the outside things because there's things about agreements and things that were signed and actual deals and actual transfers of money. You can follow the money line. When you actually look and study that, then you go to the other side and listen to where like, oh, what was actually going on? And then you see certain things like, and now my conclusion is like, whoa, that intuition was, because as an INFJ, it doesn't matter what age you are. There's a certain sense, even if you don't think about it, you can't know what it means. In the unconscious, it's like a signal. It goes ding, 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 something's up, ding, 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 in your whole sense and being. It's there all the time. So when you get to a certain age and it's like, oh, it starts putting into pieces because that's pattern recognition as your intuition.
Okay,
like, whoa, this pattern's weird.
What Jethro, you just say your intuition, meaning like that you didn't believe what was being told? You thought this was fabricated? What is your intuition telling you?
No.
It was not the truth? I'm just asking what your intuition was.
my first, that wasn't my intuition. That was my thinking. What you just said is my thinking, not my intuition. My thinking was like, oh my goodness, this is so bad. Oh, this and this. I was believing exactly what was going on with my thinking. What I'm saying is my intuition was like, oh, and I didn't know it. I sensed it, but I didn't know it. Now, like, I knew what that sense was. There was an alarm going off because what they were saying, I was believing with my thinking. I was thinking, oh yeah, this is bad. Oh yeah, this happened, that happened when I was really young. But then my intuition when I was really young was like, there's something off about that. That's all my intuition said to me. It's like, there's something off about what these people are saying, even though it's so messed up. Because the dichotomy of it being so opposite, it's like, okay, they're saying this, and my intuition has a weird sense. Well, I have to combine the two as I grow older. And it's like, as I grow older and learn from both perspectives, there's something amiss. And then when you actually study it and you see it, you're like, oh, that's why my intuition was always bugging me. But my thinking, because that's what I'm saying, it's so opposite. When it came together in my head, I had to study it and understand it. And then when I did, it helped me have a better understanding because it came from when I was younger. It didn't come from people telling me, he did this, you did that, he did this, you did that. It just came from actual experience and understanding, not from being indoctrinated from what I'm seeing.
Right.
Okay. Hey,
listen, you guys. Listen, I'm gonna. Yeah. It's getting to be on 2:00. We can keep this up. We're gonna wrap this up right around 1:59, and I'm gonna end up, ending the stream at that point. So we got 10 more minutes, okay?
Yeah. So what I wanted to say was that, I totally see. I'm totally getting your point, Jethro, that what they did may not seem so evil, and I agree with you. You're making a really good point. And I think when I said that they can't be an INFJ because they did these bad, quote unquote, bad things, I'm getting your point that from a certain perspective, it wasn't so bad. So I think maybe I misspoke then, because maybe that's not that's not the only reason why.
George, what wasn't the bad part? Can I ask you that? What wasn't the bad part?
Do you think that
these concentration camps weren't there?
No.
Do you think that there were instead of there was 12 million people, were there only 2 million people? What wasn't so bad? Was there a less total?
You have a point there too, Tom. But I would
just ask you what isn't so bad
from the mustaches man's perspective, it might not seem so bad from his perspective, and from these guys' perspectives and what they're trying to do and help. So it's different from what I said, because I just said flat out it was a bad thing, and from a different perspective, it may not be true. So I'm totally into that point. So
yeah, but you don't answer the question. Just his perspective. What is a perspective? Just the way he's seeing it? Because his perspective.
He might have been wrong. He might have been wrong, but if his perspective was that he was doing good, then I could say that maybe an INFJ could do that. If the INFJ thought he was doing well, even though, Tom, you say that he's wrong about that, that might be true too. But if the INFJ thought he was doing well, then maybe mass might be correct. But I still want to say, though, I still am a little skeptical that they're INFJ, just because another thing you said, Jethro, is that INFJs are misunderstood by people. And I don't understand how these guys, like the mustache man, could get so many people behind him if an INFJ is so misunderstood, And I know that INFJs can take a leadership role really well. I've done that myself, and I've been wonderful at that. But to take on such a big role, like getting a whole nation behind you, that makes me kind of skeptical that an INFJ could actually accomplish that. Even though INFJs are great leaders, but maybe smaller time leaders, but like if they are misunderstood, as you said, wouldn't that be a difficult thing?
Well, no. So, because what I'm talking about when I say the misunderstood part about the mustache man, I would say, is that everything on the outside is going to be slopped on, no matter what it is. I don't care if it's good, bad, ugly. It's all going to be slopped on, and it's going to get covered up.
But he would be misunderstood by his own people too. So like they wouldn't get behind him.
Yes. So here's the thing: is like whenever I'll give you an example. I think so I'm a little bit like, I've kind of been like, when I talk, like, I'll give you an example. Like when I talk to extroverts and I know they're extroverts, I can drain an extrovert like that. Even the top notch extrovert, I can talk to them and actually drain their energy and say, hey, you're draining me. I gotta go. Like they tell me I gotta, like, I go. So that's what I'm saying is like that kind of energy that you're talking about, asking me how could you get so many people. Well, yeah, if we absorb all that energy, this is how an INFJ could do it. If you're absorbing all that energy and then he was believing in that, what he was going to do is going to help everybody out, that definitely it's actually easily could power you up to where you could do that as an INFJ. That's what I was saying earlier about like, I don't want to be out there and talk to a whole bunch of people. But what I'm saying is like, I will do it for the cause.
But listen, you guys, both of you guys, you're talking about this whole misunderstood, and you are. I keep glaring at the end result, at the proof that the evidence of what the end result was is what was being ordered by, what was being implemented by this guy. Okay, I mean, whether you're not really saying, you're not hearing that. Now we have documented that
No,
that to me, when you were annihilating millions of people in the way that they did in this you're not really seeing that. You're just kind of
okay. No, okay, my bad. Tom,
okay?
let
But
me
the thing
explain
is,
something to you. No, I
well, the
understand.
thing is,
I understand. I'm
listen,
sorry. I think we misunderstand
3
each
minutes
other.
here. We have 3 minutes. We're going to be shutting this down in a few minutes, so we're going to have to make this very fast, okay? But you guys can get your
I
final
think that
points in, okay?
I thought that
Jethro,
maybe I'm.
you can have have about 40 seconds, and then we're going to have George get a word in as well, okay? Go
I
ahead.
think like you're misunderstanding. I'm not. I'm taking how things work. I don't really care. I'm not saying I go, it's a bad thing, good thing, this, that. I'm not looking. I'm taking that away from it. I'm not being emotional or thinking about it at all. I'm taking everything out of it, and I'm just talking about something specific. I'm not talking about, well, I can't think and talk about certain things because I'm clouded. If I did let it, oh my goodness, he killed so many people, then you wouldn't be able to see the clearer picture either way. I'm not talking about if it was good, if it was bad. I'm not talking about good or bad or worse or evil. I'm talking about the other stuff. I'm not even talking about good or bad. I'm talking about certain things that happen in a certain way. I don't care. Like I'm not trying to be
Okay.
like that's why it doesn't cloud me is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Like because when I'm saying certain things, I'm not even trying to say he was good or bad or that was the best thing. But you kind of like.
All right, no, Jethro. Hey, George, you all set? We're gonna. You have anything you want to add to this little bit here?
What about Martin Luther King?
Oh, we're not gonna start. We're not gonna start. Listen.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he was an INFJ. I know they talked about that as well. We can't jump down that rabbit hole. I just wanted to clear up a little bit. Listen, I think we had listen. I like the passion of this discussion. I'm gonna say, listen. I don't necessarily agree. Listen, with everything. I do know what I heard in history. I think bottom line is what I believe is where things ended up, in the bottom line, where it all ended up. The old saying is the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Okay, so I mean, I'm going to wrap it up to that. I mean, for whatever good that you're saying came out about this, I have to say that the end result was what I'm looking at here. Two plus
But
2 equals common denominator of 4. And whether or not you want to put that down as the wrong answer of 5, I'm saying that the bottom line is common denominator is the actual answer. Okay, and that's the way I'm seeing. And this answer doesn't equate to anything that turned out to be anything noble or good. Okay, but you guys, I want to thank you so much for joining on the chat. I listen, Jethro. I'm glad we got to talk. We've been wanting to talk on this, and George, I'm glad you came back on. You guys are good. I'm glad we talked. Look, we don't agree. We're not going to see eye to eye on everything, and this is one of the great examples about the fact that our personality types is sometimes we may think the same, and if we are genuinely true to this personality, all three of us, we don't necessarily all see eye to eye, but we all kind of have the same functions. Okay, but anyway,
can
I'm
I
gonna have to wrap this up. Okay,
can I
all right.
ask you guys to do
Listen,
one thing, both of you, George? George?
okay.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
So watch the documentary Europa. and watch the documentary The Greatest Story Never Told. Watch those.
All right. Well, on that note, there, you guys, we're gonna wrap this up for the night. I'm gonna end this this live stream, but I want to thank you guys for showing up, and hopefully you guys will be back next week. Listen, I'll talk to both of you guys by next week. Okay. All right. I hope you guys have a great night, and we're gonna wrap this up. Thank you so much for coming on in here, and anybody else who's still out there.
I'll check them out, Jeffro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Tom.
Okay.
You can find it on Rumble.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I'm just. Okay.
Yeah. You have a good night.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, people, so much for hanging around. We had a great broadcast tonight. It is now 2:00 in the morning, if you can believe it. You see, well, it's good. The communication is good. Now, like I said before, I mean, we don't have to agree with everything. I mean, we all have different points of view here, and yeah. But I still like to know that we're able to chat now, and I like the idea that we can communicate. Well, we have 5 watching still. Anybody who's still out there, listen, people, thank you so much. Anybody who hung around to this time, and if you're new to this channel, if you're new to this live broadcast, I want to thank you for sticking around as well. Thanks, Vamp. Talk to me next time. Yeah. So anyway, people, thanks so much, and I hopefully we can do this again. Vamp, are you still out there at 2 a.m. or 2 a.m.? Thank you again, Tom. And oh, hey, Vamp, you were still been out there. I'm glad to see you still out there. Okay, great. Well, thank you for sticking around, everybody. Like I said again. All right. Listen, next week, next Saturday night, let's plan on doing this all again. All right, and we'll all meet right back here again. We're on the same time, same bat time, same bat channel, and hopefully the same wonderful results in that point. Okay. Well, see you next Sunday. Hey, Jason, you're out there. Hey, listen. It's good to hear from you, Jason. I see you off and on. It's good to see you out there in the audience. I see a few names out there that have been out there. As you can see, we got into a bit of a discussion, but that's what this is, and this is what free. Hey, listen, this is what freedom is. This is what free speech is all about here. I mean, it's free to an extent, I guess. I mean, YouTube is a free platform, but I mean, there's certain things I can't do around here, but still, I mean, I understand that. Interesting discussion again at the end. All right. Awesome. Okay. So, thank you again. And I'm glad this is all working. Hey, listen, things are slowly progressing here in this channel. Okay. I want you to know that. All right. At Tom's speed. Okay. All right. Listen, I may not be the most savvy guy in the world. I may not be the most computer savvy guy in the world, but hopefully I make up for it in my personality. Go figure, huh? Well, okay. And after that note, people, thank you so much. Listen, I love you all. And I'm glad you stuck around for this night. And I'd like to do this again. And I look forward to seeing you again. All right? All right. Until next week, until the next time, have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. All right. Thank you again. End stream. I pushed end stream. Why isn't it ending? Some outro video.